For only the second time in American history, a parent is on trial for murder because of a school shooting their child committed. Colin Gray isn't accused of firing a single shot, but Georgia says he is just as responsible. This is the Colin Gray trial. This is Defense Diaries. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm Bob Mata. This is Defense Diaries. This is day 4 of the Colin Gray trial, and we are going to get right into it. They started on time today. We have a little blooping time built up, which is always exciting for us over here at Defense Diaries. We love to bloop. We love blooping time. So let's jump right in. We're day 4. I'm hoping today we start getting into the evidence against Colin Gray in particular, as we've had 3 days of the nightmare of the shooting itself, which has been a hard watch and slow in some parts, but it seems like they have to be getting pretty close to it. So let's see where we're at. And good morning, all you beautiful humans. I nailed it today. I was on screen. You guys could hear it. Good cold open. Very proud of myself. Guess I'll use a little of the bloop here.
Ready? All right, we're going to bring it in. You got it ready. All right, bring it in, Rose. Yes, sir. Start back up with witnesses. Go ahead.
I think you're on state called Anthony Townsend and stand. If you raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Deputy Anthony Townsend.
Okay. And where do you work, sir?
I'm currently employed with the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked in Gwinnett County?
Just over a year.
Okay. Before that, where did you work?
Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
And how long did you work there?
2 years.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer in general?
11 years.
11 years. Back in September of 2024, where were you working?
Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
And what were your duties there?
I was currently assigned to the patrol division at the time.
And what kind of shifts did you work?
We worked 12-hour shifts. I worked the evening shift at the time. I was off duty on that day. However, I did get called in to come to work shift.
Okay, so you normally work the evening shift.
Correct.
Okay, and what are the hours of the evening shift?
I believe it was 6:45 to 7 a.m.
Okay, and what generally did you do as a patrol officer?
Generalized patrolling in terms of responding to calls for service, proactive activity in terms of traffic enforcement, and assisting citizens with meet their needs.
Okay. I want to take your attention to the morning of September 4th, 2024. Were you working that day?
I was not at the time I got called in for that morning.
Okay. Tell me about how your morning was going that morning.
That morning I was off duty, enjoying my leisure time in the area of Norcross. I got a message from a friend of mine asking if there was something going on at Apalachee High School. I started reaching out to different people that were employed with the agency, trying to figure out the specifics. And by the time I got to my personal residence, I got a message from a supervisor stating to get into the county now. There was something going on.
You remember about what time that was?
I honestly do not.
Okay, no problem. So what did you do then?
At that point, I was in full uniform, just waiting on that call to kind of come in anyway. I got in the patrol vehicle and drove to Barrow County, made it to Apalachee High School, at which time I was told to go to another school location due to suspicions of another incident at another location.
Okay. Did you actually go into Apalachee High School?
Not at that time.
Okay. So how far did you get to Apalachee?
I made it onto the school grounds.
Okay. And then how were you told to go somewhere else? Was it over the radio or did you talk to someone?
Honestly, with the chaos, I do not recall.
So where were you told to go?
I was told to go to Barrow High School from there.
Is that another high school in the county?
Correct.
Okay. And what were you told to do at Barrow High School?
To go secure that location due to suspicions of a possible additional incident occurring.
Were there other deputies besides yourself going to Barrow High School?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember about how many people?
I do not. There were multiple deputies and other law enforcement officers from multiple different agencies that were at Barrow when I got there.
Okay. And what did you do at Barrow High School?
I began to try to approach the building in order to help secure the location, at which time I was told by a supervisor to go to a third location.
Okay. So did you ever make it inside of Barrow High School?
No.
Okay. So now you're told, is this on the radio or?
I believe that was by phone.
Okay, by phone. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. So you're told to go to another location. Do you
Correct.
remember where you were told to go?
I do not remember the exact address. However, it turned out to be a personal residence.
Okay. Were you given a location to go or were you given an address to go to?
An address.
Okay. And how did you locate where that address was?
I was given that address by my supervisor. I put that address in my GPS and just drove to that location.
Okay. And was that location in Barrow County?
It was.
Okay. Did anyone else also go to that location?
Deputy Bassinet.
Okay. Did you know him?
Yes.
Okay. You worked with Barrow County also?
Yes.
All right. And what were your instructions to do at that location?
To secure that secure the persons at that location, just secure that location.
Okay. And did you know anything about that location?
No.
Did you know why you were sent there?
No.
Okay. Did you know what had happened at Apalachee?
Yes.
And what did you know about what had happened at that time?
At that time, I was only made aware that there had been an active shooter incident in which multiple people had been injured. Was unsure if the victims, how many were deceased, unsure how many active threats there were, or if said active threats had been detained or where they were.
Okay. So you didn't know if anybody had been arrested?
No.
Didn't know, certainly didn't know who had been arrested if
No.
they had been. Okay. So do you remember about what time you arrived at that residence?
I would say roughly 30 minutes after I got in the county.
Okay.
I can tell you time frame exactly. It was about midday, I'd say.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived at the residence?
Myself and Deputy Bassinet approached the residence. He knocked on the front door. I went to the side entrance near the garage carport area.
Okay. This garage carport, was the garage door open? Like
Yes.
as the main car part door?
Yes,
open?
it was open. I don't believe there was actually a door. I believe it was just more of a carport.
Okay. So you're standing at the carport
Mhm.
and Deputy Bassinet went what
To the front
direction?
door, to my right, to the front door.
Could you tell if he knocked on the door?
Yes, he did. I could hear him knock.
Okay. And did anyone come to the front door?
No, they came out the garage door.
Okay. Where are you positioned as far as the house?
If you're looking at the house on the front left corner near the front door, front side of the building and the side of the building, I was on that corner while he was at the door to my right.
Okay. At that corner, are you able to see both Bassinet and the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And did someone come out?
Yes,
Okay. And who was it that came out?
it was I believe it's Colin Gray.
Okay. And had you asked him to come out or did he just come out on his own?
He came out after we knocked.
Okay. And did you say anything to him when he came out?
I explained who we were when that we were there with the sheriff's department.
All right, real quick. We're here. We're getting into the evidence against Gray. Finally.
And that he was not free to leave at that time.
Okay. And did he say anything? Did you ask him any questions?
Initially, no.
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
I believe it was something along the lines of he knew something had occurred. His daughter had texted him saying that the school was on lockdown and he was hoping to God that his son hadn't done anything.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about what was in the house?
Yes.
What did you ask him?
I asked him if there were any people, animals, or weapons inside the residence.
And what did he tell you?
He told me there were no other people, no other animals. There were 2 firearms located inside the residence.
Okay. Did you ask him any other questions?
At that time, no.
Okay. And what did y'all do at that time? What was your purpose to do at that time?
My purpose was to simply detain him until we had additional resources there to do whatever was needed at that residence.
Okay. And did additional resources arrive?
Yes.
How quickly did they arrive?
Within, say, 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes or so.
Okay. Was this encounter with Mr. Gray recorded on Deputy Bazinet's body cam?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at that body cam?
Yes.
And does it accurately reflect the interaction you have with Mr. Gray?
Yes.
All right, this time I would like to tender state exhibit number 126, which is on the hard drive.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Wow.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to play a clip. It's Deputy Bazinet's body cam, so we're only going to play the clip where he's with Townsend that we're referring to, and that's going to be on 9 minutes, 19 seconds to 13 minutes, 15 seconds. So it's about 4 minutes total.
All right, thank you.
And before we push play, is this what y'all's body cams look like or did look like at Barrow County?
Yes.
Okay. At the top right corner, it has a date and a time. Does that appear to be accurate about what time y'all were there?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you coming up the driveway there?
I'm walking on, yes.
Is this one 896? Is this 896? I don't know. Number 896. Go ahead. You're good. All right. Yes. We just got here. We're walking on now.
Is that the carport you're referring to?
Yes.
Is that you at the corner?
Yes.
Hey, watch that door over there. There's cobwebs on this one.
Man, are those locusts?
Just you? All right. Come here.
I'm definitely going on. I'm only here to go see that you're not leaving this moment.
No, it's good.
Anybody else now?
No, sir.
And all the animals?
The whole weapons are mine up in my top of my closet.
What are they?
A shotgun and an AR.
Shotgun and AR? Yeah, okay.
Nothing's loaded.
Okay.
We're gonna wait here until we get one more.
There you go.
God. I knew it. My little girl just texted me. She's in middle school. She said, we're in lockdown. I'm like, God, I'm like, please tell me better. Do something.
So why do you think that? Why would you think that?
I'm trying to get him into counseling. He just didn't fit in last year at high school, so we let him do online school. We brought him back into just doing normal school this year, and it was going okay. We reached out, talked to the school, and said, "Hey, y'all got counselors. We want him to, check in." I filled out some paperwork the other day for another a third party counselor get involved. I think it was called Aware. but basically just gave them permission to go and talk to Colt. Can I use my phone?
Give us just a minute.
Wow.
You think he's the only one here? We have to go in and check that.
That's fine.
We're gonna wait.
Whatever y'all want to do.
Oh, question I had, Your Honor.
Cross?
That was not 9 minutes.
No problem, good. All right, thank you, sir. You're really good.
Thanks, sir.
State calls next, please.
All right. So as I see some people aptly stating in chat, if you're in a situation like that, you don't want to say anything. You don't want to say anything. So it was very hard to hear. I don't know if those were locusts or what they were. Plus you got body cam. It seemed like in the very beginning, he said something to the effect of, God, I hope Colt didn't do something. And then the cop asks him, what makes you say that? And then he goes into, the counseling and that kind of shit. So out of everything that he said in that short clip, that would be the most damaging evidence against him. Did he say, he might have said, I knew it. Let's go back real quick. We won't watch the whole thing, but I want to see if we can try to catch what he said in the beginning because it's important. All right, so I want to get to right where. Okay, let's just take a minute to try to.
Anybody else?
Just you? All right, come on.
So, right now, I'm reading the stuff going on. I'm only here to go through this. We're not going to leave this one.
No, it's good.
Anybody else now?
No, sir. The whole weapons are mine up in my top of my closet.
What are they?
A shotgun and an AR.
Shotgun and AR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing's loaded.
Okay.
We're gonna wait here until we get one more.
There you go.
God. I knew it was coming. My little girl just texted me. She's in middle school. She said, we're in lockdown. I'm like, God, please tell me better. Please tell me
So why do you think that?
I'm trying to get him into counseling. He just didn't fit in last year at high school, so we let him do online school. We brought him back into just doing normal school this year.
The captions didn't catch exactly what he said. It missed that part that we really wanted to see. It was something to the effect that he hoped that the Colt didn't do something. So it's a shame that it wasn't a little more clear. All right. So he was short and sweet. I'm surprised the prosecution, because it is hard to hear. I don't know if it's any better for the jury in the courtroom that the prosecution didn't kind of follow up and say, hey, it was a little tough to hear. Do you recollect what he said? Because it would be a statement against interest, which would, hearsay would not be applicable. And it would be able to come in if he said something like that as to what his mindset, his foreseeability, right? All right, let's get back to where we were. Okay. Now he mentioned, he said he had 2 guns in his closet, but there was more. Right. Great point. You should be like, what happened?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name as well?
Sure. My name is Jenny Persinger. That's Jennie Persinger.
And can you tell us what you do?
I am Director of Data Assessment and Accountability for the Barrow County School System.
What exactly is that?
So basically, I oversee our system's assessment program, accountability program, and student records and registration as part of my job as well.
Okay. And how long have you worked at the Barrow County School System?
This is my 29th year.
Well, congratulations. So one of the things you oversee is school records. Kind of tell me about how school records are stored and how you're able to access them.
Sure. So our student records are stored in our student information system, which is Infinite Campus. And that is limited therefore to who has access to a student. So a teacher on their roll could see student records, but then I have access to all the student records.
Okay. And then in addition to having access to student records, do you also have access to emails that originate out of the school system or are sent to the school system?
Generally, I do not have access to emails that don't involve my account. I can access emails sent from the registration system.
Okay. And how are emails stored in the school system or through the school system?
So I don't work in the IT department, but it's my understanding that they're stored in a Microsoft cloud.
Okay. And then approximately how long are they stored?
Again, I believe it's up to 2 weeks after an employee is no longer employed with us or that account is then cut off.
So if that employee is still working at the Barrow County School System, then those emails will exist while they're working there.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. While they're looking through those emails, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about school records. So you indicated you have access to school records through Infinite Campus. Can you just tell us what Infinite Campus is for those of us who don't have children in this area?
Sure. Infinite Campus is our school student information system. So it's where our schedules for students are, where grades are stored, attendance, but then also records that come in like during the registration process, immunization records, a student's birth certificate, things like that.
Okay. And in in the school records that are a part of a Barrow County student's records, do you have access to their enrollment records from other schools?
So when a student enrolls with us, we request records from the previous school, and that would include, they would have done the same thing. So it builds that record that shows previous enrollments, yes.
Would this also include enrollment at online schools, home schools, or private schools?
It should. If those have been reported, then when we request those records, they would come in.
So if a Barrow County student enrolls at an online school, how would you be made aware of that?
So it depends on whether that's a public school or a private school. Regardless, the online school would then request the records from us. If a student is leaving us to go to that school, they would do the same as we would, request records. But I can also access a state database. So if it's a Georgia public school, I can see that the student has moved to that school.
Okay. And if an online school requested records from the Barrow County school system, would that be something that y'all would keep track of as well?
Yes.
What about a private school? How would y'all be made aware of a Barrow County student attending a private school?
Again, generally, a private school would send us records requests. They would need that to know where to place the student, what services were needed. In Georgia, that's also required that Georgia private schools inform the school district that the student would attend. So any Georgia private school would let me know of any Barrow County residents that were enrolled with them.
And would that include private online schools as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And then lastly, homeschool. Tell us about how you would be made aware of a Barrow County student being homeschooled.
There's no direct indication we would get except from a parent to tell us, and then we would go look for a declaration of intent to homeschool is required by the state of Georgia if you're going to homeschool. So once a parent says, lets us know we plan to homeschool, we go look for that filed declaration of intent.
And that is something that would also be made a part of your record for that student?
Yes.
If a child is being homeschooled, does that new declaration of intent have to be made every year?
Yes, I believe it has to be filed within 30 days of starting homeschool and then annually thereafter.
I'm going to go ahead, kind of returning to the emails. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 136.1, 136.2, 136.3, and then 0.4, 0.5, and 0.6 for the record.
Okay.
Will you look over those and just let me know if you recognize them?
I do.
And can you tell us what you recognize those as?
There are various emails that were sent regarding some enrollments.
And are they a fair and accurate copy of the emails regarding enrollment? And for what students are they related to?
Yes, they appear to be accurate. These are in regards to, I think these are all in regards to Colt Gray.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence 136.1 through 136.6.
Judge, we do have some problems with some of the writings that are on those exhibits. So from the standpoint of them being able to put into evidence is one thing that I don't think would be proper, but some of those jurors need to go over some of those to get something. I haven't seen any exhibits. Do you know what you're referring to? Or
I don't know what he was referring to. The state believes that they would all be admissible and be able to be published to the jury. We're not publishing them to the jury for a little bit. I think it won't be told towards the end of her testimony, but we do believe they would be able to be published.
There are communications between Marcy Gray. Apparently she's asking for some of these records at some point in that. So we do have some issues with that at this point.
Ms. Gray is going to testify later during this trial. Also, we're not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted, but offering them for the purpose of showing that she was the one communicating with the school about registration. And so none of the wording in the emails are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, which means they would not be subject to the hearsay rule.
Well, there's still continuing testimony, so you still have a problem. I think we just need to look at it. I don't want to be going out of being improper.
And when you say there's still continuing testimony, you mean your contention is they should not be with the jury during deliberations.
Right.
Which is not, that's not an admissibility issue, that's a, whether they go back to the jury.
Right.
While it's, I saw the large notebook handed to the defense, do you anticipate us having issues needing to discuss the admissibility of whatever's in the notebook there?
We've looked through this notebook. There may be a couple of things, but we'll get to that when court comes to.
And with this particular witness, we're introducing, they are school records for the entirety of Colt Gray's schooling. And so we are getting into enrollment history with Ms. Persinger, but we're not getting into other details of those records.
All right. And I need to see these exhibits to make a determination. Point 2 and point 3 seem to just appear to just be information passed on to a parent. Do you have any issue with those?
Judge, the problem is, I think we're gonna find that Marcy Gray is not communicating many of these things to Colin Gray. So, unless they can show that there's communication between the parties, where she found out to tell Colin Gray, and that, I think, would be an issue. So,
I don't think that's the issue because in opening statement, it was said that Colin Gray was the one who registered Colt for school, and these records show that it was Marcy who was communicating. That's the purpose of introducing them, to point out that that is inaccurate, and we get to provide evidence of something that is different from what was said in opening. 2, this is not about communicating. It is about when Colt was registered for school. We're not saying that it was communicated to Colin or not. Ms. Gray can testify to that later. These are about public records, or not public records. These are about school records when Colt was registered. It does go against what was said in opening about Mr. Gray being the one who registered, which is also makes it relevant, but also goes to when Colt was actually in school, whether or not he was in school in 8th grade, who's in charge of registering, the dates related to that. So they're all relevant. They're all admissible. We're not offering to say the truth of what Marcy said in the emails, just that she sent the email and that she's the one communicating with the school, and it is about the registration process.
So this is a quick review. I believe they're admissible to show that the school is receiving communication. From Marcy Gray. I don't know how they, other than it says Marcy Gray, I don't know how they know which one exactly. We don't want to go into that, but I don't see anything that is necessarily certain for the truth of the matter, other than Ms. Gray is reportedly reaching out, making inquiry. Now, if you go to publish one, and Mr. Berry, if you see particular content in an email that you think they are in fact offering for the truth of the matter asserted, bring that up, and depending on the ruling, I'll instruct the jury accordingly. So I'm going to provisionally admit 136.1 through 136.6.
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you, Judge.
Okay. I am next going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibits 127, 128, 129, 130, and 131. These are school records for Colt Gray for attending the various schools. We are introducing these all under the business records exception that we have filed no.
Yeah, sorry guys, our scouts at the ortho, she's getting her braces today. So, but I wanted to talk about that real quick. So the defense's issue with these emails is that are from Marcy, who's Colt's mom, that they want to get these emails in. Defense is concerned because there's obviously going to be, I'm assuming, damaging statements at some point regarding some of these emails about what is happening or isn't happening with Colt with respect to Colin, who I believe had custody at that point. And I was waiting for her. She just said it. It's a business records exception to the hearsay rule. But the issue for the defense is the fact that they're trying to enter him in through this gal who you need to enter. You always have to do it with a representative who's handling the business records. So that's why you have the data woman from the county up there getting these records in. And even had the judge said, look, I'm not going to allow you to get the emails in particular, because even though they're saying it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, meaning that they want the jury to take the words that the emails say as truth, but they're just trying to get them in for another reason, just to show that there was this communication going on between the parties, that they could have gotten them in through Marcy when she testified, because the defense doesn't want these to go back during deliberations. So, but at any rate, they'll deal with that when they get to it. But she would have been able to get these in either here or there. So this is kind of where they're going with it right now.
Notice of Colt Gray for attending the various schools. We are introducing these all under the business records exception that we have filed notice of. And I will announce for the record which the various schools are. 127 is Barrow County School Records. 128 is Hall County School Records. 129 is Ben Hill School Records. 130 is West Jackson School Records. And 131 is Jefferson City School Records. Also, 194 is Forsyth County School Records. So we have business records.
So that gets to it. That's what the state's wanting to show right now. Remember, openings are not evidence, so they have to put into evidence the fact that they said that Colt had been to 7 schools in 4 years. So that's what they're really trying to get in here through this woman, as opposed to whatever the context or the content of the emails between Marcy and the school may have been.
For each one of these, they are all listed in this book, tabbed by the school name.
All right, and I assume you received notice of the business record.
Correct.
Any objection to 127, 8, 9, 130, 131, 194? How's your admissibility? All right, very good.
All right. So, and we are not going to publish those yet, Your Honor. We'll publish some of those through a different witness. You mentioned that enrollment records are a part of each student's record. Have you had an opportunity to review Colt Gray's student records as well as his enrollment records?
Yeah, it's like the registration paperwork?
Yes, yes. Okay. And in doing that, was there a kind of timeline of the schools that Colt attended created?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that and check the accuracy of that timeline?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 134.
Thanks.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's a enrollment history that was put together based on all the schools that Colt had attended.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the enrollment history?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would like to introduce an evidence, say Exhibit 134.
Any objection?
No, Judge, if it's based on the book that we just saw, that's where that information came from. Now, I'm not clear, did you do that yourself or have someone else do it?
It was provided to me and I had a chance to review it.
And who provided it to you?
The state did.
Since she didn't do it herself, Judge, I will object to it.
Ms. Brooks, do you want to just clear up any foundation for the, I believe you said the timeline?
Yes, Sharon. So as far as I understand that you initially did not do it, when you received it, did you check it against the enrollment records?
I did.
And did you make additions to it to make sure that it was in fact in line with the enrollment records?
I did.
So it is a fair and accurate timeline of the school history of Colt Gray.
It is.
And is that based on the notebook, the large notebook that was just admitted? And
I haven't seen that notebook. I looked at the enrollment history for each school system that I believe Cole has attended.
And we have, the enrollment history is a part of those records.
all right. Can you show her the notebook to confirm that these are the enrollment? I realize she hasn't seen the notebook itself, but whether or not these are the records.
And once you flip through it and verify that that includes the enrollment histories, just let me know.
Yes, this appears to have all the enrollment records.
Thank you. Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
All right, 134 is admitted.
Thank you. And at this time, we are going to display that. And we're just going to go through the timeline.
Okay.
Okay. I know we're going to zoom in at the bottom. And just for the record, the history start at the bottom and go to the top?
Correct. His original school enrollment would have been at the bottom, yes.
Okay. And actually, before we do that, can we go to the top line so we can explain what each one of the
And this is
columns are?
134 being displayed.
Yes, this is 134. All right, so in the top column, can you just tell us which each of those columns are and what they mean? I know some of them are self-explanatory, but
Right.
just for the record.
Okay, so the school year would be from the fall to the spring, like we call this current school year, the 25-26 school year. The grade would be what grade the student was enrolled in. The registration date would be the date registration for that school system was completed. First day of school, obviously the first day of school attended. Last day of school attended by the student, and then what school and county or school district that was part of.
Is there a difference, before we get to is there a difference between registration date and enrollment date?
There is. So a parent completes registration, but it could be at 4:00 one afternoon. And we need to let the school have time to process. So it may be that they don't start that day because it's 4:00 in the afternoon. They would start the next day, which would be their first day of school.
Okay, so first day of school is really the date of enrollment also.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. Can we now start at the bottom? All right, so here we have Colt's history starting from early kindergarten or pre-K.
Mhm.
Can you tell us kind of just go through it all the way through Statham Elementary, what year and what he did that year?
Sure. So the first school year is the 2014-2015 school year, when Colt was in early kindergarten, or what the state calls pre-K. The registration was completed October the 24th, and he started on December the 1st and then completed the school year. Moves to 2015, 2016, he was in kindergarten. There's no need for a registration date because he was already registered with the school system. Started school on August the 4th of 2015 and then completed the grade. Moved 2016, 2017 school year to first grade. Started on August the 1st and completed the grade, and then moved to 2017, 2018 in the second grade. Started on August the 2nd and completed the grade, all at Statham Elementary here in Barrow County.
Okay, and so that you brought up a good point I want to clarify. So each year, if you are remaining in the same school system, do you automatically just get enrolled for the next year?
In Barrow County, we do not require a new enrollment every year.
Okay, so if someone ended up leaving over the summer and going to a new school, how are you notified of that?
We would know when the student doesn't arrive, and we start then looking to see if they transferred somewhere, or the new school may have already sent us a record request.
All right, now let's move to the next block of, all right, so starting with third grade, talk us through the different schools he went to in this, or in these rows.
Sure. So in the 2018-2019 school year, he was in third grade. He was still at Statham Elementary in Barrow County, so there's no new registration date. Started the first day of school being August the 1st, and this one indicates a last day of school of 5/22/2019 because he didn't return to us after that.
Okay. And then where did he start fourth grade?
In 2019-2020, he was reported being in fourth grade at White Sulphur Elementary in Hall County. There's a registration date of August the 7th and the first day of school of August the 8th, but then an end date of November the 21st.
Okay.
So then he moved, appears to Chattahoochee Elementary in Forsyth County and started there in December of 2019 and stayed until February of 2020.
Okay, so he was withdrawn from Forsyth February 20th, 2020 in his fourth grade year?
Yeah, it appears that was his last day of school there, yes.
And so for the beginning of fourth grade at White Sulphur Elementary, he registered August 7th and started August 8th. Is it possible to start school that quickly after registering?
Well, I can't answer for how Hall County
I guess in Barrow
schools
County.
were. In Barrow County, yes, depending on how early in that day we have let the schools know, the school could have a schedule ready by the next day, particularly in elementary school where it's not quite as complicated as high school where you have to figure out a schedule and credits.
Okay. And essentially, if I guess the parent provides you with all the paperwork, then they're good to go for starting school.
Correct. And the registration date would be all that paperwork having been completed.
Completed. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move to the next grouping of schools. All right, so now we're still in fourth grade. Tell us where he then went to fourth grade and go through the rest of that history at Ben Hill.
Sure. So when he left Chattahoochee Elementary in Forsyth County, February 20th, he moved on to Ben Hill Elementary in Ben Hill County. February the 28th was when the registration was done, and March the 4th was the first day he was reported as being in attendance.
Okay.
And then he completed fourth grade there. The 2020-21 school year, he was still enrolled at Ben Hill County Elementary School as a fifth grader. And it looks like he completed the entire school year.
Okay. And then what happened in sixth grade?
So in sixth grade, he started at Ben Hill County Middle School in the sixth grade of 21-22. At July 28th would have been the first day he was in attendance. And then it says his last day was December the 14th of that year.
Okay. All right, thank you. And now we'll move to the next grouping of schools. So now we are still in sixth grade. Take us through sixth and seventh grade.
Okay, so still in the 21-22 school year, he's still in sixth grade, registered in February at West Jackson Middle School in Jackson County, started school on February the 8th, and has a last day of school of May the 25th, which was probably the end of the school year.
And then what about seventh grade?
The 2022-2023 school year, he was in seventh grade, starting July the 29th. It's still at West Jackson Middle School in Jackson County, and then was withdrawn on August the 19th was his last day there.
And for 7th grade, where did he attend after he was withdrawn from West Jackson on August 19th of 2022?
So the records show that in that same school year as a 7th grader, he then moved to Jefferson Middle School, registered at the end of August, started September 2nd, and stayed until May the 19th, 2023, which I believe was the end of their school year.
Now let's move to 8th and 9th grade. Take us through those last 3 columns.
Okay, so in the 2023-2024 school year, he would have been in 8th grade, and in Barrow County Schools, we did process a registration on August the 8th of 2023, but he never actually attended school, so he's not considered enrolled. We registered him for Heyman Morris Middle School, but he did not attend. Then there was a second registration that year. Again, in February of 24, registration paperwork was completed, but then he never attended school at Heyman Morris that year.
Okay. So for his 8th grade year, did he attend any schools according to his enrollment records for the state as well as for Barrow County?
He did not attend any Barrow County schools, and there's no history of him being in a Georgia public school in 8th grade.
Is there any indication or history of him attending a public online school in his 8th grade year?
If it was a Georgia public school, it would have been in the school records that I can see in the state database, and there is no enrollment there.
Okay. Was there any enrollment, or is there any record of enrollment in a private online school that you could see, or any requests for records from an online private school?
We had no request for records, and we had no private school report him as being enrolled with them.
And what about a homeschool? Was a homeschool affidavit filed for Colt Gray for the 8th grade year?
There is not a declaration of intent to homeschool filed with a Barrow County address for Colt Gray.
As far as Colt Gray's, I guess, entire school history, was there any evidence that he ever attended any online school throughout his schooling?
I have seen no indication of that.
What about homeschool? Any indication that he ever attended homeschool?
No, not that I've seen.
Okay.
So 8th grade leading into his freshman year of high school, there's no evidence at this point whatsoever that he was in school of any type, whether it be online, whether it be straight up homeschooled, obviously not enrolled to go in person anywhere. So they've got an 8th grade kid who had already been to 6 different schools in that critical year where you're transitioning from middle school to high school, which is a big deal. A big deal. And there's no evidence that he was being educated at all. I mean, I don't want to be like a judgy prick here, but that ain't it. I mean, they're failing that kid. They failed their child. Just failed him. And Shan, I or Barley, I don't know. I mean, in Illinois, there's certain things, you know, I mean, it is a progression. You have to show that you've passed the 8th grade in order to get into high school. So I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe she'll ask it. It's a really interesting question. You got to pass like your civics test and all the shit that you have to do in order to move on to high school. I don't know. It's sad. It's a sad situation.
Now we'll move to 9th grade. So he did not attend any schools in 8th grade. And then now we have moved to 9th grade, which is the 2024-2025 year. Tell us about that.
So in 2024-2025, he was registered as a 9th grader. The registration was completed on August the 6th of 24. His first day of school was August the 14th of 2024.
Okay. And when was his last day of school?
September the 4th, 2024.
Okay. Now, in order for a student to be registered, who has to fill out the registration?
So it has to be a legal, parent or guardian. that completes the registration. And it would be who the child is living with, who has, sometimes we have to read custody papers. Sometimes we have to determine who has the right to register a child. And generally it's where they're spending their evenings, where they lay their head at night, basically.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to return to the emails that we introduced earlier. I want to first talk about Colt's registration in August of 2023 for the first registration for his 8th grade year. Who is the registrar at Heyman Morris Middle School?
The registrar at Heyman Morris Middle School is Michelle Principe.
And generally, what are her duties?
Hey, troublemaker, I've got it boosted. You're gonna have to turn up your volume. Does anybody else have no? I'm hearing it fine. I think it might be your volume, or you might have to put it in headphones because I've got it boosted as high as I can get it without it sounding completely distorted. So are the rest of you guys hearing it okay? Because I do obviously want you guys to be able to hear it, so I try to address it. But as far as the boosting from my end, it's as high as I can get it without it sounding like complete shit.
She would, once the central registration department processes a registration, she would get notification of that, and she would work on with the school administration on creating a schedule for that student, making sure any services that had been indicated were provided, and then requesting the records from the previous school.
If someone is registered but doesn't start, would she be the one who kind of follows up to figure out, hey, what's going on with this kid?
She would start that process.
Okay. I'm going to introduce into evidence 136.1, which is an email between Colin Gray and Michelle Principe from August 10th and August 15th of 2023. I'm going to just kind of show this to the jury real quick before we put it up on the stand. Is it kind of the email thread where it starts at the bottom and it goes to the top?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start with the bottom, which would be the first email. Pull that up. Yeah. Okay. So can you say, as we go through these emails, tell us who sent the email, to whom it was sent, the day, and then just read the email.
Sure. So this was sent from Michelle Principe on August the 10th of 2023 at 12:51 in the afternoon. Can't see on here who it was sent to. It does say good afternoon. I was expecting to meet you and Colt this morning. Is there an issue with him starting school?
Okay. And then that next email, which would be the response email, let's pull that up.
So the response is from Colin Gray. The answer came at 6:08 p.m. of August the 15th. Following up on the email I thought I'd sent you regarding Colt, he has decided to move down to Fitzgerald, Georgia to be with his mother, sister, and brother. He no longer lives with me.
And so is that email 5 days after Michelle's original email?
Yes, I believe it said the 10th.
Okay. All right. Now we are going to move to the February enrollment for February of 2024 for the 4th grade or the 7th grade year again. Was Jenny Colt?
8th grade. Yes.
Sorry, for the 8th grade. Did I say 7th? Moving to February 2024 for 8th grade for Colt and 7th grade for Jenny Gray. Was she also enrolled at Heyman Morris around this, or registered around the same time that Colt was in February?
I believe so. I don't
Okay.
have the dates memorized.
I'm going to start with one.
All right, they're going to get into the sister. So this will be interesting to see. And it'll be very telling, right? Like, so if the sisters are getting into, if their schooling is normal in the sense that they're registered and they're attending, and then you've got Colt here who's just flailing and they're not doing anything with it. To me, that's pretty telling. I wanted to dog grooming Danny. Bob, could you pretty please repeat those really good questions before you respond to them for the part of the class who can only listen at work? I think if you're talking about what I was talking about earlier, those weren't super questions. I was just pausing to kind of inform you as to what I thought was going on with the business record exception and them getting these things in. But if there's super questions, yeah, I'll always read those first, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I tried to type this. Sorry, guys, but YouTube's still blocking my shit on my own channel. I can't type any answers. They think it's all spam.
136 point, it's in February.
I believe so. I don't
Okay.
have the dates memorized.
I'm going to start with 136.2. If we could pull that up, and can you just zoom in on the top of the email kind of before you get to Apalachee High School? All right, so what is the subject of this email?
The subject says Colt Gray is enrolled for 8th grade at Heyman Morris Middle School.
Okay, and who is it from?
It says the account is RG notification at Barrow. That was from our registration system. It's an automatic email once we process a registration.
And how does the automatic email determine what email the notification is sent to?
So it's sent to the email provided during the registration process for the parent, and then those other 2 Barrow County addresses are Barrow County employees.
And what was the email address in February of 2024 that the notification was sent to?
It was sent to graycoley444@gmail.com.
And what is the purpose of this email?
So this is to let the parent or guardian know that the registration has been processed and they can contact the school to know what their start date would be.
Okay. Now we're going to move to 136.3. All right, if we could also zoom in just on kind of under Georgia immunization form. All right, tell us the subject of this and who it was from and who it was to.
The subject is Jenny Reen and Colt Gray. It is from Cynthia Papel. It's a Barrow County email address, Barrow County Schools email address, sent on February the 2nd of 2024 at 8:58 in the morning, sent to that Colin Gray at 444@gmail.com email address.
Okay, and who is Cynthia Patel?
She is one of the registration employees.
And what is the purpose of this email?
Just to let a parent or guardian know that we're missing some forms, that we're allowed to do a provisional enrollment while the parent provides those. So in this case, it looks like his Georgia immunization form, or both students, I guess, Georgia immunization forms were missing.
Okay, and now we're going to move to 136.4. And again, these emails go from bottom to top. So we're going to start with the bottom email. But before we do that, can you tell us who this email thread is between?
This appears to be between Michelle Principe, again, the registrar at Heyman Morris Middle School, and Colin Gray at that Gmail account.
Okay. So let's start on the bottom one. What did Michelle Principe send to the defendant?
It says on Monday, February 5th at 7:57 in the morning, Ms. Principe wrote, "Sir, please confirm that both children are starting school tomorrow."
Okay. And so their start date would have been February, or was supposed to be February 6th. Is that correct?
Based on that
And
information.
did either of them start February 6th?
I have to go back and review records. I know that Colt did not. I'm not positive what Jenny's first day was. I have to look.
Maybe the next email will help.
Okay.
If you could read the next email, when it was and who sent it.
Okay. Sorry. So Colin Gray responded the next evening, 9:52 p.m. to Michelle to say, "Good evening. Jenny received all of her updated shots late this afternoon. She is running a fever tonight and feels nauseous. We will have her there Thursday morning. Thanks for all your help."
Okay. And then, so at the night that they were supposed to start is when he said, hey, they're not starting today, essentially.
Correct.
Right. And then we'll follow up to the next one.
So at February 7th, so the next morning at 8:37 a.m., Ms. Principe emailed the Gmail account to say, I'm waiting for Colt's arrival.
Okay, so when does she sends that the next day, say, hey, we're waiting on Colt's arrival. Okay. All right, and we are going to we're going to come back to that final. There's one more email that we need to, but we'll come back to that in a second. So we're going to move to starting school in 9th grade.
Okay.
So I'm going to introduce 136.5. And could you again zoom in on the top? Okay, so is this that same email for when your kid is registered?
Correct. It just this time says Colt Gray is enrolled for 9th grade at Apalachee High School.
Okay, and who was this email sent to?
It is sent to a marcy.a.gray@gmail.com as well as to Barrow County Schools employees.
Okay, and then again, is that the email that was put in during registration, and that's how y'all
That's where
figured
that
that
email
out?
address would have come from.
Okay, now we're going to move to 136.6, which are emails related to registering for 9th grade. We're going to start with the bottom email again. So this is on August 6th from Karen Atkins. Who is Karen Atkins?
So she is a retired employee who comes in contract in the summer to help process the registrations that are in a large volume at the beginning of the school year.
Okay. And what is she requesting? And you don't have to read it word for word, but what is she requesting be sent for registration?
She needs what we call a proof of residency. We need something that shows that you live within our district to be able to enroll. So she's looking for a utility bill or a lease. And she specifically said in Dad's name because that's whose name was on the registration. So she's looking for does the lease have Colin Gray on it?
Okay. And if we can move to the next email, who responds to that, or who was that email to and who responded?
So that email was sent to that Marcy A. Gray Gmail account, and the response is signed by Marcy Gray.
Okay. And does she indicate how she's going to get that information to her?
She says I attached pictures to this email, so I'm guessing that would have been of the lease to include the 24-month lease term. And then she kind of qualifies the name of why there's Colin and Coley on two different records.
And does she also attach a utility bill?
Yes, and says to wait for the shot record.
Okay. And then the next email.
Yeah, I kind of wish that they had put Marcy on first because this is a little, and I'm thinking in terms of the jurors because we are the jurors, right? We're the equivalent. And we all kind of have the same questions. Like I see it in chat. There is some question as to where was he living? Because we did hear in openings that he was down with Marcy for a bit, and then he went back up with Dad. So to me, it would be helpful to know, because I think at some point we're going to get the story. The state's going to have to put the story on. They have to really build it out for the jury in terms of the instability that was going on, the moving back and forth between the parents. you know, and to me, kind of when I'm looking at it objectively from this point forward, whatever is going on with Marcy in terms of her addiction, I don't know if it's drugs, alcohol, or both, but whatever issue she's having, I mean, she seems to be on top of her shit, because we're dealing with a mother who's living in a different county, but she's still handling the business of getting Colt enrolled, right? So, I mean, she's doing what I at least expect a parent to do on a baseline level. You know, obviously there's going to be other issues that are going to come up. My point being, I wish that we knew what the situation was in terms of the custody once the parents split. And I'd like to know when they split. But, you know, so I guess in terms of the, you know, the order in which they're putting their witnesses on, I might have done it a little differently just so, right. I mean, but we don't know that. Like the jury doesn't know that. That's my entire point here. You know what I'm saying, Lisa? It's like the jury has no idea anything about this story in theory. So I'd like to know that going into these emails so I knew what was what, because if she had lost the right to the kids through a court and it's court ordered, that would be something that I'd want to know as a juror, because then why is Marcy dealing with school enrollment? Because when you lose, like losing your rights is a big deal. Are we sure that's what it is? You know, because you can lose visitation of your child and you haven't lost your rights to the child. Losing your rights is a thing. That's not just like, okay, we're going to have supervised visitation. Mom is going through it right now, so we're going to, right. That's my entire point. We're not sure. I would have liked to have heard that. They're going to fill in the gaps, but to me, it's just out of order. So sorry.
Okay.
Records.
And does she also attach a utility bill?
Yes. Yes, and says to wait for the shot record.
Okay. And then the next email, and does Marcy Grace, what is her response?
So at 11:12, this Marcy Gray email sends, it says attached is the immunization form. 3231 is just basically the name of the form,
Okay.
saying that it's now complete.
All right, and now we'll move to the next email in that chain. Is there more paperwork that they need?
Yes, so the registration employee is saying we have the City of Winder bill, so basically the utility bill that we can use, but the immunizations are expired and that we have until September the 6th to get those, or the provisional enrollment is ended.
And then how does, who responds to that?
Again, that Marcy Gray email replies with yes. And can we have a phone call at 2:00? And is there a phone number my husband needs to call?
Okay. And then what is, does Karen Adkins respond to that?
So she indicates that she needs to talk to Dad because he is the name as the registering parent, and that she's not been able to get in touch with him and needs a number.
And what is the next email?
A number is provided by that Marcy Gray Gmail account.
Okay. All right. And we'll move to the next email in that chain.
And Karen just replies that she'll follow through on that.
Okay. And then again to the next email in that chain.
So the Marcy Gray email, that user sends an email that says, thanks for your help. And how do we get Colt's schedule to log into the parent portal?
Come on, long crime. Well, at least we can still see the captions. Oh. Long crime. Letting the team down. What? They completely lost the signal?
Back to
Jeez.
asked.
That was not Bob. That was
Michelle
not-
Principe asked, I'm awaiting on Colt's arrival, essentially. All right, we're going to pull the rest of that text thread. So we have back to,
Right.
I'm waiting for Colt's arrival. And what time was that at?
She sent that at 8:37 in the morning on February the 7th.
Okay. And then when did Colin Gray at vanwinkleco.com respond to the February 7th email?
This email is from February the 13th at 7:20 in the morning that says, at this point, we will be signing him up for online classes.
And then the Michelle Principe followed up. All right, and what and what does Michelle Principe follow up with?
So she replies about 3 minutes later that says, thank you, and I will withdraw him for now.
Okay. And so when someone indicates that they are starting a different school and she says, I will withdraw him now, what exactly is the process when that happens? You still have to wait on records to see if they have in fact enrolled in another school?
Correct. We would look for records, but technically he was never enrolled with us. So we wouldn't have received records, or then we would not have expected to be contacted to send records because he never actually was enrolled with us.
Okay. And then in his history, his enrollment history, there is no evidence though that he ever signed up for an online school.
Not that I have seen. No.
Okay. I'm going to next show you State Exhibit 135. And then I'm going to, before I tender that, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Let me just have you hold that and then. Also, in this book is State's Exhibit 132 and 133, which is that on the front page. 132 and 133 is the enrollment history for Coley and Jenny Gray. Do you recognize those?
All right. Now I'm confused. So 5 minutes ago, the email from Marcy said that Colin goes by Coley. So do they also have a kid named Coley? Confused. They should have put the family history on first, because if we're confused, you know who else is confused? Yeah, you guessed it. The jurors. That email definitely said, without question, Colin goes by Coley. Now we're hearing that there's a registration about Coley and Colt. So,
Yes, I do.
And are those fair and accurate copies of the enrollment history that you provided to the state?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 132 and 133, which are the enrollment histories for Jenny and Colin Gray, which are the siblings of Colt Gray.
No, yeah.
Thank you. And so for Jenny Gray, what grade was she in for the 2023-2024 school year?
I'm sorry, who was that?
For Jenny Gray for 2023-2024 school year.
So she has 2 lines of enrollment, one for Ben Hill County and one for Barrow County.
Okay. And what was her first day for Barrow County?
She started at Heyman Morris Middle School on February the 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And I guess that was the day she was registered.
That would have been her first day of attendance.
Okay. And then for Colin Gray, what grade was he in for the 2023-2024 school year?
He was in the 2nd grade.
Okay. And where did he start school?
There's a line of enrollment for Ben Hill County at Ben Hill County Primary School, and then a line of enrollment for Austin Road Elementary School here in Barrow County.
And when did he start at Austin Road Elementary School?
January the 16th of 2024.
Okay. Now we're going to move to Colt Gray's 9th grade year. I have shown you what's been marked as State Exhibit 135. Is that can you tell us what that is?
Sure. This is a calendar that shows basically the first month of the school year and indicates Colt Gray's school attendance.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate compilation of his dates of attendance?
Yes.
And how is it compiled and what manner does it look like?
So it indicates when we started school, when his registration was completed, and then it's marked in blue the days that he attended and has red X's for the days that he was not there.
And is it in the form of a calendar?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 135, which is a calendar of Colt's attendance for the beginning of the school year for 2024-2025.
I think they're using it for demonstrative purposes, so they're not.
And that's something we can discuss later.
All right, 135 is submitted.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to kind of just have you take us through this calendar. Again, what was the first day of school for Barrow County for the school year of 2024?
So in the 24-25 school year, Barrow County Schools started, our first day of school was August the 1st of 2024.
Okay, and then he was registered on what date?
On August the 6th is when the registration paperwork was completed.
And then what was his actual first day of attendance at Apalachee High School?
His first day of attendance was August the 14th.
Okay. And then take us through his attendance from the 14th up until the 26th.
Okay, so on the 14th is his first day present, and then he was absent that next Thursday and Friday. He came back to school on Monday the 19th and was returned again on the 20th, then was absent the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. The next Monday is the 26th, and he was present. I think that was referred to previously as that he was not necessarily in class, but he was at school. And then he was absent the 27th, 28th, and 29th. We were out of school the 30th and the 1st for the Labor Day holiday. And then he was absent on the 3rd, came back on the 4th.
All right, and then we also have an indication on the 28th, Deborah Polhamus meets with Lisa Butler at Apalachee. Is that Colt's grandmother?
I believe it is, yes.
And is Lisa Butler the counselor at Apalachee High School?
Lisa Butler is a counselor at Apalachee.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a short break. Before cross, okay? All right, 10 to 15 minute break.
Oh, break time. Okay. Yep. We're going to bloop. Sorry. Scout just got home with her new braces. Brace face. Brace face. She said they were just doing the spacing today and she came home with metal mouth. Looks adorable. All right. Let's bloop. Yeah, we could slide. See, this is why I love blooping. If you're new to the concept of blooping, now you know why I started a few minutes late, why I always pause when I talk. You know, that way we can fast forward right past a 10-minute break. All right, so they're coming back here. So I just want to say thank everybody that's sharing about their uneven childhoods, their tough childhoods, and everybody that made it through to the other side. We're all very proud of you. Life is hard. Life is hard. And, I always, my life was not necessarily normal either. My parents divorced when I was 5. There was a lot of moving around too, and we do the best that we can as children. Sometimes we have to really guide ourselves probably more than we need to when we're children. But you know what they say? What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. And there's a lot of truth to that, And I think that many of us that did have, not the typical nuclear family, super stable upbringing, we learned that lesson in terms of our parenting of the things that I was not going to do to my kids. I went into parenthood dead set on not doing a bunch of shit that my parents did or didn't do as a child growing up. And I'm not sweating my parents for getting a divorce. They needed to. It was not a healthy relationship. But the reality is it created a lot of instability, a lot of chaos for a long time for me. So it's so I always respect the fact that you guys share and chat, and so it makes us a great community, makes it a wonderful thing. That's why I love our community so much, So thank you for sharing. Just wanted to say that. Let's get back to it.
I've been informed that you're needing a break. That's figured. All ready for him?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. if they're
Thanks,
ready.
Granny. So did you guys?
Yes, sir.
I mean, as far as I know, we don't have any school shooters in this chat, right? I mean, we all came out the other side pretty clean. I'm sure there were bumps in the road, but we didn't take a gun to a school and shoot up our classmates. So there's always that. We're ahead of the game. We're ahead of the game. Amazing stories in chat, you guys. Thank you for sharing. And I see them all. I'm paying rapt attention.
2 in the restroom.
No,
So here's the question. If you guys missed yesterday, we had Josh Schiffer on, who I just love. I know some people are like, Josh talks like during the trial. Josh is awesome. And Josh is brilliant. And Josh is a Georgia lawyer. Josh is a wonderful guest to have on for these Georgia cases. Josh gave us his thoughts on Faust yesterday, which, again, I don't know if you guys saw it. If you're late to the party, we are going to kick over to Faust for the sentencing. I want to watch it. I hope that you guys too. We'll pause this. We won't miss 1 second of this. That's an important case to me. I think it's important to a bunch of people in chat as well. So hopefully you guys won't dip, because we will go back without having missed a second, and we'll have all kinds of blooping time. Because I don't know how long and he was just found guilty 2 days ago. So this is a very quick turnaround in terms of the sentencing. So, but we're going to do that. I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern, which is one our time. So maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe there will be a little lunch break. We'll get like a buffer there. But like I said, I'm always down with the blooping time. But we're going to be doing that. But to my point, Josh was talking about one of the defense attorneys yesterday, and he was talking about, and I'm not sure which one. He says one of these two guys, one of these two old guys, is an absolutely legendary criminal defense attorney. He says that most of these judges that are sitting on the bench were taught by this defense attorney because apparently he must be an adjunct professor as well. So I'm not sure if it's this one or the other one. If you guys know in chat, let me know. Because I love knowing stuff like that. I love knowing they're both ancient. They're both guys are both older dudes. So it's this one that's up now. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, let's keep kicking it.
Yes.
Waiting for the jury. Yeah, it's got to be that guy because this guy's definitely older. Oh, okay. Thank you, Iceman. Appreciate that. Iceman says sentencing is at 3 Eastern, 2 Central. Perfect. That's even better. It's even better. Yeah, Josh did call it. Yeah, former Prince Andrew arrested over in the UK. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I want to ask you a few questions about the information that you were giving. As I understand, and I think you have State's Exhibit 134 up there with you. It's the one sheet of paper.
Yes, sir.
Did you provide that to the state or did they provide that to you?
I provided the state the printouts of each enrollment history from each district, and they compiled them into one piece of paper.
Okay. And then they did that piece of paper, correct?
Yes, and then sent it to me to review.
All right. The large book that you have there, I think it's State's Exhibit 127 through 134, 166, 189, 190, and I think 193. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide all that information to them?
I provided all the documents. I did not put the notebook together. Well, actually, I provided Barrow County school records. I'm guessing they subpoenaed records from other districts.
In looking through the book, there are school records that are sent by custodians of the various schools. Did they provide that to you or did they provide it to the state?
There may be some duplicates. If I had requested records that became part of school records in Barrow County that I provided. It appears they also subpoenaed records from each individual school district.
All right. But I think you'd indicated you had not seen that book until today.
The book
Content, some of them you have seen, but not that particular book, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to be clear. The 9th grade, which would be September when this incident occurred, Mr. Gray, Colin Gray, had registered all 3 children. Isn't that correct?
All 3 children were registered. I'd have to go back and appear. I do believe they were all, he was listed as the registering parent for all 3.
Okay. It was not his wife, but it was he that registered all 3 children.
I mean, I can't tell you who was actually doing the typing on the other end of the computer, but his name was what was listed, yes.
Okay. Did you know that Ms. Gray was not in this county?
I did not.
You did not. What about the 8th grade? Do you know where the children were living in the 8th grade? Or when he would have been in the 8th grade? Colt?
I do not. Registration, proof of residency would have been provided, but I didn't process that registration.
Okay. So do you know who may have attempted to register him in the 8th grade other than that document that you have there?
Who would attempted to register him? Again, I don't process each individual registration, so I could go back and look at those records, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. You don't know in the 8th grade whether Colt Gray was living with his father or mother, correct?
I don't know. I would have to go back and look at what documents were provided to us.
Well, the state showed you an email which indicated that he, Mr. Gray, Colin Gray, had said that Colt was not going to be registered because he was going to be living with his mother in Fitzgerald. Is
Yes.
that correct?
I believe that was the August of 23 registration.
Correct, which would have been 8th grade?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you don't know how long he lived with his mother that year?
I do not.
Okay. In the 7th grade, do you know whether Mr. Gray, Colin Gray, and Marcy Gray were together or not?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. So you don't know whether Mr. Gray or Ms. Gray went down to the school to assist in registering the children for the 7th grade?
In Barrow County, it is all done online. You don't go to the school.
Okay, well, in the
All right. I don't know about you guys, but this trial just got really interesting. Like this is the stuff that this is the case. So all the stuff with the school, they had to get it in, obviously, for reasons that we explained in the first couple of days. But now we're getting down to it. Now we're getting the facts. Now this is the stuff that they're going to build their case as to whether or not this guy should be held responsible. So it's where I'm at with it. Like yesterday was painful. I'm like at the edge of my seat now, and she's a school administrator. So like, this is the stuff we needed to know.
7th grade, they were registering the children for the 7th grade.
In Barrow County, it is all done online. You don't go to the school.
Okay, well, in the 7th grade, they were at Jefferson Middle, right?
I believe that's right. In Colt's 7th grade year, he started at West Jackson Middle and then moved to Jefferson City. Yes.
And do you know whether the other 2 children were also registered there?
For the 23-24 school year, it looks like Jenny started in Ben Hill and moved, I'm sorry, 22-23 school years, the year we're talking about. Sorry. Jenny started in Jackson County, went to Jefferson City, and then went to Ben Hill County.
Your records don't reflect when Colin Gray and Marcy Gray were still together. Would there be anything in your records that would reflect that?
If there were some kind of custody agreement in records, maybe, but I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. So from the 2nd grade to the 5th grade, there were a number of schools that the children attended. That'd be fair to say?
From Colt's 2nd grade year?
Yes, ma'am.
He was still in Barrow County through 3rd grade. And then beginning in 4th grade, yes, he went to a number of schools.
Right. Hall, Forsyth, and Ben Hill. Right?
Hall, Forsyth, and Ben Hill through the 6th grade, and Jackson County in the 6th grade.
Okay. And do you know whether or not Colin Gray and Marcy Gray were together during his 4th grade?
I'm not aware.
All right. I think that's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Can you rewrite?
Just briefly. reference.
Thank you.
So you mentioned that registering for Barrow County schools is all online,
Yes,
correct? And so in order to register a child for Barrow County, you have to list, you indicated essentially the custodial parent as the registering parent. Is that correct?
Correct.
That does not mean that that parent is the one filling out the form, correct?
It should be, but I can't promise who's on the other end of the computer. There is a parent ID that has to be provided to match the registering parent.
Okay. And then the emails from August related to registration that are from Marcy Gray, do those discuss the other parent?
I mean, this one that is signed by Marcy Gray, she's referring to Colin and Colin Gray, saying that they're the same name and his name would be on the lease.
Okay. So she's the one who's, I think, setting up the phone call and that kind of thing.
Correct. And she refers to him as my husband.
And is it your understanding that these are the only emails related to registration for the August 2024 timeframe?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So there are no emails from Colin or Colin Gray.
I do not believe so.
All right. Thank you.
Just one question. Do you have anything in your record to indicate that Marcy Gray came to Barrow County in 2024 to do anything for registration?
I do not have record of that.
Thank you, Andrew. There you go.
State calls to Jeff.
So that was interesting. We're kind of getting to the point where, you know, the defense was trying to establish, if they could, where exactly Colt was in the year leading up to the shooting. And I don't know if you all thought that that was clear where he was. I'm still a bit in the dark in terms of where he was, because from the defense side of it, I think that you'd want to be showing that Colt was down with Marcy for a period of time, if not most of the time in the year leading up. So this shit's going to have to get cleared up by the state. Right. Clear as mud. Exactly, Cody. Because that's a big deal, that year leading up to it. Because if Colin's not necessarily in the picture in terms of the daily operations of parenting with respect to Colt in the year leading up to it, that's kind of a big deal, right? Because again, we're talking about foreseeability here with respect to the statute. What the state has to be able to show is, was he ignoring telltale signs? Was he ignoring red flags that the rest of us would be like, what? You know, because like we're sitting here now and all of us are thinking, how in God's green earth are you letting this kid who's clearly got these issues have that AR-15 just leaning against his wall in his room? Now, the counter to that is going to be, okay, well, whatever happened in that year prior, when you're a parent and you walk into your room and you see a shrine to Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland school shooter, you got to know something's up. Like, to me, there's always like one thing in these cases, like it was the same thing in Crumbley, and it was that note that morning, or the math test rather, where they got called into the school the day of the shooting, and I'm talking about the parents in Crumbley, and they were shown this note, and I was adamant. I'm like, there's no way. As the parent, forget the school. This is my kid. There's no way I'm leaving my child in that school. I'm pulling my kid out of school immediately. And the talking starts immediately as soon as we get in the car. What is going on with you? What is going on? You know, and if it means that I'm driving directly to a hospital to get them psychologically examined, that's what I'm doing. for the benefit of my child. And so we've got a lot of things that need to be cleared up right now, but she was just a school admin, handled the data, handled the registration and all kind of the electronics that came through for the county or that school district. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting case, man. I'm excited that we're getting into it now. We really are. Like that first witness who like low key didn't really seem like much. We're starting some of the pieces where we've got a jigsaw puzzle here, and we've got like a piece way up here and a piece way down here and a bunch of gaps, which the state has to fill in. So let's see who they call next.
If you could raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the lady here.
Okay. My name is Sujat Giddens. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I was working as a school counselor in Ben Hill Middle School. My name is Sujattettedens.
So you said you worked at Ben Hill County School System?
I did not
Yes.
catch
How
that.
long?
Sujattettedens.
So you said you worked at Ben Hill County School System?
Yes.
And how long did you work there?
About 15 years.
Okay. Do you still work there now?
I'm working part-time now.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to the school year of 2021 into 2022.
Okay.
Was Colt Gray enrolled in your school at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what grade was he going into?
He must have been 6th grade.
Okay. And is that the first grade for Ben Hill Middle
Yes.
School? Okay. Did you know of Colt Gray when he was in 5th grade? I know it wasn't your school, but did you know of him?
I was not familiar with him.
Okay. Were you familiar with his family?
Yes.
Okay. How were you familiar with his family?
I've been friends with his grandmother for many years.
And what's her name?
Debbie Polhamus.
Okay. And so did you know that a Colt Gray existed?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you expect him coming to your school?
I saw his name on the rosters.
Okay. But you'd never met him before?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Now, 2021, that was during COVID, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. What was the operating, how was your school operating? I know everybody kind of did things different.
Students were working, they had their Chromebooks and they were working from home. And that's what Colt was doing at the beginning of that year.
Okay. Did you have any issues with Colt, or did the school have any issues with Colt and that online, or not the online, but the at-home learning?
He was not consistent with doing the assignments.
Okay. And did something specific happen in August of that year?
Yes. Our district has a program on all the school devices that monitor searches. And if words such as death or guns or drugs or any of those words sort of throws up a flag to the administrative staff and the counselors for us to follow up with.
Okay. And did that happen with Colt?
It did.
And what was the word that flagged?
The first word that flagged was abuse.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
That was in August
Okay.
of
Do you
2021.
keep is it part of the process of your school system to have a way to log things in as they happen?
Yes,
Okay. And do you participate in that system?
I do.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if you had a copy of that?
Sure.
guess we'll have the same objection on this. There's a lot of writing there. So I think it would be a continued testimony. I'm not sure exactly what part the state wants to.
Your Honor, I'm not going to tender it into evidence. It's a recorded recollection. We could tender it and have her read from it, but at this point, I'm just going to use it to refresh her recollection.
Is it a marked exhibit?
Sir?
Is it a marked exhibit?
It is not, Your Honor. I'm just using it to refresh her recollection.
No, it was Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland school shooter shrine. Barley. He had killed 17 kids.
I'm going to show you, do you recognize just the general nature of that form?
Yes, this is our contact log.
Okay. And do everybody in the school system, if they have contact or something, they would put
They
it
would
in?
put that in, yes.
Okay. And you are a part of that also?
Yes,
Okay. I want to take your attention. Does it go by date and time?
it does.
Okay. I want to move you over to the 20th or the 19th of August.
Okay,
All right. And do you see where you put in a log for what had happened about the word searching for abuse?
yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to when that search was done?
Yes, it was in August the 20th of 2021.
Okay. When was the search done?
The search was done on the night previously, I think.
Okay.
And then when we came in that morning, we saw the alert and we began to follow up on it.
Okay. And was there a second search after the word abuse?
Yes, it was how to kill your dad.
Okay. What is the protocol? So he's not at school when this
He
happens.
is not at school.
Okay. So what do you do about that?
Okay, if he's at school, we would immediately brought him in and talked with him. Since he was not at school, I attempted to get in touch with him, I guess by phone. I did not get a response. I tried to get in touch with his mom. We did not get a response. And so it was decided that we would send the resource officer from the school to the home to make sure that everyone was safe.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the school resource officer go out to the
Yes.
home?
Mhm.
Okay. And what was your understanding of how things were at the home?
He found everyone to be safe. He talked with mom and then came back and let us know that everything was safe.
Okay. Did you ever get an email from anyone about what?
All right, what did I miss? What did I miss? Because I had to let the dog in. Tell me in chat. Allie was handling getting our daughter braces, so she'll be here soon.
Happened?
I did correspond with his mom about what had happened, so she was aware.
Okay. What did you do as a result of this incident happening?
Since Colt was not in school, so that we could follow up and make sure that everything, talk with him and make sure everything was good, we felt we needed.
Will you guys kill me if I rewind it? It's only like a minute. I had like the guy had to come in. All right, I'm rewinding it. Sorry. Okay. Tell me if I need to go back further.
Okay. And you are a part of that also?
Yes,
Okay. I want to take your attention. Does it go by date and time?
it does.
Okay. I want to move you over to the 20th or the 19th of August.
Okay,
All right. And do you see where you put in a log for what had happened about the word searching for abuse?
yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to when that search was done?
Yes, it was in August the 20th of 2021.
Okay. When was the search done?
The search was done on the night previously, I think.
Okay.
And then when we came in that morning, we saw the alert and we began to follow up on it.
Okay. And was there a second search after the word abuse?
Yes, it was how to kill your dad.
Oh boy.
What is the protocol? So he's not at school when this
He
happened?
is not at school.
Okay.
Wow.
What do you do about that?
Okay, if he's at school, we would immediately brought him in and talked with him. Since he was not at school, I attempted to get in touch with him, I guess by phone. I did not get a response. I tried to get in touch with his mom. We did not get a response. And so it was decided that we would send the resource officer from the school to the home to make sure that everyone was safe.
Okay. And then, to your knowledge, did the school resource officer go out to the
Yes.
home?
Mhm.
Okay. And what was your understanding of how things were at the home?
He found everyone to be safe. He talked with mom and then came back and let us know that everything was safe.
Okay. Did you ever get an email from anyone about what had happened?
I did correspond with his mom about what had happened, so she was aware.
Okay. What did you do as a result of this incident happening?
Since Colt was not in school, so that we could follow up and make sure that everything, talk with him and make sure everything was good, we felt we needed an additional someone go into the home to monitor the family. So I made a report to Department of Family and Children Services.
Okay. And I'm going to mark this as exhibit 206.
All right, if you missed it, Virtual was kind enough to clue us in. So the way that this comes about, and I don't know about your kids, but like our 13-year-old, I think most kids in the country have like these Chromebooks, which is a whole live I should do in terms of how these Chromebooks ended up in all these schools. And I think that I've read that none of the schools had to pay for them. I've always had some kind of weird conspiracy shit, but that's for a different day. So at any rate, what happens with these school issued Chromebooks is that they have systems running in the background, and they obviously have a system wherein if there's certain words that are used that the kids are typing in on their Chromebooks, it flags it for them. It flags it for them. So that's where we're at with this. That's where we're at with it. Yeah, if you guys kind of look at like how all of a sudden all of our kids ended up with Chromebooks, it's pretty interesting. It's pretty, there's something off about it, and I don't know what. But it's not like all these schools paid for them. They all got them for free. From where? I don't know. China? I don't know. All right, so that's how they became aware of Colt searching these specific things.
You can flip through it. Take your time.
Yes, this is the report that I sent in.
That's the report you sent in?
Yes.
And it was alleging the abuse, the word abuse, and the search for how to kill your dad?
Right.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would tender State Exhibit number 206 into evidence. It would not go back to the jury, but it would go into evidence.
Any objection? It's not going back to the jury, you're just going to ask questions.
All right, 206 is in
Okay. So you had said earlier that Colt was not doing his assignments and turning them in. Did there continue to be a problem with that?
He was inconsistent. Several weeks after this, he began to come into class.
Okay, so y'all started back.
Okay. And so, but he was inconsistent with his attendance in doing his work.
At some point that year, did the attendance stop?
Well, they moved away
Okay.
shortly, I think a couple of months after this occurred.
Okay. Would it have still been first semester?
Yes.
Okay. What's the process for unenrolling a student from Ben Hill school system when they move away?
We keep them enrolled until we get a request from the next school showing that they have completed the enrollment papers, and then they send for the records from our school. Once that's completed, then we stop their enrollment at our school.
And did your school receive requests for information from another school before the end of the first semester?
I don't believe we did.
Okay. When the second semester started, in January, did you receive anything?
It was a while, and because we were trying to follow up and they weren't getting enrolled, another report to DeFax was made for the lack of attendance in school.
Okay.
Babe, real quick, were you watching it all this morning? I know you were momming. Good.
No, I heard you talking about the Chromebook. My understanding is the federal government gave those out for COVID.
Yeah, but the question becomes, where did the federal government get it? So obviously Google, but like I've heard various things. So at any rate, we've shifted from the shooting itself. Now we're getting into the case. First witness we had was somebody who was like a data administrator for the school system, and they were getting into the registration. They also were kind of getting into the sordid history or lack thereof of Colt and his movements. 7 schools in 4 years. He didn't go to school apparently in any way, shape, or form in 8th grade, including homeschool, leading up to him getting registered.
You could skip 8th grade and still go to high school?
We were all wondering the same shit. Apparently.
Yeah, I was Zoom courting from the parking lot of the orthodontist. Then we got home. She had to get ready for school because she didn't get ready before.
Brace face.
Yeah. And they took her pictures. I was like, oh, that's social media pictures. They handed me to sign off. I'm like, oh, no. She's not wanting that on social media.
No,
she's not the one.
Yeah, that ain't it. All right. Love you.
Show you. Where's Mark's sticks in 207?
Glad you're here, Sarah.
Good decision. Take care of your own mental health on that. It was heavy.
100%.
So far is the only threat we've heard how to kill your dad? Because I heard that.
Yeah. But that was in 6th grade.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't get it, but now I get it.
The first search term was abuse. And then the next term that popped up that was flagged on his Chromebook was
show you what's Mark sticks in.
Hey, pause it a second.
Identify that.
Because that's interesting. If I was his attorney, I'd be trying to keep out the search for the word abuse, because now I'm a juror. I'm like, oh, this dad abused the shit out of his son.
Yep.
And now he's responsible for everything. I'm like,
Yep.
shut. Abusive
Well,
dad.
It's going to be really interesting what Marcy has to say, because the state's
Who's
calling
Marcy?
the wife, the mom.
I wonder if they're going to let in his abuse of the child. I mean, it does contribute, but I don't know that it is legally a legally contributing factor that they're allowed to consider.
Well, I'm sure they 404B'd it, right? I mean, they would have had to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's picked up steam today, babe. I'm sitting on the edge of my ball.
So Cody asks, why would you tender something into evidence and not send it back with the jury? I don't know what piece of evidence they were talking about. There's some things that the judge doesn't send back.
Yeah, there was some question earlier with regard to the emails, the registration emails, and defense counsel had objected. First and foremost, because he didn't think that those emails were proper to be put in through that data, the data gal. He thought that they should have come through Marcy. The state was obviously that, these aren't being presented for, the truth of the matter asserted. We're just simply trying to establish what his history was in terms of registration.
Right, so
no, they were putting him into evidence. It was beyond.
And that's not for the truth of the matter. So when you say the words,
that's what the state said. It wasn't being offered for that.
Right, but when they say those words, that's only to overcome a hearsay objection.
Well, right, but they were business records anyway, so the business record exception came into play. But what the defense attorney said, I don't want those being sent back during deliberations. So, but there was nothing in the tone or tenor of those particular emails other than I've sent, utility bills, my
It
kid.
didn't show that he bounced around from school to school 7 times?
Well, I mean, the records.
Because they
show
don't want, the defense doesn't want them holding those things, the abuse, those things against him, because those aren't like precursors that should be considered. It's his knowledge out, over and above that. But
Yeah. Well,
they do speak to the need for therapy.
Well, I mean, what it really showed is I mean, we heard the opening, but they have to put the evidence in it. It was establishing that the kid went to 7 schools in 4 years and
Right.
didn't do anything in 8th grade, just sat there, apparently.
Yes, this is a report that I sent in.
Okay, is that the one you sent in about they hadn't enrolled in another
Right.
school? And when did you send that in?
This was dated January the 30th, 2022.
Did you have any further contact with the family after they moved away?
No.
Did I tender 207, Your Honor? Your Honor, I tendered 207 into evidence. Same thing, it wouldn't go out with the jury, but just a.
And the judge certainly would object to it.
There's no objection to its submission.
Correct.
All right, 207 submitted.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Cross? Just a couple questions.
Okay. Good morning.
Ask them from here. I'm gonna be quick.
Okay.
Do you know whether anyone ever contacted Colin Gray about what his son said?
I did not. I did talk with the mom, and mom was aware.
Mom was aware, but do you know whether he was ever aware?
I did not talk to him.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, you see any excuse?
Please, Your
There
Honor.
you go.
All right, thank you, man. You're
One
good.
question.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Sometimes.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Now, remember that attorney, I think somebody said his name's Jim Barry, is the legendary attorney that Josh was talking about.
You missed it yesterday because the legendary Jim Barry, that's the guy in the darker suit?
No, it's the guy in the older guy in the gray in the middle.
Oh. So yeah, all right. So the legendary Jim Barry, is that his name again?
I think so, yeah.
Yesterday said that he objected to the duplicative photos as probative, and then like a minute went by and the judge was like, wait, did I hear you say something is probative? And he's like, yes, Your Honor, but there are multiple of this same picture, so like me and the judge say at the same time, oh, you mean cumulative? So I'm like, is this just like he had a little bit of a really brief brain fart? Is this age? What's going on?
It happens. Don't be casting shade on my old like sage-like defense attorney over here because he had a little slip of the tongue.
All right, I'm
Come on.
hoping that's all it was. I'm hoping that's all it was.
If Josh Schiffer is
Says
telling
he's
me that this
legendary.
guy's a fucking legend, I'm
Yeah.
gonna run with that.
Yeah, no, I agreed. It just gave me pause yesterday. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Did I just was it just a slip of the tongue? Like what just happened there? Or a slip of the brain?
Well, I mean, he could have been saying that they're not probative. They're more.
No,
probative
he
than
definitely said they're
probative.
probative.
He said they were probative.
He said it was probative. Yeah. And then the judge asked him, did I hear you say probative? And he said yes. And then he explained what he meant. And the judge said, oh, okay, cumulative.
Okay. All right. Let's see who's next.
Bloop, bloop. You're updating the ticker?
Yes, ma'am.
Doing good work today.
I'm on fire today. Didn't fuck up the cold open. Was actually on screen.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That's my man. just nailing it, just killing
Crushing it.
Sorry, trying to get my paperwork under control. Could you raise your right hand, please? So with the testimony together, my now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, not the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Oh, that's
Okay.
interesting.
Could introduce yourself for the jury, please.
Shonda Gillespie,
And could you please spell your name for the court reporter?
SHONDAGOOLSBY.
Okay. And where do you work, ma'am?
Ben Hill County DeFax office, Department of Family and Children's Services.
Okay. Did you work there back in the fall of 2021?
Yes,
Pause
sir.
it, babe.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And did you get a referral involving Colt Gray?
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I'm in the
And
middle
what
of
was the
typing,
nature of
babe.
that?
All right.
At that time, he said his mom had slapped him. So there was some physical.
Oh, his mom slapped him.
Ooh, all right. So I'm sorry, I cannot stay silent, David
Oh.
Gray. Appreciate your comments. Appreciate you being in the chat. But this is not a question that makes any sense. Does not compute. Does not compute. How is a man who tries to defend this crap legendary? Well, that's his role. That's his duty. That's our Constitution. And a man who tries to defend this crap is legendary just for doing that. When you have to defend cases that are hard, everyone deserves a defense. Everyone deserves a plain,
That deserves
fair.
has
It's
an
entitled.
unalienable right to a
Right.
defense in this. David, now I know that you've been a long timer here, man, and it's that question frankly shocks the shit out of me,
Scares me.
to be honest with you, David. But your homework, should you choose to accept it for this weekend, is to go back if you have HBO, and I want you to watch John Adams. It's a fucking phenomenal series. I think it's a 6 or 8 parter, unbelievable. And John Adams, when he represented the British soldiers that were responsible for the Boston Massacre, lays out exactly what your question is and gives you a very firm answer. And this guy's been doing it for 50 years. You don't build your legend in one case. So thank you for addressing that, Allie. Thank you for
Yes,
addressing
and
that.
we appreciate you. So you know,
Totally.
don't think that we're like
But we're
attacking
certainly
you.
going to give you pushback. You know
Right.
that. We're always up. We're always up for that. We're always up for that.
Physical abuse.
Okay. And did you, as part of the Department of Family and Children's Services, do you keep a log of all of your contacts and all of the things you do?
Yes, sir.
And is that part of the procedure of being at the Department of Family and Children's Services?
Yes, sir.
And is this log recorded as part of your business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you make these logs when the things are happening while it's still fresh in your mind?
Yes, sir.
And is the purpose of these logs to help refresh your recollection later if something comes up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, I don't mind a little bit of leading, but kind of testifying.
No, they didn't suggest the answer. They said, do they? Is it?
Go ahead with your next question.
Thank you. What did y'all do once this, or what did you do once this intake came in?
I wasn't the one that did the initial response time. But when I got the case, he was with his grandmother and we had him come into the office and we discussed everything and basically put him back with mom and put therapy in the home.
Okay. And when you say put therapy in the home, did you set Colt up with therapy?
Yes, it was
Okay.
contracted out.
Okay. And when was that?
That the meeting was 9/28/21.
Okay. And was he getting therapy through DeFax?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, on October 22nd, did you go to the home for a visit?
Yes.
Okay. And did you announce that you were coming ahead of time?
That I don't recall.
Okay. Tell me about, did you meet Mr. Colin Gray?
Yes, for the
Okay.
first time, only time.
Only time?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Where did you meet him at?
At the house, it was under the little carport thing, and we discussed the family. He discussed his childhood, and he stated that he didn't like DeFax being in his life, and stated that they had a reason to be when he was a child because he had an abusive father. But things just got out of control with his son and his wife. And that was when they was going back up here to North Georgia.
Okay.
And so the counseling I had in wasn't going to work anymore. So they was going to get counseling when they came back up here.
Okay. Well, you said you met him in the carport. What was he doing?
They were in the house. They said they was packing up and stuff, and he came out to talk to me.
Okay. And so they were packing things up?
Yes, they was moving.
They were moving. Okay.
Yes.
Is that what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him to get Colt counseling when they got to where they were going?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything about whether he would do that?
They said they would.
Okay.
They-
What happened at that point with your office?
They said they
Once
would?
That was it. That was for the closing. I went to see them. I think they told me they were moving, but either way, a case lasts from used to back then 45 to 60 days.
Okay.
And we was up on that time. So the case was closing.
Okay. You were closing at that point?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any other contact with family after that?
No.
Okay. Just say it. Do you know if Colt did have a counseling session through DeFax when he was still with y'all?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't know what date.
Okay.
I just know that the guy met with them.
Okay.
I think he said once or twice.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
I think he's calling in on mom and dad must be they. So who'd you say it to?
Good morning.
Who answered?
When you went to the home back in August of 23, did you meet the other two children that were
It
there?
was October.
I'm sorry?
It was October.
October, I'm sorry. Did you meet with the other two children that were there?
I don't remember if I met with them at the house. I had met with them at the office.
Okay. And as you understood, Colin Gray was leaving the home and moving somewhere else
Yes.
with Colt.
Well, at that time, mine was 21. And at that time, the whole family was moving back up.
Okay, so the whole family was moving out of the grandmother's house?
Yes.
Okay. And they were going to be moving somewhere else in Georgia?
Yes.
Did you get any information at any time as to where they were going?
I'm sure at that time we knew. I want to say it was Dalton, but I know it was up this area.
Okay. So when you got the information that they were moving and you indicated you might want to get Colt some counseling when you get there, did you tell the mother and father that?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the mother said she had contacted some people for counseling when they got here.
Okay. So mother said, I've got contacts for counseling and I'll take care
Yes.
of it.
Yes.
Mother said. Thank you.
And did you do anything about this? Were you there at the sessions that Colt had?
No, sir.
Who would have been the counselor for him at that point?
Mr. Raymond Dean.
You don't have any information about what he told her?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Can you rewrite?
There you are.
Thank you, ma'am. You're pretty good. State call next witness.
State called Stephen Green.
Yeah, they're just getting in little bits from each of these witnesses to kind of build. Are you frozen? Make a face. Are you frozen? Yeah. Are you on the Ethernet? I feel like you're not. I feel like you're on your Wi-Fi. You can't be on
I'm
the.
on the Ethernet. I'm still making a face.
So you.
I had
pulled up
Zoom
your-
open the other day. Maybe I still do.
That might do it. That might do it. We had a good question here from Matry. What are your thoughts on public defenders? Will they even attempt to try to fight your case? Absolutely. My father, who is absolutely one of the best attorneys I've ever known, was a public defender for 15 years. It's not a matter of whether or not they're good attorneys. The advantage to being able to hire private counsel is that you're paying for time, because the problem with public defenders is not that they're not wanting to fight the cases hard. It's not that they're not good attorneys. They have huge caseloads. It's an overburdened system. They simply do not have the time to dedicate to each individual defendant the way that private counsel does. Like Allie and I just simply didn't have a caseload that was anywhere near. And
Right,
by
you pick-
design,
Right.
we didn't have a caseload that was anywhere near what a public defender is dealing with.
You charge more, you take less. You spend more time on the cases.
That's it.
Period.
That's it. You know,
But I
so
mean, I think they all try. I mean, there's got to
100
be bad and good, but
yeah, I mean, with any any job like that, prosecutors, there's going to be lawyers that just aren't good. It's like every profession. There's just people that are not good at their jobs. Just because you made it through law school and passed the bar
I'll tell you
doesn't mean you're
this.
going to be a good lawyer.
Bob and I always tell people, look, if you have the money to hire a good, someone respected, who's got a good reputation, private counsel, do it. But if you don't, and you're just going to pay some schmo, you're better off with the public defender.
Yeah.
You're better off with the public defender than somebody who's like, hey, I'm going to charge you every week. That's a big thing. A lot of you see defense attorneys do that are not as established. They're like, okay, every time we go to court, you got to pay me $1,500. And I say to them, well, how long do you think your case is going to take if you're paying your lawyer every time you go to court?
Exactly.
They're not finishing your case until they are paid what they think they needed to get paid on that case. So, that's where we have always stood on it. And I always tell people, look, if you really don't have the money, you're better off just doing a public defender. And sometimes I tell people, look, try with the public defender. And if you feel like you're not getting what you should, like this is a case, it seems like the public defender should be able to get you X, Y, and Z. If you get into the process and it's not going that way, and you're like, I feel like I'm getting screwed, then be like, all right, I need to consult. I need to hire private counsel. It depends on their finances. And Bob and I are always, very, very, upfront about that kind of thing when we're trying to advise people, because, you
Yeah,
have
I mean,
to be.
the biggest complaint we would consistently hear from clients that had a PD that were then trying to move off the PD if they had saved enough money to hire private counsel was the lack of communication. And that, again, goes directly to the fact that they simply don't have the time. Is that an excuse? Yes, but it's a reality as well. When people's lives hang in the balance, it's very uncomforting to not be able to communicate with the person who's fighting for your freedom and or your life. That you can see how that would be very unnerving. Like I call this person and they never call me back. Like I don't know what the hell's going.
I don't know the discovery against me. I don't know the case against me. I don't know what they think my chances are.
So like that's always the thing with PDs. But I mean, some of the best lawyers in the country are public defenders, and public defenders, in terms of electing to do that job, wherein they know the pay is shit, they're going to be overburdened. They're going in as true protectors of the Constitution. I have a hell of a lot of respect for public defenders. And we've heard all of it from our clients, because there's a perception that public defenders, because they are state employees, they are paid out of the state coffers, right? There's that feeling from defendants like, oh, this mofo is getting paid by the enemy. Like, I don't even trust him. You know what I mean? And it's like, which is a logical thought to have. Like, it's okay to think that it doesn't bear itself out, because our sworn oath as attorneys overrides all of that. There would never be a situation where, I shouldn't say never, but 99% of attorneys that become public defenders are never playing for the other team. They go in for the right reasons because they want to try to help society. And I want to touch upon David Gray's stuff. David, I don't know anything about you personally. Frankly, I don't know if you're a man or a woman. I don't know how old you are, but in terms of where we're at in society now, if your abuse was going on 20, 30, 40 years ago, when there was really nothing in place in terms of the ability to outcry, like now you have a situation where you don't have to like rely on the family. If it was somebody within the family abusing you, now you mention it at school, it's mandatory reporting. This shit is
But that's the hard part, getting a victim to mention it to anybody,
right. That is
So
the hard part.
we obviously feel for you,
100%.
David, and understand that when you're looking at the defense attorney lens, your lens is, shaded by what you went through. So we appreciate that.
Well, but it sounds like there was no adjudication whatsoever. So, but Lucci had put up the answer to your question, had something happened, had something gone through the system. And if you had a piece of shit defense attorney that was representing your abuser and there was a conviction and it turned out that that attorney wasn't doing their job properly in terms of making sure that there was a fair trial and that the cops and the prosecutors and all the stuff we always talk about, if that wasn't all done properly to the extent where an appellate court says, okay, well, he didn't get a fair trial or she, then that person's coming back and you're going to have to sit through another trial. You want the job done properly.
So you're not re-victimized, right?
Right. So so it's like the system works hand in hand.
And one other thing I want to comment on, we talked yesterday that people had brought up, like that the whole not using the shooter's name in Crumbley and using it here. And I was thinking about it. My perception at the time was this trial, this defendant. Now I'm, having rethought about it because someone else put a comment again about why not use his name. We're got to be thinking about Colt's ultimate trial, and they're presenting it here as a foregone conclusion. I know technically, factually, it is, but legally, it's not. So I think that that's the reason why they went through the process of saying they shouldn't use his name because it's going to taint a jury pool in his trial. And I'm assuming that that's why. Now that this just came
kind
to
of
me,
thought about it,
right?
Yeah.
Like, because yesterday I was like, no harm, no foul. It doesn't matter. They're saying his name, but that's like for this defendant, But yeah, you're thinking about the next defendant and his right to a fair trial, to not have the entire jury pool tainted by hearing Colt did this, Colt did that, and Colt did this, and Colt did that, and twice if they end up sitting on the jury.
Yeah, I totally agree. So Allie B had said, I do think that people who can't afford an attorney are at a disadvantage. No question. There is no question about that. I mean, the wealthy seem to get away with all of it, right? I mean, there is, without a doubt, this system is absolutely skewed. But again, it's not because public defenders aren't good attorneys. It's because they're overburdened and they just don't have that. Like, look at, and I said it all the time during the Karen Reed case. Like, Karen Reed was in a position wherein she could hire two amazing attorneys in terms of Yannetti and Jackson. And then, the case took on a life of its own. And you have a guy like Bob Alessi who's just donating his time and coming on pro bono from New York. Like, you don't like, and it took every one of those dudes, every one of those plus Liza Little,
Right.
all of those attorneys to beat that case.
Because think about the Faust trial. As hard as Cruz fought and as much as he did, if he had an Alessi on his side that was a science guy,
Yep.
That's a whole new ballgame when it comes to DNA.
Yep. Think about that. It's an amazing point. Thank you. All right, let's see who's next.
Right, good morning. I'm going to go ahead and have you raise your right hand. Either way. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, and you can put your hand down and have a seat. If you will go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury, and let's tell the court reporter how to spell your first and last name.
Okay, my name is Stephen Green, StephenGreene.
And where are you currently employed?
In Barrow County School System at Heyman Morris Middle School,
All right, what's your role there?
assistant principal.
And how long have you been the assistant principal at Heyman Morris?
3 years.
I'll start by talking a little bit about Heyman Morris. Where is that in relation to Apalachee High School?
Heyman Morris is on top of the hill overlooking Apalachee. We're on the same campus.
Okay. So walking distance?
Oh, definitely. Yes.
Okay. And what grades are at Heyman Morris Middle School?
6 through 8.
Is that part of the Barrow County school system?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working at Heyman Morris on September 4th of
Yes.
2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you remember about when you realized something had happened at Apalachee High School that day.
The principal and I were like in the hallway because it was almost time for transition for our kids to their next period.
Mm-hmm.
And the strategics alert went off on our admin phone. We looked at it because we had just gotten the system. So we were thinking maybe Apalachee was testing it because the school campuses are linked with that emergency system.
Okay.
But then we realized something was wrong because it kept pinging over and over and over again with alerts. And each alert, you get a dot with a name and the school map so you see what's going on. And then at the time, we knew that wasn't right. So we sprinted up towards the front of our school to find our SRO to alert him. And we caught him running out through the front of the school, and we went out there with him, and then he told us to put our school on lockdown and don't come out of it until he comes back or somebody comes up to our school system.
And who was that SRO?
Deputy Cook, Matthew Cook.
Okay. And did he go to Apalachee High School at that point?
Yes, ma'am. He sprinted down that hill.
Okay. And did y'all put Heyman Morris on lockdown that day as well?
Yes, ma'am. We put ourselves under lockdown for several hours.
Okay. And I'm going to shift your focus a little bit going back in time. Where did you work before you were with the Barrow County school system?
In Jackson County School System at West Jackson Middle School.
And what was your role there?
Assistant principal.
Okay. And similarly, what grades are at Jackson County Middle School?
6 through 8
I'm sorry,
grade.
West Jackson.
Yeah, 6 through 8 grade.
So during the during the year of 2022, was Colt Gray enrolled at West Jackson Middle School?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to give you for your reference some relevant experts of what's been tendered as State's Exhibit 130, which are Colt Gray's West Jackson Middle School records. I'm just going to go through a few things from there. So looking at the first page of those records, can you tell us about what the submission date of Colt Gray's registration was for West Jackson Middle School?
Yes, ma'am. February 1st, 2022.
Okay. And who was listed at the time as the parents or guardians of Colt Gray that were in the home?
Marcy Gray and Colin Gray.
All right. Going over to the second page of what you have in front of you, can you tell us what school Colt transferred from?
Yes, ma'am. Ben Hill Middle School. That's in Fitzgerald.
Okay. And you said this was submitted, I think, February 1st of 22. What grade was Colt enrolled into?
6th grade.
Shortly after Colt enrolls in Jackson County, did a Ben Hill social worker contact Jackson County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who documented that?
Teresa Dearman.
And can you tell us what Teresa Dearman's job was?
Yes, Teresa Dearman works like in the central office area for student information system. So they like help us get kids enrolled or find information for us, capture the GTIC numbers if they're coming from another school out of Georgia.
Okay. And referring to that third page you have, which should be a contact narrative, can you tell us, and we'll just do the first part, those first couple sentences, what was documented by Teresa Dearman on February 9th of 2022.
Yes, she documented, yes, we have a new student at WJMS that just enrolled, and the prior school called to confirm he was in school and said they have concerns for the child. Now the social worker from that county has called and left me a message and would like to speak to you.
Okay. Now I'm going to go over to the next page and reference Rachel Duke. Can you tell us what Rachel Duke's job was at the time?
Yes, but Rachel Duke is one of the Jackson County social workers, school social worker.
So did she create a swarm referral for Colin Gray, or I'm sorry, for Colt Gray?
Yes,
And what date did she do that on?
February 9th, 2022.
Okay. Just so we don't get too bogged down in the school system jargon, does SWARM stand for Social Worker Activity and Referral Module
Yes, ma'am.
in this context? And tell me about what kinds of situations lead to a SWARM referral being created.
A swarm will be created like if there's a concern. It could be like housing insecurity, attendance, behavior, trauma,
Okay,
things of that nature.
gotcha. And I do want to talk a little bit about a couple documented incidents involving Colt Gray during the spring semester of 2022. I'm referring to his behavior detail report on the next couple pages. Can you start by telling us about an incident on March 10th of 2022?
Yes, there's this referral. Colt had drew swastikas in profane language and Nazi Hitler on a school calculator.
Okay. And what was, I guess, were his parents notified about that?
Yes, but the parent was notified by email because the voicemail was full.
Okay. And what was the consequence for that?
1 day of in-school suspension.
Okay. And then going forward to, that was March 10th, going to March 29th of 2022. Tell us about the incident that was documented that day.
Yes, another referral was written. The student had left the cafeteria without permission. He was supposed to serve silent lunch in the lunchroom, and the teachers went on a hunt to try to find Colt, and it took him about 10 minutes to find his whereabouts. He was actually outside an empty classroom.
Okay. And were his parents notified on that day as well?
Yes, parent was.
What I
You know
miss?
that?
No, I was.
So they're getting through like his discipline, and it started with him having swastikas, Hitler, stuff like that, like stickers on his calculator. He got a 1 day in school suspension for that, which to me is outrageous. I think you need some like, I don't know, like education. Something. All right, we're gonna put you through a sensitive training course of sorts, but it seems like mandatory counseling right there. And it made me wonder, do we know the races of his victims? Because I know it was a diverse school, just
It
from
was
the
a
people who
diverse
testified.
school. I don't know if I've looked at, yeah, I'm sure I've never looked at the pictures of the kids. Like in terms of targeting and that kind of situation, it seems like these school shootings are like wrong place, wrong time type shit usually.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and he shot off a lot of bullets. I don't know how good his
well, he had
gun was.
his dad got him a laser scope, so you know. So is it Lucy or Lucci? I would say it was Lucy because the one
I'd
C.
say
Yeah, we've got
Lucy.
obviously we've got Cash App. We also have Zelle, which I think we've put up. If those are available to you, I think one of the mods will throw the thing up. Cash App, Zelle, basically all the different shit. So thanks for asking though. So what did I miss with this guy though? So like
That's it so far. There was that, and then there was whatever the incident he's talking about right now, which I forgot what it was because I got distracted.
Okay. Yeah, I made my dad a bowl of cereal. All right.
Parent was contacted.
Okay. And what was the consequence in that situation?
1 day of in-school suspension.
All right, and lastly, can you describe an incident that was detailed on April 13th of 2022?
Yes, a student ran into Colt during bus dismissal, and Colt put his hands on the other student, and they started attacking each other, and the teacher had to physically separate them. The teacher spoke with another AP, and they had figured out that the student was mad at Colt for bullying his friend and decided to take matters in his own hands. And Colt felt definitely about the cause of the issue and came back at the other student for shoulder checking him.
Okay, so the physical altercation between Colt and another student, and what was reported to them was that Colt had been bullying that kid's friend. Is that
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to refer you to the last page of that reference material you'll have. Can you tell us when Colt was withdrawn from Jackson County Schools?
Yes, August 24th, 2022.
Okay.
So of the students that were passed, deceased,
I don't have any further questions for you, but Mr. Barry may have a few for you. Thank you.
No question, Jeff. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
if this is accurate, you had one black student, one Hispanic student.
It's called Carolyn Knight.
And then the surviving victims, there was two Hispanic or white.
Thanks, Nurse Mandy. She is indeed a badass. She even has a little necklace to prove it.
It broke. I need to buy a new one.
Oh, you could wear that Boss one that I got you.
Yeah, that one's big and
Fucking
Boss-like.
fabulous.
It's fucking fabulous.
Fucking fabulous. And accurate.
Babe,
I'm going to have you go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. And if you can start just by introducing yourself and tell us where you're employed.
Sure. I'm Carolyn Knight, and I am the principal at Jefferson Middle School in Jefferson, Georgia.
Okay. And what county is Jefferson Middle School in?
Jackson County.
Okay. Is it part of the Jackson County school system or is it a separate
It's
school
a
system?
separate city school system.
Okay. And what grades are part of Jefferson Middle School?
6th through 8th.
Okay. You said you're the principal there. How long have you been there?
About 5 years.
Okay. And tell us what you did before that.
I was an assistant principal at the academy, part of our system, and I taught in the same building for 20-something years.
Gotcha. And what grades is Jefferson Academy?
3 through 5.
Okay. So I'm going to provide you some relevant excerpts of what's previously been tendered as State's Exhibit 131. These are Colt Gray's middle school, Jefferson Middle School records. And let's just, if you need to reference those. So during the 2022-2023 school year, did Jefferson Middle School have a student named Colt Gray enrolled?
We did.
Okay. And who was listed as his parent or guardian for Colt Gray?
Marcy and Colt.
Colin,
thank you.
Gotcha.
I was going to say Coley. His email address was Coley. So.
Okay. So are you familiar with, did Colin Gray also go by Coley Gray? Was that his nickname?
Correct.
Okay. And kind of hitting on that, for Colin Gray specifically, what contact information did he provide? I'm not going to have you give us his phone number, but can you tell us what the email was?
Yes, Coley.gray@yahoo.
Okay. Did he also provide a cell phone number?
He did, yes.
Okay. And I see on the records it has kind of options. We're not going to pull it up, but options for how to contact people, parents in different situations. Can you kind of explain how that works when you register a student?
Yeah, absolutely. When a parent registers a student, we give several options of the way they prefer to be contacted. Sometimes it's, for an emergency or attendance or behavior, but they can choose, they want an email or a cell phone call, that kind of thing.
Okay, so I can kind of tell you it's going to be better to contact me by text message or phone call or email in different situations.
Correct, because, yes.
Yeah, you can go ahead and explain.
I was just going to say, different people have different situations where they like their phone or their email best.
Gotcha.
We want people to be able to reach parents.
Is that the goal
Yes.
of all that, is to effectively reach parents?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to refer you to the second page of this packet. And can you tell me what grade Colt Gray was enrolled in when he was at Jefferson Middle School?
Yes, he was in 7th grade.
And what were the dates that he was enrolled?
He came in September, I think September 2nd, and was there till May 19th.
Okay. And where did he transfer from?
He transferred to us from West Jackson and transferred to Heyman Morris.
Gotcha. So he was enrolled on September 2nd. What date did school start that year?
A good bit earlier, July 29th.
Okay. Now, going over to the third page of those records, not including the month before he enrolled, so not including up until September 2nd, during that 22-23 school year, how many days was Colt absent?
Approximately 25, according to this, but there were different amounts for different periods too. So there are a few more in different situations.
Okay, so is 25 kind of the lowest common
Yeah.
denominator, to use
Correct.
middle school terms, the lowest
Yes.
common denominator, but then different periods had different numbers?
Exactly.
Okay. So going over to the next page, I do want to talk about a few specific incidents that occurred while Colt was enrolled at your school.
Sure.
We're going to start with September 22nd of 2022. And can you tell us about that incident?
Yes, there was a situation where he went into actually 2 different restrooms and used markers, and I think a pink marker. He defaced some chalk pens to do graffiti and different things. They were on the walls, the stalls, the toilets, and just sort of destroyed the bathroom that way.
Okay, so this was a little under 3 weeks after he started at the school?
Correct.
Okay. And give me one moment. Let me show this to them. We're going to pull up this should appear on the screen in front of you and behind you. So is that a picture of the some of the graffiti that he put on the walls?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And these are photographs from within 131.
Yes, sir. Was the graffiti, I know you said it was in multiple areas, was it pretty extensive?
It was.
Okay, was it what did y'all have to do to get that taken care of?
It was, I actually had my husband come in and repaint and clean off things.
Gotcha. That's a good husband.
Yes, he is.
And did y'all ever determine, so looking at this, did y'all ever determine what the wording was referencing or what it was or anything like that?
Not really.
Okay.
We could not really find a common denominator there.
Gotcha. Okay. So what was Colt's punishment for the graffiti in the bathrooms?
He was in ISS for 4 days, and we invoiced his parents to help pay for the painting.
Okay. Is ISS, is that in school suspension?
It is.
Okay. Now I'm going to jump over to, it's page 7 of what you have in front of you. Did you personally reach out to Marcy Gray by email about the vandalism?
Yes.
Okay. And was the defendant included on that email thread?
Yes, she copied him on that thread, and then he replied back to it.
Okay, so Colin Gray sent a response to the school about the vandalism?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after Colt began at Jefferson Middle School, I guess I'll start by asking you, what is Brittany Cohn's role at Jefferson Middle School?
She is one of our school counselors.
Okay. Did she make kind of a concerted effort to keep him on her radar?
Yes, she
Okay.
often
him
had
being
him
called.
eat lunch with her and talked, kept, sort of did a check-in with him.
Okay. And is that kind of part of her role? If she has a student that she feels needs extra attention, she tries to, you said, eat lunch with her and that kind of thing?
Yes, we felt like he was struggling to fit in and needed a person to check up on him.
Okay. And Brittany kind of filled that role when she
Yes,
could.
with several students. But
Okay. Well, of course, yeah. And That being said, did Colt's attendance become an ongoing issue when he was enrolled at Jefferson?
Absolutely.
Okay. If a child has repeated unexcused absences, is that something that the school reaches out to the parent or parents about?
Yes, we have a set policy at certain things for 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, that kind of thing.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about what it was like for your school trying to make contact with the defendant and Marcy Gray about Colt's attendance.
It was very difficult. The number that we had didn't work at times, and we could not always make contact.
Okay. And I want to talk a little bit more about Colt's ongoing attendance issues and that communication. I'm going to reference, it starts on page 11 of that packet in front of you. Kind of talk me through the specific attempts to contact the defendant and Marcy about Colt's unexcused absences. And the time frame I'm referencing is October 28th of 22 through January 4th of 23. So about, I guess, a little over 2 months there.
Sure. Mr. Cuddy is our attendance person and our student success coach, and he began at 5 unexcused absences, which is on our policy, and we could not get mom. The number was not in service.
Okay.
At 5, he calls for several days trying to get her. Called dad, could not get anybody there. Was asking for excuses, that kind of thing, medical excuses. On the 11th, he called Colt in and talked to him just to let him know that, he didn't call him in. He called them and said he's been out 4 days. We wanted to check on him. The first, he called both parents, no answer from either parents. Both mailboxes were full and unable to leave messages. On the first, he also was at 7 unexcused absences, so he expressed concern and asked for medical excuses or parent notes when Colt returned to school.
Okay. Was that one via email that he was reaching out at that point? And you
Yes.
said the first, is that November 1st of 2022?
Yes, November 1st.
Okay.
At November 2nd, he called both parents, no answer, mailboxes were full. The second, he provided all the unexcused dates, requested medical excuses again by Friday at the latest.
Okay, so this is November, sorry to cut you off, that's November 2nd, so about 2 months into, or right at 2 months into Colt being enrolled in your school, he's at 7 unexcused absences?
Correct.
Okay, you can continue.
Also that day, DeFax called the school, and they were visiting the home, and the next day, all 3 of the siblings were back in school.
Okay. And I guess that was, you said, on November 2nd.
Correct.
And a few days later, starting on November 7th, what was going on with Mr. Cuddy trying to get a hold of them?
So he received a September 29th note for the 5-day review there. Also, going down to the 7th, have to call and have a conference with parents. He called both parents. Both lines resulted in a busy signal, and we could not get through.
Okay. You said that's y'all's policy. Once you get to 7 unexcused absences, you want to meet
We
with the
require
parents.
parents to come in and meet with us so we can provide support and figure out a way that we can work together to have a student be in school.
Gotcha. And you said he was not able to get in touch with either of them?
We were not at that time, no.
And then moving forward to, I think, November 9th of 22.
And it continued for several days that we could not get through. He asked our registrar to call and try to get through. And then DeFax was involved again on the 14th, trying to get in touch with mom.
Okay.
And
what notable incident were y'all alerted to on November 14th of 2022?
that mom and the younger siblings were moving back to Fitzgerald, but Colt was staying with his dad.
Okay. And then also on November 14th of 2022, tell me what else happened that day.
Mr. Cuddy and I, we were up to 10 absences and we were not able to reach anyone, so we made a home visit.
So you as the principal went out to the house to try to track this kid down?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And we did speak with grandma that day.
Okay. But did not make contact with Colt?
We did not.
Okay. And then going into the beginning of January, tell me about any communication or attempted communication there.
That's sort of the same thing. The phone number was disconnected or had been changed, and we could not reach Dad at all. And we requested that Dad, through email, we requested that he call and schedule a parent's attendance meeting with us.
Okay. And it sounds like y'all are pretty thorough in your school district. I'm going to have you hop ahead in these reference materials in front of you to the page 17. And if you can kind of talk through, this is going to be the same time frame that we just talked through, November to the beginning of January, but sort of y'all's internal emails. You don't have to read it word for word, but just sort of what the correspondence was of what y'all were doing and what y'all were trying to accomplish.
Yes, our school nurse was trying to get in contact with Colt's parents and was not able to. She talked to Mr. Cuddy, our attendance person, and he said, no, I've tried and I am trying, and just sort of listed through that mom's number was not in service, that he had emailed and still did not get an answer, and he'd called Dad and was not able to get an answer either.
Okay. And then going over to the next page, on November 2nd, tell me about any email sent that day.
He sent all of the unexcused dates, which were the first 5, and then he continued all the way through November 1st with
all his
13 or
absences.
so. Yeah, there's a whole lot there.
Just a long list of dates. Is that what that is? Okay. And then jumping over to the page 20. And I'm having you skip around because I know email records have all the included prior things. So on page 20, tell me about those November 7th of 22 emails.
Mr. Cuddy is saying there that he has yet to speak to a parent, multiple attempts. The kids have been back for 3 days with no notes, and he was asking if permission to send a note to the parents, or do we want to go ahead and do the home visit?
Okay. And did he try again on that same date, November 7th, to reach out directly to Marcy Gray and Coley Gray via email? On the
Yes,
next
he's the
page?
most thorough person I know, and he every day follows up and keeps records. So
Mr. Cuddy's not going to drop the ball.
no,
on
he's
this
a
kind of
very
stuff.
big asset to my school. Yes.
Gotcha. Did he give you an update on November 8th? And I'm looking at page 22.
Yes, he did.
And what was that update?
Said he's also trying to contact parents and no success yet.
Okay. And on the next page, 23, on November 8th of 2022, what did he communicate to you about how many times he had attempted? That's page 23. Sorry.
I trying to set up the 7-day, tried to contact almost 6 times since October 28th with no success, and letters had been sent.
Okay.
We sent certified.
Yeah, the giggling's a little off-putting, right? In a trial like this, like, you know, if I'm sitting in the gallery as a parent of one of the victims, or a spouse or a loved one of one of the teacher victims, I'm not appreciating that shit, because that's not even like gallows humor type shit. Like, there's always like kind of weird moments where, you know, something happens that's unusual and it causes laughter. Like, this is it's kind of weird. But I wanted to address, Jaded had said something that, let me see it. It was a few up here. Yeah, I mean, look, this is some nomadic shit. Like, there was nothing that was normal about what was going on here. You know, whatever was going on in their lives, whatever it was, whether it was the, you know, addiction issues from Marcy, the mom, whether it was, I have no idea at this point what's going on with Colin. I don't know if he's an alcoholic. He doesn't appear to be to me to be a non-drinker. You know, I don't know where they're at, but there's no stability at all. You know, phones are disconnected. They can't get a hold of these people. They're moving constantly. And, you know, that thing where and I can't find the comment, but Jade had said something about that Colt wanted to live with dad. Now, one thing that I saw quite a bit in the limited amount of divorce work that we did, and towards the the end of when I was practicing, I was handling more divorces than I did in the beginning. What you see a lot of times with children is that the parent that is less strict, the parent that is less on top of that kid, is the parent that the kid, if the kid's kind of wanting to do their own thing, they're not wanting to be helicoptered by a parent, they want to move in with that parent, the one that's not paying attention. And which to me, despite whatever Marcy's got going on with her alcoholism or drug, whatever it is, and I'm assuming we'll find out, it speaks volumes to the fact that Colin at least appears to be pretty hands off, and because we can't forget about the email or the search term from 6th grade where he's talking about the abuse and he's talking about how to kill my dad, right? Like that exists, and it's not so remote in time that it shouldn't be considered still, because we're talking about a damaged kid here in a lot of different ways. The neglect in and of itself is incredibly damaging. And I don't know if people that just don't understand that kids have a long memory. If you don't think that a child can look at their classmates and see what normalcy looks like, and then they're coming home to the shit that they live in, and that they're not aware of that, are just delusional, because they absolutely do. They know it. They feel it. It affects them massively. So this kid had all that shit going on, plus whatever started to manifest his mental illness. So we never know if mental illness is all genetic, whether it be nurture versus nature or both. For this kid, there's no question it was both. To me, no question that it was both things. This was a perfect storm that was brewing for years. This isn't some shit that happened overnight. This kid is like Frankenstein's monster. It's such a tragedy all around. And man, it's heartbreaking, really.
Letters at a certain point.
Okay, so at this point you tried phone, email, and certified letters, and he had tried, was it one parent or both parents 6 times?
Both parents.
Okay. Going forward to November 9th on page 24, tell me what was documented between y'all on that day.
Talked to both parents again. They're back. Kids were back in school. No letters had been sent. They wanted to, one thing we do sometimes when a parent won't answer their phone, is to call the kid up and ask them to use their phone to call the parent.
Okay.
Because sometimes they may be able to reach a parent when we can't. So he asked if that's a good idea. Can we go ahead and do that?
Gotcha. So in your experience, sometimes if you call, but then you call from the kid's phone, is that more effective?
Exactly.
Okay. I'm going to jump ahead to page 28. We're now at November 11th of 2022. And what was being discussed on that day?
Mr. Cuddy asked Ms. Dollar Registrar if she would reach out and try, and he mentioned that we're going to do a home visit if we can't get in touch because of so many absences and so much missed school.
Okay. And I'll throw a bone for the court reporter is dial, DIAL.
Yes.
Okay. And going over to page 30, this is actually still on November 11th. Tell us about those additional emails.
He just says that he's asking Ms. Dial to call, that we can't, no success for him, without trying from different places might help us to reach, but we did not reach anybody at that time.
Okay. And now we're going to go fast forward in time. So that was in mid-November. So on page 34, we are at the beginning of the spring semester. So January 5th of 2023. What did Mr. Cuddy tell you that day?
He spoke with Colt's dad and got a new phone number on that day.
And did he clarify, did he get that phone number? Did Colin Gray provide that phone number?
No, he got it from Colt.
Okay. So
Not
Colin
from
was able
Colin,
to give it to
yes.
him. All right. And so once he had that phone number, was an in-person meeting set up finally with the school administration and Colin Gray.
It was.
Okay, and just for a reminder, since we just talked through a bunch of stuff, at that point, y'all had been notified that Marcy Gray and the other kids had moved out, so Colin was the custodial parent?
Yes.
Okay. Let me catch up on my notes. Tell me about that meeting that y'all had. If you need to reference it, I think on page 14 are the notes from that meeting.
Sure. We talked about a recent divorce. We talked about grades. We talked about attendance, tutoring times. We had our social worker be part of that conversation so we could offer some counseling services and things that we felt might be beneficial to Colt.
Okay. Now, so that was, I'm sorry, what date did y'all have that in-person meeting? And that was page 14. I don't expect you to remember that.
111.
Okay, so January 11th of 23.
We had a lot of notes.
A lot of notes, yes. And so that was January 11th. A few weeks later, did the school contact the defendant again on March 3rd of 2023?
Yes, we did. There were some situation where Colt was not doing the work we needed him to do in class. He was on his computer and was very disrespectful to the teacher when she asked him to get off.
Okay. And that was communicated to Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. So that was in March. As we're going forward in May of 2023, was it being documented that Colt's absences were once again a problem?
Yes.
And what was documented about that on the contact log? And I'm looking specifically at May 17th. And that's on page 15.
I'm sorry, say that page.
Page 15.
Okay. I was going to speak from memory, but I prefer to go by what
Can't
I wrote down here. We talked about Dad, and our Colt said he had some kids had said something to him, that kind of thing, and Dad was telling us some names. He and Mr. Cuddy had talked about that and was able to get a few names so we could take care of that situation.
Okay, and that was kids picking on Colt.
Yes.
Okay. And y'all got the information from Colin Gray and addressed that with the kids in a way that you felt was appropriate?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Now, during the same time, did it become apparent that Colt was skipping school?
Yes, when we called, Dad said that he didn't know that Colt was not at school, and Colt said he had missed the bus and was just skipping and staying home.
Okay. Now, earlier you testified about notifying parents in different ways, kind of whatever.
All right. This is off trial. I was trying to thank Jaded. I said, oh, thank you so much, Jaded Heart. And YouTube is like completely shutting me down on my own channel. Like, what could be construed as spam from that? Thank you so much, Jaded Heart. Sorry to it's pissing me off. Like, I'm getting more rejections on my comments than it's allowing through. Like, does anybody understand YouTube? Like, how is this some kind of weird filter shit? Like, what is going on? It's bizarre. So are you guys getting shut down a lot on your comments? Let me know in the chat.
Way is going to be okay. Now, Now, earlier you testified about notifying parents in different ways, kind of whatever way is going to be most convenient and effective for the parent, that the parents opt into. Is that right?
Yes.
So anytime Colt was absent from school, would Colin have been notified in his preferred method?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you, Mr. Berry, or Mr. Hobbs may have some for you though, okay?
And ma'am, you can hold on to those papers. I just
have
have
a couple
questions about the logs.
Same thing was happening
All
to me. It was so frustrating.
So the school received some type of information in November that the family was going through some changes. Is that correct? Mom and dad were separated and kids were being separated.
Thank you, Cliff.
And they were going to be moving to different locations.
Correct.
All right. So based on the information you had, Mr. Gray would be staying at your school with Colt, and the other part of the family would be heading down south.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. And I imagine the school probably sat down with Colt under the circumstances and had some discussions with him about that,
I'm sure there were conversations, yes.
just to check on his well-being.
Yes.
And you said that obviously the semester probably ended towards the end of the year, middle December, towards the end of December. Is that right?
Correct.
So the new semester would have started in January.
Yes.
So that would have been after the parents had separated,
Correct.
based on the knowledge that you had at that time, obviously. You probably didn't drive out there and check to make sure everyone had moved.
Right.
So on January 5th of 2003, is there a notation in the log about Mr. Cuddy speaking with Mr. Gray?
January the 5th, it says, at 11 absences, he spoke with dad. He was pleasant, complimentary to our school. And he did want to meet with us.
Okay. Is there any indication of why he wanted to meet with Mr. Cuddy in your school?
To just let us know about their living situation.
Okay. Are you aware if anything was discussed in order to, without telling me what was discussed, but were there any conversations had about how to assist Colt or make his school experience better for this new semester?
We met as a team with dad and talked about the absences and what we could do to help support him to make sure Colt was at school. Yes.
Okay. And also to ensure or
Good try,
at least
counselor.
improve the chances of Colt's success in school.
Always, yes.
And did that meeting in fact happen on January 11th of 2023?
Yes.
So dad would have been present with Mr. Cuddy and probably several other members of the faculty as well.
Yes.
So kind of a team approach to make sure that Colt had the best chance of success in school.
We have an attendance team that's set that meets in situations like that.
Okay.
He keeps trying.
And
Keeps trying.
Let's see. Is there a notation on the 20th about how things had gone since you guys had that meeting?
On
January 20th for Mr. Cuddy. Is there any notation if there's been improvement or if things have gotten worse or how things are going?
Yes, he said attendance had improved immensely and Colt was positive and optimistic about the second semester, was working to pass his classes and things were a little bit better.
Okay, so this
So
would have
Dad got
been
involved
in January after the change in his family circumstances,
Yes.
correct? And was there further contact with Dad on February 2nd?
Yes,
Was there further contact with Dad on March the 3rd?
yes,
And that's the incident you detailed about not doing
With
great in
Grandma.
school, but Dad and the school had a conversation,
well,
correct?
for February 3rd, it was a conversation with grandma.
With Grandma, okay. And then an email would have been sent on March 3rd to Dad, is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
I'm allergic. to
And would there have been a meeting on May 1st of 2003? Would there have been a meeting with Dad or a phone call?
I'm sorry, I'm flipping.
Take your time.
years.
Take your time.
Exactly.
Yes. Dad encouraged him to come by and tell Mr. Cuddy the names of the classmates.
Okay. And what about on the very next day, May 2nd?
We followed up with the situation, and Ms. Shields was able to report to Mr. Colin that we had taken care of.
Okay. And then is there a response from Mr. Colin Gray on May 17th?
Yes, after a couple of emails on the 17th about absences again and the phone number being invalid,
Right.
he reached back out to Mr. Cuddy.
And did he come in and meet with you at some point that day or the next day?
Yeah, he asked to speak with our counselor, but we spoke instead.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Thank
Can you read it?
Just briefly. So you said that the counselor did not meet with Colin Gray. Why not?
She felt that it was a sort of a weird request because he said he only wanted to meet with her and she did not feel comfortable doing that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, I know you said y'all discussed counseling, that kind of thing. To your knowledge, did the defendant follow up with counseling for Colt Gray?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And just to reiterate, that January 11th meeting that y'all all had together, was that the meeting that y'all set up after trying to get in
Yes.
touch with Colin Gray? So y'all have, how many students are at Jefferson Middle?
About 1,025.
Okay. And that being said, is this a situation that you have an independent recollection of?
Very much so.
And why is that?
It stood out that over and over the attempts to call Mr. Cuddy comes to my office every day and gives me an update on students and where we are and making the home visit and seeing the graffiti and knowing that Colt was troubled and needed some help.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Any further calls?
Yes, yes.
I would say.
So with the further help and the other issues, I guess that would have been very concerning about these allegations of bullying that came up in January 23, or would have been later in 23?
It was in toward the end of school in May, but they
the
really
end of
weren't. Bullying is somebody over time continuing to do things. These were just instances that were sort of isolated that we dealt with.
And who did you speak to about that bullying? Did you speak with Mr. Colin Gray or was it someone else?
About the
bullying.
Actually, he shared the names with Mr. Cuddy.
He shared the names with Mr. Cuddy. Okay. And in y'all's opinion, it didn't rise to the level of bullying.
No, we treated it as bullying because we do not allow that.
Okay. I just want to be clear because you said it didn't necessarily meet your definition, but you still treated it as bullying.
We did.
Okay.
Just because Colt was struggling a little bit and we wanted to make sure he felt safe.
And you had actually gotten that concern from his father as well.
I believe Colt had spoken to Mr. Cuddy and then to Colin, and Colt didn't want to tell us any names, but he shared them with his dad.
Okay. Who then passed those on to you guys?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're
No
welcome.
further questions.
So pause real quick because I
Thank
want to
you.
discuss this a little bit. So, you saw what the defense was trying to do there. Well, you talked to Dad. Dad had a meeting with you guys to figure out how to improve and make sure that his son gets the best and does the best and has a good experience at school. And she's like, well, really it was because Dad's not getting his son to school. This is an attendance meeting. This is after, and then he tried to kind of do it again. She was like, well, again, it was with like the attendance people, so there's that side of it. But I wanted to touch on the whole, he tried to make an appointment with the counselor, but the counselor thought it was weird. And I was going to pull up someone's comment here that just said this. Oh, didn't feel comfortable. Didn't feel comfortable. I'm like, what? It could be if you're asking to speak to a counselor, you assume or might assume, right? There's some level of confidentiality there. That's a different. It's not a disciplinary person. You don't want to involve the disciplinary team. You want to involve the counseling team. You want to involve the empath. You want, so that could be seen, as something that they just made to try and sound weird, but was actually, possibly an attempt to help his son. But, we don't know. But if I'm telling the story, that's the way I'm presenting it.
Yeah, definitely.
You know,
it's like you have to look at the totality of the circumstances, though, in this situation with respect to everything that's been going on for the past 4 years. It's chaos, absolute chaos, like from both parents. There's just zero stability, and like,
sounds like dad was better than mom.
well, I don't know about that. Like, I mean, maybe dad was better at coming into the school and saying,
No, I
"Well,
mean, but mom was abusive and an addict.
wait, dad was abusive."
No, I think
Oh yeah.
mom
Oh
was
yeah.
abusive.
Oh no.
Wait, so I got that wrong. I thought the father said he had an abusive father growing up, and things with Colt and his mom were just difficult, and that's why he also didn't like DCFS. So maybe you're sure?
Yeah, I mean, correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I believe that it was when the 6th grade search term popped up and it said abuse, and then like the next day he's like, "How do I kill my dad?" It's not to say that both parents weren't abusive. It doesn't have to be a one or the other situation. I mean, if mom's off the rails drunk and she's got a kid, a young teen kid who's fucking off the rails, I mean, I could certainly see a situation where she feels incapable of controlling him. I mean, we've known people like this where you cannot control your kid. We have friends who
What
can't
I'd like to
control their
know
kid.
what
You know what I'm
testimony
saying?
we heard. I heard a testimony that mom slapped him, and I definitely heard the words that mom was abusive and that the father said, I pretty sure what I heard them say on the when the DCFS or what they call uh
Yeah, like
diffs, what do they call it?
I need way more because for what I just said.
No,
If
and
you if you
we
no,
understand
I wasn't
abuse is
addressing
not
to you, babe. I
right.
was
No, and I'm responding to chat as well. Like Bob and I know uh, mental abuse, emotional abuse is abuse. No ifs, ands, or buts around. I'm talking about testimony that has been offered at this trial. That's all I'm asking about right now. And what I remember hearing, other than like what you're saying, he searches abuse and then searches for how to kill dad. I heard mom hit him. I heard mom was abusive, and I heard the DCFS worker, whatever they call it in Georgia, say that the father said he didn't really like DCFS because he had an abusive father, and things with mom and the son had just gotten out of hand. Those are the words that I thought I heard. So I have not heard all of the testimony today, but as far as evidence testimony, can anyone speak to whether or
we
not there was?
they didn't get into it like that yet. You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? Like and as well as I do, I'm taking everything with a grain of salt in terms of how things are being couched by either one of these parents. Because again, the fact of the matter is when you've got a 13-year-old kid who's off the fucking rails as a mother, a single mother who's also dealing with their own shit, and you cannot control that kid. I mean, is there ever a time when it's okay to slap the shit out of your kid? No. But, I mean, I guess that goes back to are we better off as a society with no corporal punishment as to your children ever? Because I mean,
Last
that's a very,
fine line, slippery slope.
a very thin line, very slippery slope. You ask Gen Xers like me, now I was never like neither of my parents ever laid hands on me.
Oh, I was spanked.
But the threat of it existed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't even have the threat of it now, because the kids will be like, oh, well, I'll turn your ass in. You know, it's like, oh, like we live in a completely different world. And I don't necessarily know if it's better. I mean, obviously, you should never lay hands on a kid. You know, I
Right.
mean, like,
Right,
there's
but
other
there
ways
is a
to go
difference
about.
between like a potch on the butt, like,
Yeah,
for a
right.
little one, like if you're like, don't touch that, you get hurt, or listen to me,
But
and I
my
think
point is, babe, like, just think about people that we know in our lives that we know that had a difficult kid that was doing crazy shit.
yeah, but that's who you don't spank. That's who you don't
It's
you
not
can't
about
beat the kid.
spanking. I'm talking about being the mother trying to deal with a 14-year-old who is off the rails.
Yeah.
Just think about, like, real life circumstances with people that we know that had issues with their kids, and he was the dad. So when you put the mom, so all I'm saying is I'm taking the mom slap with a bit of a grain of salt in
Yeah, for
terms of,
sure.
you know what I mean? Like, we need way more to know who the truly abusive parent was. And again, all of it counts. Emotional, physical, every form of abuse counts. There is no abuse that doesn't count, that doesn't add up. It all counts, because all, like, the psychological abuse, frankly, is way worse
Yeah.
because it
It
lasts.
can be, right.
I
I guess it depends on the level of physical. I don't, you know what I mean, but I
yeah,
agree.
right, exactly.
Psychological abuse like destroys your being,
Yeah, if
you
you
know.
get the belt, your ass hurts for a couple days, but
Right.
the psychological damage from the belt lasts way longer than the pain from the belt. And then when you just take out the
You take
physical
a belt to a
abuse,
kid these days, you gotta go down as far as I'm concerned.
well, yeah, I mean, we've seen it. Like, that shit's crazy. Like, you can't. There's no doing that. There's no doing that.
No.
You know. There's enough ways in terms of parenting that we've learned, but it's like children today are entitled. It's like the taking the threat of corporal punishment away. Like, I'm gonna spank your butt has made kids
Yeah, but we
feel
can't.
like there's no recourse a lot of times. I don't
Right.
know. It's a whole different conversation. Obviously, I've never laid a hand on my kids, but
No.
like, you see how, like, you can't dispute in terms of what we see with our eyes on how kids are today.
Right, but you gotta take their phones, lock them in
Like,
their
I'm
rooms.
watching these fucking TikToks with these kids just doing, like, ridiculous shit to people out on the streets for clicks, and, like, just shit that, like, when they're getting punched in the face, I'm like, God damn, that kid really deserved to get punched in the face. You're walking up and snatching people's, like, strangers' phones out of their hands for, it's like, there is,
That kid deserved to be.
man, like, I know you
You mean
don't
by a
social,
stranger on the street?
I am taught, right, who, like, was assaulted by the kid.
But a child? No.
No,
Like
like a
an
fucking
actual
18-year-old
Oh,
douchebag
well, yeah,
kid.
that
Like, I'm
guy,
not talking
sure.
about, like, yeah, I'm not talking about an 8-year-old, babe.
Well,
I'm
I
talking
know, I
about,
figured that. I thought it was somewhere possibly between. Like, no, you can't hit a teenager no matter what they do.
oh,
13-year-old
emotional abuse.
comes
That's
and
why I said, Polly, I'm very clear. Every form of abuse is massive. Like I was saying, that the emotional abuse falls into the psychological abuse, which I think has way more long-lasting impact than the physical stuff.
well, just
Because
depending on how
the
bad the
physical
physical
part
is.
of it ends, but even the psychological part of the physical part is
Right,
what is long-lasting.
right,
That's the thing that sticks with you.
right,
Yeah,
right.
I agree, Nicola, 100%. So, all
And I
right.
just wanna make clear, I was just trying to figure out evidence standpoint what we have heard thus far, and I feel
Yeah, I
pretty
mean,
clear on it.
grounding is where it's at. Like, and Allie and I are just so soft. It's like the most powerful tool in our punishment tool belt is taking their fucking device away.
Yeah.
And then we cave on that shit because it's like Allie and I would be like, their punishment was you have to come hang out with us.
Yeah,
Like,
so we
you have to
punished
come and watch TV with
our
us. Like you can't
right,
sit
our
up in your room on your device.
right, our older kids who they didn't have cell phones back then, you know, like
Right.
they do now. It was you can you're punished to your room. You can read in your room, you can do whatever in your room. But if you want to watch TV, like then it was you can come downstairs and watch TV with your family.
Right.
But my reader, she chose to read a lot.
Yeah.
She's
Which is
great.
great.
She
I'm
came
all
down too, but
I'm all
you know,
about it. I'm all about it. Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Good talk. Good talk. Oh, what is, are they taking lunch?
No, that witness just got off. So I don't know. They might be taking lunch, but right
No,
now.
they went to the seal.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a lunch break. We should get out here. So we'll be in recess till 12:50.
12:15. Yeah, 100%. Don't lay hands on kids.
See how? So, what time did he say?
12:15. So we got the
Half
magic
hour.
of the bloop.
Yeah, but we still have a half hour.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's 11. It's 12:45 right now, and you said 1:15.
Is that what he said?
I thought you just said he said 1:15.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't hear it.
I don't know. I already forgot.
All right, we gotta eat something for a half hour. We don't have anything to eat. We gotta go to the market tonight.
We lose a lot of folks when we dip, but I'm going
Wow.
to keep the stream on. We're going to keep the stream on. I do need to eat something. I had a banana this morning, but I'm still hungry. And two iced coffees that were quite delicious. Snarfing time. That's right, Nicola. All right. So you guys,
Did you guys talk about Prince Andrew?
Oh, yeah.
No longer Prince Andrew?
Wait, see, there's some kind
of movement.
I heard
What's
movement.
happening? It's
The movements.
Whoops. Whoops.
Oh, somebody did want to talk. So there's news, babe. There's news. So the Bears,
Oh, that's the news?
well, it's kind of a big deal. Like
Okay.
they're extremely close to moving to Indiana.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're getting a stadium deal over there. So here's the deal. I'm gonna just so
I mean,
people
that'll
know.
take the traffic that away, but
For me, it's the same drive distance wise, because Hammond is literally right on the Illinois-Indiana border, and
but
it's
all that money, all the taxes. I don't get it.
the deal. The deal is unbelievable that Indiana is offering them. I mean, they're going to build the stadium. The Bears there's going to be a 40-year lease, but they get to keep all the profits from every event that they have in there, whether it be concerts, Super Bowl, whatever, all of it. The Bears get to keep all the money. They can pay off the bonds ahead of time and own the stadium outright. It's an unbelievable deal because all Illinois was offering, and it's been a fight to get them to pay for the infrastructure stuff. And the Bears in Illinois were like, okay, we're going to pay for the stadium, the building of the stadium. It's such a good deal from Indiana. I don't know how the Bears. No, it's like 4 hours away from Indianapolis. It's literally over the
Right
border.
over the border.
It's like right over the border.
It's
you've
like
got
when
Calumet City, and then you drive 5 miles and you're in Hammond.
It's like when our small town, we're like, we don't want a water park. That's what the powers that be said. You're gonna have all this traffic and bring in the who knows what. We don't want a water park. And they literally went over the border. So you still have the exact same roads, the only exits, the exit in our city anyway. And all the people in that other town get the discounted water park because they're residents. Really screwed us. But that's going to be a big tax hit to the city of Chicago, state of Illinois.
Well, that's on Illinois. Illinois doesn't know how to manage their money.
I
Like
mean, plus if they get
Illinois is
compensation
broke.
for like
Broke as shit.
a beautiful stadium over there, and that's where we're going for all our music now.
I mean,
no one's going to play there and Chicago
No,
unless
they'll
they're going to
still-
split it. They might split it. Who would play over the bridge? If you're going to do 2 nights at the same venue, maybe you do both. But I think you lose the 3-night run, the 2-night run at the same venue in Chicago.
So Soldier Field's an outdoor stadium. They'll still have it in the summers. Most bands that are doing like stadium tours are doing at max a 2-night run. Like I've never seen,
And maybe
like,
it's
like the Stones would do 2 nights, like Oasis when they did their 2-night run. And so, because everything that's like mid-fall through like late spring is going to be over in the stadium.
But the Bears get to keep that money?
Yeah.
And the Bears get to dictate the price then?
Yeah.
You would think. Well, then the Bears
all
would
Indiana
reduce
wants
the
is
price.
Right. They're
they're-
all it's going to completely revitalize Hammond, Indiana. It's going to turn it into a destination. I mean, it's a huge win for them. I mean, in terms of their kind of actuary bean counters, they clearly figured out what the benefits are.
Oh, huge.
Which,
huge.
And for the Bears, it's like, how do you
People don't-
turn down the fact that they're paying for the stadium, the exact stadium that you want? Like
Well,
like
but in a
it's
typical scenario, the Bears aren't making money off of a music concert in Chicago, are they? I don't know how it works.
No.
Right.
Right.
That's
The park district owns.
Chicago's going to lose a lot of, in my opinion. If I'm a band is going to go over the bridge where the Bears are now giving them the space at such a discount rate, that they're able to make more money. I don't know how it works, but they could make either ticket prices lower, so more people are going to want to go there, or make it more beneficial for the band. Either way,
everything about the stadium's going to be better. It's going to be world class. Like Soldier Field is a shithole. I hate it.
They would still be the Chicago Bears, just like the New York.
Yeah, New York.
New York's
The New
played
York
both.
Giants, New York Jets are both in New Jersey. Foxborough is where the New England Patriots. Arlington, Texas is where the Dallas Cowboys. It's not unusual. Now, granted, and like probably the Jets and Giants being over in Jersey, that's where their stadium is, because there's simply nowhere to build, a stadium on the island in New York. So they had to go over there. But they're obviously the New York Giants and Jets. Same shit. Same exact shit. Still going to be the Chicago Bears.
All right, now can we switch gears?
Wait, what?
I wanted. What did everyone say about?
Somebody
Chris
specifically
Andrews?
asked to talk about this. It wasn't
Okay.
me just bringing it up.
I know. I
Oh,
thought we were done. We did it.
What? Oh, Allie, I thought that you had turned the tables.
I
on the
have, but I
whole,
was
not a
sort of
Bears-
excited
Bears
that like a part of the royal family has been dethroned
Well,
and now charged.
so he's been taken into custody. I don't know if he's been charged yet.
Well, whatever. I mean, I was wondering, do you
Big
think
deal.
he'll talk? I don't think he'll talk because he'd have to
Paige is like, it was
tell on
me. Sorry.
himself.
Paige.
No, I
never-
love that
Never
conversation.
apologize for talking about the Bears.
No. I did love that conversation. I just got a one-track mind. I got a one-track
We'll
mind.
see. We'll see where.
Let's
Yeah,
see what
well,
Webb says.
I think he was dethroned, but was he dethroned or did I never keep track of the royalty shit over there.
He was dethroned.
Well, but
This is
did
like the
which
king's
one?
brother.
Which one stepped away? Was like, I don't want to have shit to do with
I don't think it was him.
It was the one that was married to the chick that was on the TV show, whatever the hell. I can't remember what its name is, which one he is.
I asked the Webb. Let's see.
There's somebody
Webb?
who dipped out. Okay, so Charles took his title. Fergie too. Who's the other one? Harry. Harry's the one that dipped, right? And he's married to the actress, right? Whatever
I'm
her
gonna
name
let y'all
is.
know what Webb says. I said, Webb, tell me the evidence implicating Prince Andrew.
Oh, he was like, apparently he's all up in the shit.
Oh yeah, he's all up in it.
He all up in it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Allie put me into the J files yesterday. She's like, oh, because we were joking about it after we picked my dad up from the airport. I'm like, yeah, throw me in there. I told my dad, I'm like,
Dad, you're in
I told,
you might be in the Epstein files or what? Like, just
yeah, I
say
told my
something
dad, I'm like,
stupid and
Dad,
funny.
I'm like, how do you feel about being in the Epstein files? He was like, ha, yeah. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna throw y'all in there. So she typed it in, and like a Amada popped up. She's like, oh, there's seven entries for Amada. It was some attorney, some
There was an
female
attorney,
attorney.
and then there was LaMotta.
Jake
then I s-
LaMotta, the great Jake
And then I
LaMotta, he
stopped
was dead
looking because
though.
I obviously know no one associated with us, and it grew, not interesting very quickly. All right, so here's what it says. People are probably going to start yelling, "Oh, we're being political." We're talking about the UK politics, so we're all good. We're all good. Detailed testimony of sexual encounters. The most damning evidence comes from the FBI witness interviews, and those are called 302 forms, for those of you who want to know, that provide explicit, detailed accounts of Prince Andrew's sexual encounters with underage girls. So yeah, he's got like some strong evidence. There's that Jane Doe, number 3, Virginia Guffrey, provided a detailed sworn account of 3 sexual encounters with Prince Andrew when she was 17 years old. First encounter was in London after shopping with Ghislaine.
I thought it was more of a trafficking thing. Like
Yeah,
that.
I think they're going to get to it. Maxwell for a dress to dance with the Queen's son. They went to Club Tramp and then returned to Maxwell's residence, where Prince Andrew engaged in sexual activities with her in a bathroom and a bedroom. He has a foot fetish and touched her feet during foreplay.
What a
Next was
weirdo.
New York.
All right, I'm gonna walk the dog while you're doing this. Sorry.
Okay.
Gotta do
Well,
it.
I want food though too. Should I stop? Are people getting upset? I can't see what they're saying while I'm reading. Do they want me to stop? Did he dip already that quick? Wow. He's gone. Does anybody want me to keep talking about this? No, Bob does care. Bob does care, but our dog needs to be he really needs to be walked. He really needs to be walked. All right, I'll keep going. I can't see the chat, so if you guys start saying stop, then I'm not going to see you because I'm over here in the web in the web archive fucking magic thing that tells you all the things. Again, you've got Ghislaine right in the middle of some shit 2 months later. Epstein's Manhattan residence. He got an erotic massage and engaged in sexual activities. Third encounter, Prince Andrew, Little St. James Island. Recollection was fuzzy due to heavy Xanax use. Goes into foot fetish details about all his foot fetishes. They've got photographic evidence. The documents reference photographic evidence that corroborates the witness accounts. The infamous photo. The witness requested Epstein take a photo of her with Prince Andrew after returning from Club Tramp. She advised FBI agents she still has the original. Described in a courtroom document as Prince Andrew, Ghislaine, standing together close with the victim. You got the flight logs. Oh, they're back already? What the hell? Let's see what's happening. Wow, that was quick. Damn it, man. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove this until I hear actual speaking and keep reading. I'll hear the speaking in my headphones and put it up. May of 2000, the witness who traveled to Epstein's jet more than 50 times refused to answer questions about whether she flew with Prince Andrew, invoking the fifth. Other witnesses refusable. So Epstein's associates invoked the fifth when they asked about Prince Andrew. One witness refused to answer. Has Prince Andrew ever been involved with underage minor females to your knowledge? Refused to answer. Have you ever met Prince Andrew? Have you ever flown on Epstein's plane with Prince Andrew? Then you've got employee testimony about naked pool parties. Juan Alessi, Epstein's former house manager, testified in a sworn deposition that Prince Andrew attended naked pool parties at Epstein's beach estate and was treated to massage by a harem of adolescent girls. Wow. You got Virginia Guffrey says she had we heard about the intercourse 3 times. I'm trying not to use words, including one group session involving 9 girls. Epstein told her whatever Prince Andrew wanted, I was to make sure he got. She reported back that Epstein about Prince Andrew's interest in feet, and he found it very funny. There's a puppet incident recalled by Maxwell. The witness recalled Maxwell purchased a puppet resembling Prince Andrew as a gift. Ew. The group joked after the puppet hand was placed on one of the girls' breasts, and then Prince Andrew mimicked the puppet by placing his other hand on it. Oh my God. Age guessing game. This is sick. During a London encounter, Epstein and Maxwell asked Prince Andrew to guess the witness's age. He guessed correctly, 17. Okay. Maxwell responded, "You're right there." This knows he knew that she was underage. 17 was below the age of consent in Florida. What? Is that true? I'm not standing by that assertion until I check it. Usually the age is 17, so we'll have to maybe you guys are checking while we're sitting here. All right, multiple corroborating sources, Fifth Amendment sworn testimony consistency. Prince Andrew settled a civil lawsuit with Virginia for $12 million without admitting wrongdoing. And then the royal denials. Buckingham Palace has consistently denied all allegations, calling them categorically untrue. Single most damning document gives me the page number, the interview, the FBI report, providing the most detailed official law enforcement account of Andrew's alleged encounters with an underage girl, specific locations, date, activities, the foot photos. I think this is the same person. Flight logs. Yeah, they're just kind of rounding it all up. That's what you got for Epstein. Let's see. For Prince Andrew. Any political persons travel on same flight as Prince Andrew? Let's see. See who's been flying with Prince Andrew. I'm sure Woody. I should have just asked who flew with Prince Andrew. They've got to be able to, let's see. We're going to be wanting to know what the royal family knew. See, that they're arresting him, but I'm sure the royal family is not going to want to admit they knew anything, even if they did know it. They're going to go to measures, I would think, even though he's being prosecuted or whatever, detained, to still cover stuff up. But they might also have, all different countries might have different reasons for wanting the truth to come out. Yep, Bill Clinton. Let's see. Confirm Bill Point. Well, yeah, I know he flew on the plane. I want to know who flew with. Wait, pilot testimony about political. No. Damn it. And the former Prime Minister of Israel, Bill Clinton, the former Prime Minister of Israel. I think that's both to while Prince Andrew was on there. When specifically asked about Prince Andrew traveling with one young girls, the Prime Minister said, "To the best of my knowledge, no." However, he noted that he often didn't meet passengers and was just given their names. Oh no, that's the pilot, not the Prime Minister who answered that question. Flight manifests. The documents reveal significant problems with the flight manifest. Fraudulent manifest testimony revealed that some of them are altered to include important names to impress investors. Multiple witnesses testified they never actually they never saw actual manifests with Clinton or Prince Andrew's names, but we know that they flew. So what the fuck does that mean? Scott Rothstein testified he used phony flight manifests showing Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew and young girls' names to pitch investors about why. That's some bullshit. I don't believe a goddamn word any of them are saying. Oh, no, we just put his name on there to impress people. Put his name on there to impress people that he's with young girls. Confidentiality is important. DOJ's, the documents show they absolutely flew on the, Prince Andrew definitely flew on the plane. We know this. Bill Clinton definitely flew on the plane. Well, we know that too, but tell me flew on the plane with Prince Andrew. There are no manifests and documents showing Prince Andrew traveling on the same flight as Bill Clinton, the Israel guy, or Donald Trump, or, all right, so that's a question I asked. He remembered Clinton. He did not remember just flying back on the plane, but we know they flew on the plane. Okay. There's no documentary evidence showing they traveled on the same flights. That's what I was looking for. These guys travel on the same flights. There are no manifests showing who else traveled on those specific flights. Bullshit. They're hiding shit still. I don't believe one thing about fabricated manifests. Who wants to see flight logs to be like, oh, well, if he flew with young girls, I'll fly with young girls. I don't know, people. Coming back to the chat. Oh, yeah. No. Clinton wasn't really there. Just put his name on there so that people thought it was really cool. You know, it's just, it's all of this perversion mixed with decisions being made in multiple countries. This is what is disgusting. This is what it like I was saying yesterday, the whole, you know, they go to the same Ivy League school and their little secret societies, and then they all just control each other forever. Now you got all this debauchery, perversion across different countries, and everybody's got something over each other. We just need to knock it all down and build it all up again. I don't know, people. Oh, shit.
Went and
I
got
lied.
Colt.
I didn't hear this.
And when you spoke to Colt, was that in
Oh,
Colin
boy.
Gray's presence?
Sorry, guys.
Yes.
Okay, and what did Colt Gray tell you?
My bad.
That he denied making the threat.
Whoops. Oh, because
and
that's
said
Bob's
that
screen.
he used to have a Discord account that he had stopped using it because
All right.
people were hacking.
All right. Sorry. That's why I didn't hear it in my ears. I'm sorry, everybody. All right. Let me get you. Is this today? No, that's day 3. Real good, Allie. Come on. Sorry, I would have stopped if I knew they were back on. Day 4. Come on. Stand up. Oh, we'll have some blooping time, people. That's what we have. Nope. Minimize. Okay.
Could you raise your right hand, please? With testimony given, the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, have a seat, please. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name's Dan Miller, Deputy Investigator with Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you worked with Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy.
In total, 18 years.
Okay.
Sheriff
And
or investigator?
what are your
What did he
duties?
say? Sorry.
In total, 18.
Oops.
Okay, and how long?
Deputy Investigator with Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you worked with Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
In total, 18 years.
Okay, and what are your duties as an investigator?
Receiving reports from patrol of crimes committed and investigating those crimes further when a conclusion can't be brought to right when the report is taken.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator?
Oh, gosh. Since 2017, I'm sorry, my math, not mathing
That's
today.
fine. Take your attention back to 2023, specifically May of that year. Were you an investigator with Jackson County Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was.
Okay. Now I want to take your attention specifically to May 21st of 2023. Did you get information from your supervisor about an FBI tip?
I did.
Tell me the circumstances of that.
It was a weekend, as I recall, and I was the on-call investigator. So each week, the sheriff's office has a different investigator fulfill on-call duties. So if a call comes out after hours that investigations has to respond to, that particular investigator will respond to that call. This was a Sunday, I believe, and I received a phone call from my supervisor informing me of the tip.
You guys, sorry, I was writing. Does anyone know what date he said this tip was? And I'll keep an eye on the chat. Here we go.
Okay. Did he send you the tip or show you the tip or just tell you?
He did email it to me, but I wasn't able to. The only way I had to look at it was my county cell phone at the time.
Okay.
We had a way to log into our computers that I'm not the most technically savvy person in the world, so I wasn't familiar how to do that on a laptop. Nevertheless, I wasn't able to open that particular attachment in the email.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, it's like the trial. I knew we weren't an hour.
Just that the FBI received a tip.
It's been on for like 20 minutes. I had to end.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's so loud.
It's too loud?
Yes, it's like crazy loud.
Is it too loud for you guys too? Somebody go back and hear the date of the tip.
All right, you got to go all the way back. This has been going on.
No, I did, babe. I did. So the problem was I forgot it was your screen. So when I removed it, I'm like, I'll hear in my ears when they talk. And then
I'm not being a baby, Mark.
Don't be a baby. Don't be a baby boy.
The trial's been on for like I was having.
That's all right. We
great
have
walk.
blooping time. We love blooping time. You
We
missed
do.
it. I had just gotten us back. We're at the beginning.
I know, but I was like,
I'm sorry.
I was really excited to watch what's coming up next.
Okay, well, you didn't. Or well, we'll get to it. But does anyone know what time that tip was? I'm gonna duplicate my screen and rewind and listen to it. So I'll let it play. Oh no, I duplicated the wrong screen. Wait a minute.
This is the very beginning of this, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. She gone. All right. Where'd she go?
Oops. Hi.
Hi.
Oh my Lord.
I'm about to throw my shit up
No,
anyway.
wait, but I'm at the right. Oh, you're at the right spot too.
I mean,
That's
how
the
far
beginning
were you
again.
into his
Right
assessment?
at the beginning.
Yeah.
15 years.
Okay. And what are your duties as an investigator?
Receiving reports from patrol of crimes committed and investigating those crimes further when a
Put it at one
conclusion
point.
can't be brought to right when the report is taken.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator?
Oh, gosh. Since 2017, I'm sorry, my math, not mathing
That's
today.
fine. Take your attention back to 2023.
There we go. 23
specifically
guys.
May of that year. Were you an investigator with Jackson County Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was.
Okay. Now I want to take your attention specifically.
No, it was too loud because my screen was still playing and Allie had her screen playing. So I had two trials running. So it was very loud for me, not for you guys.
To May 21st of 2023. Did you get information from your supervisor about an FBI tip?
I did.
Tell me the circumstances of that.
It was a weekend, as I recall, and I was the on-call investigator. So each week, the sheriff's office has a different investigator fulfill on-call duties. So if a call comes out after hours that investigations has to respond to, that particular investigator will respond to that call. This was a Sunday, I believe, and I received a phone call from my supervisor informing me of the tip.
Okay. Did he send you the tip or show you the tip or just tell you?
He did email it to me, but I wasn't able to. The only way I had to look at it was my county cell phone at the time.
Okay.
We had a way to log into our computers that I'm not the most technically savvy person in the world, so I wasn't familiar how to do that on a laptop. Nevertheless, I wasn't able to open that particular attachment in the email.
Okay. Did he verbally tell you what the tip was about?
He did.
Okay. What did he tell you about this tip?
Just that the FBI received a tip.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, here a second. What's your response?
No, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just information that he got that he then used to follow up with. He's going to actually go speak with the defendant about this tip. And so his information that he had is what he's using to speak with Mr. Gray. So it's just to show
Not being offered to prove that the tip, the information in the tip is true.
correct. We don't know if it is or not.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to overrule the hearsay objection, understand that the value here is just essentially the words were said or the tip contained information. It's not to prove that the content of the tip is true, okay? Go ahead.
So what was your knowledge? What were you told before?
My knowledge was the address and possible name.
Okay.
And forgive me, I can't remember if it was Colt Gray or Colin Gray. One of those names came up referencing a person making a threat to shoot up a school.
Okay. And how was this threat communicated?
Through an app called Discord. It's like a gaming app, I guess gamers use it to communicate and do various other things. I'm not that familiar with it. I have heard of it.
Okay.
And at the time, I wasn't really all that familiar with it either.
Okay. So your information was that a tip came over that a user on Discord
Correct.
had made a threat to do what?
To shoot up a school.
Okay. And what are you getting as far as a name and an address? What's that tied to?
So that came from my supervisor. He said, go to this address and speak to this person. There was a possible threat made to shoot up the school. I can only assume he saw the tip, but I don't know. I can't say that with the definitive answer, but he told me the address, go here. There's a threat made to shoot up a school and see what you can gather.
Okay. And did you go to that address?
I did.
Okay. Did anyone go with you?
Deputy Justin Elliott.
Okay. Do you remember the address that you went to?
Not off the top of my head. It's Rice Creek Court, I believe.
Okay.
I don't recall the exact numbers.
Okay. And did you approach the residence?
I did. We went, knocked on the door, and a couple of juveniles answered. And
Male or female?
Female.
Okay.
And common practice is juvenile answers the door, we absolutely do not go in. We contacted parents and kind of explained why we were there. And the father, whose name escapes me at the moment, Frank Rundell, informed us that they had lived there.
Called him by phone or?
Yes, I had the juveniles call him by phone.
Okay.
And he informed us that he used to have a Discord account, but he doesn't use it anymore. He used it for like fantasy football. And that wasn't the name that was associated with the tip. So I just kind of ran it down as far as much information as I could get at the time. He said something to the effect that he did have a gun, but it was locked in a safe. And the children.
Did you ask him about a gun?
I did.
Okay.
Said it was locked in a safe and that the kids did not have access to it. But then he went on to say that the previous tenant got evicted from that address, I believe 3 months prior, and that they still were getting mail. So they had some of that mail there. One of the juveniles gave it to us. That's where we got the name from.
And what name was on the mail?
Colin Gray.
Did it have a different address?
Not on the mail, no.
Oh, that's right, because it went to that house. That makes
Correct,
sense. Yeah. Sorry. At some point, did you find out where Colin Gray lived?
Yes. Deputy Elliott, I think he'd had dealings with them before. I can't say specifically. He was the one that was able to figure out the new address, the River Mist Circle address.
I'm sorry, what's that address?
954 River Mist Circle.
Okay. And did you go to that address?
We did.
Was this all on the same day?
It was.
Okay. And what happened when you got to that address?
Colin answered the door, and we proceeded to inform them why we were there, that there was a threat made to shoot up a school, and that the tip came from the FBI, and that the IP address for that tip came back to an IP address for Colin.
Okay. Are you a computer expert?
I am absolutely not.
Do you have a general idea of what an IP address is?
A very layman's idea, yes.
Okay, and what is that?
It's Internet Protocol, I think is what that stands for. It basically, everybody's internet address, they have a specific address for their Wi-Fi router. That's about the extent of my knowledge.
Okay, and that IP address from the tip came back to Colin Gray?
According to the information that I was given.
Okay, and you told that to Mr. Gray here?
Yes.
Okay, what else did you tell him?
That there had been a threat to shoot up a school, and that it came from a Discord account that was connected to Colt. So we then asked to speak with Colt, and he allowed us to. And based on what I had at that point, so when I approach these sorts of cases, I'm very leery about, I don't push my way into people's homes. You might hear that from people sometimes. I allow them to dictate sort of what our interaction is going to be, so I know how I kind of need to respond.
Mm-hmm.
And I may even have asked them, I don't recall. Typically, I will ask people, you want to speak inside or you want to speak outside? Nevertheless, he stepped outside and that's where we spoke.
Okay, and did you speak with Colt outside also?
I did. He had went and got Colt and brought him outside.
And when you spoke to Colt, was that in Colin Gray's presence?
Yes.
Okay, and what did Colt Gray tell you?
That he denied making the threat and said that he used to have a Discord account, that he had stopped using it because people were hacking it, which in my mind wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Again, I'm not a computer or digital forensics expert, so that seemed like a logical explanation why you would stop using such an account.
Did you talk to Colin about whether or not Colt had access to firearms?
Yes, I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said they do have guns in the house. I believe he said they were not locked away, but that the ammunition was separated.
Okay.
And that he didn't have,
true.
I think I referred to it as unfettered access. I don't think those were his words.
Okay. So we're saying Colt didn't have unfettered access?
Correct.
Okay. Was anyone wearing a body cam at that time?
Deputy Elliott was.
Okay. Was this interaction recorded on that body cam?
It was.
And have you had a chance to review that body cam since?
Yes, I have.
And there been any additions, material additions, deletions, or any changes to it?
No,
and
not to my knowledge.
Does it fairly and accurately portray the conversations between you and the defendant and Colt Gray?
Yes.
Okay. All right. This time I tender state exhibits number
Bloop. Let's hear it.
137 into evidence. It's actually in two parts, 137.1 and 137.2. When it was did. Yes, sir. And Your Honor, for the record, there's a part where Investigator Miller and the defendant step away from the camera, leaving Deputy Elliott and Colt. They do talk. It's mostly just small talk about nothing. I want to play straight through so it shows the time that they're away and the time of the entire encounter.
No objection to that.
Okay. Your Honor, the first clip is 15 minutes and the second clip is 4 minutes. And is this you here?
It is.
Okay.
Colin, you want to step out where you can talk real quick?
Seeing his underwear.
You want to put some pants on soon?
So we got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address, or your conditions, that made a threat to you at school. It's pretty low. Our name was associated with that address.
Thank you. I heard one of the lawyers saying
it's too low. Can you make sure it's at regular speed for this?
Oh, why did you have it boosted?
Oh, I didn't unless you did.
No, I've been watching at normal speed all day.
Okay.
So hopefully they'll jack up the volume. That'd be sweet.
All right, say that again, I'm sorry.
It's very low. I don't know if the jury can hear it or not.
I think it's high, so we can get it, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're at highest volume for the computer.
All right, if you want to, can you back it up 10 seconds or so, and then I've got on my end video volume as high as I can get it.
Colin?
I am.
You want to step out where you can talk real quick? You got something that you know what Discord is? So we got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address, or your traditions, that made a threat to shoot up school.
For real?
Yes, sir. And your name was associated with that address. We went over to that address and you weren't living there, so you got here.
Let me get dressed.
Sure.
He didn't even try to go in, which he said he doesn't. But typically,
And we're going to fast forward a little bit until
he comes back out. Thanks. This is huge. This is 2023, people.
timestamp here is
Oh, well, you see the date right there.
3 seconds.
Seven months before he buys him an AR-15.
We're starting it back up at 2 minutes, 8 seconds.
That's all.
Beer in his hand, or what's that?
Sat back down.
What?
So what? Tell me what.
You have any kids or anything living
Yeah,
there?
Colt Gray.
Colt?
Yeah, Colt. We don't own the son.
How old is he?
He's 13.
Play on video games and stuff?
Yeah. Right all the time.
Is he here right now? You think it's something you might
I damn sure want to know.
talk to him?
Yeah, absolutely. Now look, he gonna get all red faced when you talk to him. Just calm, all right? So let me give you the backstory. So we lived over traditions. I went to work one day on sole provider, doing high rises downtown. So I get a call from one of y'all, like, so my family's in law enforcement. So when I get the call, I don't think the officer's name. Turns out, nicest guy like ever. He's like, I just want to let you know about your house. I'm like, for what? He said, y'all have been evicted. I'm like, no, I just paid rent. He's like, no. He's like, I'm gonna stay here till you get here. So I drove all the way out. All my shit's in front of me. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm just gonna let you know this is what's going on. There's people standing there with trailers and shit. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, they're gonna get your stuff out in 24 hours. Is that right? I don't even know why y'all are here. So long story short, I'm like,
What's he drinking, people?
trying to figure out what's going on with my wife. She's in the house. So we split.
Red
Long
Bull.
story short, for
Oh,
obvious
thanks, babe.
reasons. She took my younger two and went back home with her mom. Colt and I rented the house and we came here. So we've been good, like no problems. He struggled at first with the separation, all schools kind of so. So I've been up to school countless times just tracking with him. You know, hey, make sure you're good. They understand what's going on. He goes to Jefferson Middle School. So he's been doing really good. Like, you know, in the beginning, he kind of struggled a little bit. But
Let me ask you this, do you have weapons in the house?
I do.
Are they accessible for him?
They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are. We do a lot of shooting. We do a lot of deer hunting. He shot his first deer this year. You know, so like I'm pretty much in shock, to be honest with you.
Well,
I'm a little pissed off, to be even really honest with you, if that is what was said. But
well,
we've been up to school for so many times now.
the information I got was sort of incomplete. I don't know how old it is. And like I said, the original complaint went to your other address, or your previous address, and that's where it just came from.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it wasn't.
I don't know.
All right, real quick, a couple of questions. Somebody look up that date. Is this a weekday? Should the kid be at school and he's home? And we know that the reality is that he was, so this is, was this him in, this would be him supposed to be in 8th grade, right?
Yep.
Because so we know.
Sunday. May 21st, 2023, Sunday.
Okay, so it's a Sunday. All right, so check that off the list. But we know he never went to school ever. There's no record of him being at school.
No. 2023 is, I think, 8th grade. He didn't wait. No, I'm confused.
Maybe this is 7th grade. Maybe this is 7th grade. Like they need to like flesh this shit out for the jury because it matters.
I'm sure they have.
What do you mean? We're watching the trial.
I know. I missed a couple things.
I didn't miss shit. You guys let me know. Maybe I did miss it. Like I want to know that when this.
You're right. He didn't go to school in 8th grade.
He wasn't in school ever in 8th grade. We heard a ton of testimony about it. He claims he doesn't know why he was evicted.
So this is the end of 7th grade.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So we ran here, I had a name, date of birth, that's how we got his address. So,
I mean, I swear to God, we're going to school. I've been up to school, like, I'm on first name. I just was up there 3 days ago for his finals, talking to the principal, like, look, make sure Colt's good. He gets flustered and under pressure. He doesn't really think straight. And we just, just kind of put your arms around him, get him through 7th grade. So make sure he's good. Like, I mean, we're up there all the time talking to school. If you talk to that school, they'll know exactly who I am. I'll say that. I mean, because I'm up there that much,
checking in on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he's good. So I'm a little taken
Not
back
according to the
by whole thing,
state's
but
evidence.
I can tell you this, I take that very serious, and so does he, as a matter of fact. He's.
So his first name is Colt?
Colt, C-O-L-T, yes, sir.
I mean, all I can do is ask him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I want you to talk to him and just tell him. Like, I don't know, I don't know anything about him saying shit like that. I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away. And they won't.
Then all the guns will go away.
I'm trying to be honest with you, I'm trying to teach him about firearms and safety and how to do it all and getting him interested in the outdoors. Like I'm on my
We get away from those video games.
Exactly right. That's the God honest truth. And the picture on my phone was him with blood on his cheeks from shooting his first deer. It was just the greatest day ever. So he knows the seriousness of weapons and what they can do and how to use them and not use them. So it's kind of a little bit of a shock. So in whatever y'all tell him, please instill in him that if this is wherever this is coming from, it's no joke. Like, it's no joke.
But we wouldn't either if it was.
No, I know. And I'm telling you right now, we talk about it quite a bit. All the school shootings, things that happen.
Yeah.
All there. You getting picked on at school. He's getting picked on at school. And is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there. Because you just never really know. And I don't want anything to happen to him. So. Yeah,
all right, well, if you want to have one,
yeah, y'all talk.
Or we can go in.
Sounds like cool.
Then all the guns will go away. Well, sir. I probably won't have time to get back into this, but I really think that Josh made a great point yesterday about some easy legislation that can be put in place that's not an infringement on your Second Amendment right, in my opinion. Something like that, that's it. All the guns gone from the house. You can come pick them up for your hunting trip. Dad can come pick them up, This is Dad's trial.
So did Dad kind of explain anything to you?
Shooting up the school.
Did you say something about school shooting?
Never just told him. Maybe they misheard somebody else. I don't never say that.
You never ever said.
I swear.
Do you use Discord?
Discord?
Yes, sir.
I used to.
When's the last time you used it? Really?
Was it in Traditions or was it here?
No, it was a tradition because in that Discord account that I had to get it
Before you too.
Yeah, because I think it got like payment cash report or something. I got to put on.
Have you heard anybody on Discord when you were using it, say something like that? Remember?
Like, at that time?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think I ever had anybody that.
You're, and I mean, I'm not trying to get anybody pinned up, but like, this is some serious stuff.
Oh, he knows how serious it is, trust me.
I hate to, you know, my boss was like, you know, I don't know how old this information is, and you're gonna wait till Monday to follow up. I was like, no, I gotta do it now, because
So do we.
there's God forbid something happened, I didn't have my job. But I feel pretty bad about this, so I just want to make sure you understand that if something like that happened, or you hear something like that, before tell their dad, tell them.
Like I told him, I promise I'll never say something.
So you haven't used Discord in a few months, and you're saying you didn't say anything.
No, the only thing I have is TikTok, but I just go around here and watch videos.
All right, well, fair enough.
What's your birthday?
January 14th,
Fair enough.
He's just gonna do a little report saying that,
We talk.
we've done in reference to this, and we talked, and you're saying that we didn't say anything like that. I gotta take you at your word, and I hope you're being honest with me. I'm not saying you're lying, but it's not unusual for people to lie.
He's surveyed.
Hey, Colin, what's good on for you, sir?
It's, 706
706
590.
59.
It's a new number. I think it's 2876.
Their last name is Gray. King Brittany.
About ready to get done with it?
I just already finished.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
When was your last day?
Wednesday, Sunday, so Friday.
Right. What grade you going into? Eighth grade, almost high school, man. The last 4 years, really, the last 4 years, what matters.
I mean, he said it's 20 minutes, so I guess there's more.
You did good grades, man.
For them to be like, all right.
5902768.
5902768.
Yes, sir. 5902768. Yeah, so look, you all welcoming time. We take it like dead serious around here. And I just want to make sure that I even feel better if you do find out what or where. Like, can somebody let us know?
Sure.
He's going to be full of anxiety until this gets resolved.
Hello.
Jackson. Okay. Is things a lot better now?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. That's good.
Let me grab you. Can I walk through your grass on that?
Can we get voted on here, West Jacksonville?
I think they should have asked to talk to the kid.
Now, look,
Your mic is so low, boy.
I think they should have asked to talk to the kid separately from his dad. I think the dad would have allowed that. He seems like sort of laid back about it. You know, I wouldn't have agreed. You know, putting on like my defense attorney and parent hat, I would never have agreed, but they should have tried.
Yeah.
You know, because maybe the kid's going to admit to something that he won't admit in front of his dad.
I mean, the whole encounter seems way too casual.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the
I mean, the dad seemed a little more, you know, concerned than the cops. Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay. Well, we'll check that out. Come back on Monday. What? No. What? He's got Discord. I mean, if this was a child pornography case, that they wouldn't be doing any of this. They would get a warrant and seize every computer in the house.
Yeah.
Why? Just because it deals with your guns, is it being treated differently? I just don't understand. I mean, seize the computers. Even if you're not seizing the guns, seize the computer, for God's sake.
Right. I mean, if it was CSAM, did you say that? I mean, if it
Yeah,
the
sorry,
allegation was CSAM,
Said it outright.
then yeah, 100%. They're pulling every device from that
Every
house.
device out of the house.
Yeah.
Grandma's got her little like old school phone. They're taking it.
All of it.
All of it. It's just disgusting. It's just.
Middle school. I told him you were now, and that's.
Getting switched out halfway through the school year? You know, new guy?
Yeah, being that quiet, I've moved like 6 times already.
Well, my dad was a logger and grew up in the military. We moved a lot when I was a kid.
Well, the high school's not surprising, I wasn't, I had three reasons I wanted to necessarily have a reason that I would say no.
No. No. Well, there's always somebody you can talk to if you need to.
Yeah.
School resource counselors.
Yeah, and I do talk to them. I've talked to the counselor about
Okay.
just update her on, DeFax
Yeah, start looking out, making goals for yourself.
So the worst part about this, quite frankly, is the fact that they are aware from Colin that he's being bullied. And now they're hearing from him that talking about Colt, that he talks to the counselor quite often. I mean, these are the red flags. These are the kids that are shooting up schools. Like, I
So
mean,
avoidable.
how much shit do you need to hear in order for you to do an actual investigation into this?
And
Like, for you to let it lay here and say, well, going with some bullshit that somebody hacked my shit. Come on, dude. Really?
he's talking to a cop whose body cam is the one taking the picture, so we're not seeing him. I think they said the school was aware of this tip, right? I mean, how can this school seems to have had a lot of procedures in place for active shooters, and like they did all the right things. But if they knew, and maybe I'm wrong, and do I still sound mumbled, guys?
No, you're better. Like, did you up your mic a little bit?
No.
Oh,
I
think you have a
Oh
tendency.
no,
to
they're not
crank
talking about me. They're talking about the
Oh,
voice on the.
yeah.
That was an Allie saying. I got distracted. Sorry. Is to say he can't come back until I get the notice from his counselor, and if he misses a visit, he can't come back, and we have to homeschool him until you know what I mean. Like you can't take chances like this.
Well, was that the high school or was that for the middle school? I
I
can't
mean,
remember.
maybe it wouldn't have mattered because yes, this is the end. He's just about out.
Yeah,
and
this is as Cliss is saying, this is Jefferson Middle School, not Apalachee.
Okay, but I'm sorry, that gets flagged in your file. And at the
Yeah.
next school, if you can't show the proof of the counseling, then you can't get back into the school. Like that should be a prerequisite for getting back
100%.
into the school. We need more legislation. School shooters are not a Second Amendment issue.
Is Jefferson Middle School in the same school district as Apalachee? Do you guys
It's
know? Like,
Georgia,
it's a school district thing. Like in terms of
get the
their
records.
okay, no one's doing that in terms of like going back and getting every kid's record when they try.
They do though.
Do they?
They get all the records when you transfer. Yeah. Your academic
From
file.
what?
Yes.
You're
That's my
telling me
understanding. I mean, I
when
guess
we
I don't
moved from Pennsylvania? No, I don't think that's accurate.
No, I don't know about across state line. I mean, you get some kind of like I don't know
I
that you get all of it.
I think that if it's like to me, if it's in the same school district, it's
Do we have any teachers,
reprehensible. It's reprehensible. Well, what
school
I want to know is I
administrators?
think we have some people from the area. What I want to know is Jefferson Middle School in the same school district as Apalachee is, the high school. Because then I think it would flow. The information would flow from the middle school to the high school.
I think it's flowing no matter what, especially in the same state. Well, it sure as fuck should. How about that? That's my
Yeah,
new answer.
that's fair.
Sure as fuck should.
That's fair.
And that yeah, play it, sorry. Let's
Interested in anything? What?
try the boost off.
It's kind of out there.
Well, you do what you enjoy. I mean, I did 20 years in the military, and you don't have to settle on just one thing. I did 20 years in the military, retired from that, and been doing this for
Is
7.
that off?
What?
The boost.
Oh no.
You don't have to fit everything inside the box.
That's better.
Yeah.
We got guys at the sheriff's office, they're full-time plumbers, full-time police officers. And, do what pays the bills, do what they enjoy. But everything's going good. That's good. You got a phone? What's your phone number?
Like I said, I changed my phone number.
Okay. All right. Dad said you went deer hunting for the first time this past year.
Thank you, Bliss.
3-pointer? Fork on one side, one on the, a palm on the other, or? Yeah. Yeah, fork on one side, one on the other, spike. Yeah. I've seen more one antler deer this year than any other time in my life. Out there in rut and breaking off an antler.
I don't think the shrine was up yet because this
How do we
is
know?
I just don't think it was because I don't think so we know that the series of events goes down in May. Christmas is when he gets the AR-15, and then the shooting occurs. But I think the shrine comes up after he gets the gun. I'm not 100 on that, but
We haven't had any testimony on that yet, so we'll have.
well, let me put it this way: if the shrine's up and Colin's out here doing this shit, like, oh, well, I don't know, I'd be really pissed off if his kid has a shrine to Nicholas Cruz up on his wall now.
Guilty.
When this conversation's going down, guilty as shit because he just flat out lied here. So, I mean, it better not be up if he's to have any chance in this thing. Because I'm assuming that it takes place, that goes up after the fact, after this takes place. The other problem with the school records is this a school record?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If the school gets notice of that a threat's been made to the school, that's where I'm not 100% sure. I think the school got notified, and that's why like my rant has to stay in context because I'm not. I can't recall, but he said something about the testimony about where the tip came from and who knew about it. I venture to guess they'll touch on it a little bit more.
I would hope so, or the defense needs to. Somebody's got to get into it about
I mean, they've
whether or
got
not
to
this made its
have.
way to the school.
We've got to all get more active in our local shit. I mean, congressmen and congresswomen, they our local politicians, they love to have their names on proposed legislation, especially something like as important as this. And it
I mean,
seems
if
like
people don't give a shit about their children getting murdered in schools, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you because it's like we did not live this life. This was not my experience. We had tornado drills. We didn't have active shooter drills. Like that wasn't even a thing.
Yeah, I've never had one.
Yeah, no, I PB, I know that he gets the 7 months later at Christmas, he gets the AR-15. There's no question.
No,
Right.
but PB and Shelley's being like,
I get it. Right. I totally understand that. It's like whatever this is in terms of Colin, if you're going to be, again, it's symptomatic of the fact that this guy was not involved in his kid's life at all. It always falls back to that. If this is me and Allie and somebody comes to my house and, my kid's able to sell this bullshit that his Discord was hacked, wasn't me. I didn't do it. We're having a real conversation.
Outside of the cops, though.
I'm like, yeah, the cops are gone. And this is Allie and I saying, all right, well, that was your story for the cops.
They're gonna figure it out.
We're digging
Right.
in. We're digging in, sucker. Give me all your fucking electronics because we're digging in. Because if I get any sense that this is true, we're addressing it. You know what I mean? It's like that's where the parenting part of it comes in. Cops aren't his parents. They don't have access to this kid. This is like a 15-minute interaction. Granted, it's a shitty one, And granted, there's no further, doesn't appear that there was any further investigation into it unless we find out. But I mean, it seems like the issue dies here unless we hear otherwise, but it's fucked up.
Thanks, TAJ, Mom.
All right, I'll just one second.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't go to school in 8th grade.
Here he is.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, man, we're getting into the shit now, baby.
Oh, yeah, no. This is, and they keep playing it, and I get what the state's doing. But just as the defense, and Jimmy Bear and Mr. Hobbs are no dummies, doesn't this prompt the question, all right, so didn't the cops fail?
Yes, we've been saying that.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. I was just talking with a reporter from the local newspaper about do you think this would have happened in the main metro area? Do you think this would have happened with my kids downtown? It's like we talked about, what was that, yesterday, day before that? This is an example of the politeness of the universe impacting criminal justice and the difference in the way people are treated. So fascinating. Sorry.
And we just said, and then we'll let it play and we'll talk to Josh some more, but we just said, if this was what's the acronym for child? What do you call it?
CSAM.
CSAM. Oh, yeah.
They would have just gone in and seized all the computers outright.
I have welfare check cases where it's hey, haven't heard from my kid for a couple of days. Will you go knock on the door? Okay, kid's left. Hey, we're just going to come on in and look around. Where's that?
Right.
Like if you turn around, this is the DA, Brad Smith, being like, all right, we got to prosecute this because the community's dangerous. But he's also hanging his officers out for, man, this is just going to be problems.
Man, I mean, that's exactly what we were saying. I mean, the failure of this investigation at every level, because it's like I don't come from a hunting community, but you know, it's like I'm sitting here as a Chicagoan watching this, and you know, just the familiarity of, you know, the hunting culture, and talking about, you know, the greatest moment in his life is when he kills his first deer, and his, you know, his picture on his phone is with the blood on his face from his first kill. You know, and the cops are like, oh, well, hell yeah. You know, like, yeah, that's our shit. It's a cultural thing.
It totally is,
man. It's
why people live out there, is because, man, you go hang out at my hunting land, you can't go a day without hearing at least one firearms discharge because someone's target shooting, sighting something in deer season. You know when it's dawn and you know when it's dark because you're going to hear people shooting. These are the schools that would actually have shooting clubs because firearms were a necessary part of growing up in a rural community. But at the same time, look at what this picture is. This is the police going to a citizen's house to talk about their guns and maybe take them away. You want to light up rural Georgia? Talk about, and then the law enforcement, the feds, the state comes and takes your guns. There's a reason we don't have DV registries. There's a reason that they don't take away your firearms when you get arrested by going to your house and searching. Why? Because there'd be a whole lot of gunfights. Like, you start talking about taking people's guns, oh my Lord, people will go bonkers.
So comments don't cover Josh's face, but I was thinking about
what you... crimes like not covered now. That's why we have to keep it over there.
Oh, maybe I can change the border. Hold on. But we were talking about what you said. I don't know, was that yesterday or the other day? And I was saying, you know, what they could do is, you know, is have it where the guns are still accessible to somebody. No, that didn't work. Sorry, babe. The guns are still accessible. Like you can go check them out if dad wants to go hunting.
And that's where I believe this conversation legislatively gets to, because we're going to see legislation after this, not just in the South, but we're going to see it in California and New York and Illinois and Massachusetts. You can't regulate the guns. Okay, we get that. You can regulate the heck out of people.
Yep.
And guess what? No, your gun can do whatever your gun can. You aren't caring for your gun properly. Oh, where's your gun right now? It either needs to be on you or in a safe. Where do you store your ammunition? Where do you have gun locks installed when you're not actively, like, there are other ways to regulate rather than we're going to put a law about your gun on the books. And that's what this basically is begging the legislatures to explore.
That's what I was telling you, Josh, like up in Michigan after Crumbley, I think it was effectuated after the fact, but they put in the gun to like the trigger lock stuff.
Yep.
Because you're right, that's putting the onus on the person, not the gun.
We just had a tax break, and they're always giving away tax breaks for school. We had a tax break for gun safes. Yeah. You want to buy a gun safe? Man, state will help you. You don't pay sales tax on gun safes. And I have no clue.
And then last thing
works, but
sorry.
No. It's they're getting creative.
Yeah.
And then to Paige's comment, if this was CSAM, yeah, absolutely. They do it all the time. They get the internet service provider provides them the IP. They say this is what was conveyed. Then they get where the IP address is. Then they go to the address. So yeah, I think they would have been able to get a warrant, and I think they could have used just their safekeeping. And
a couple of things for people to just kind of keep in the back of their minds. The school's involvement and what the school did or did not do is a really sticky situation for everybody, because lots of people would say, hey, school, if you noticed this known hazard, known problem, don't you have an obligation to see something, say something?
Yep.
Don't you have an obligation to these kids? Now, how does that actually work man, you know how parents are when they get letters from schools. It's begging for a conflict. And so here's the real problem. In Georgia, as well as most other states, suing schools is damn near impossible. In Georgia, they are actually protected in the Constitution. My firm held for several years the record for the largest financial recovery for a school-related injury. That's because we didn't sue the school. We started suing the school, figured out you can't sue schools in Georgia. You can turn it into a fire case, and you can't get away from that liability. But literally, we met with the school board attorneys, and they're like, you can't sue us. Here's all the times we've won. You can't. And that's because of these kind of sticky issues. Imagine you being able to force the school to be accountable for some of this stuff, and it's never going to fly. But that means the school then doesn't have to do anything. They're free and clear.
Yeah, no question about it. And I want to address somebody had talked about in terms of what Colt's demeanor is here. I give that no weight. He's a 13-year-old kid with cops talking to him. Any kid's going to be nervous. And you can't, this had to go beyond that. In terms of, you can't read him and say, oh, well, he seems shifty. He seems any child in that situation, especially, when dad walks away for a minute and you got cops, he's doing the shuffle on his feet. Any kid's going to be like that in terms of trying to read body language. This required an actual investigation beyond what was done here. And ultimately, like you said, Josh, it really does. The prosecutor is putting his cops on blast.
And then what's the line? And we know it's an impossible, invisible line. What's the line where more needs to be done?
Right.
Because you're going to have some officers show up here and make the conclusion, man, this was nothing. This was just a call out. Where you have other officers that I know some of my officers, if presented with this situation, would have investigated further because they wouldn't have wanted to walk away with the information that they had, knowing this kid still had access to gun. But again, you've got culture, you've got community, you've got obligations of law enforcement. You've got whether law enforcement has assets and resources to pursue this kind of stuff. Do you know how many concerning calls to law enforcement just get ignored from? You can't get a cop to show up in Atlanta when your car's been stolen, when you're a victim of a crime. You can call the police and say, there's a bad guy outside. They'll tell you, close the windows, get your gun out. We'll be there sometime. So really, these are fundamental problems. What can we actually expect from sheriff's departments, schools, law enforcement. And if you say, yeah, I want him to go investigate everything to the ends of the earth, you ain't gonna like them taxes. You ain't gonna like the revolution when people are like, no, we hate all police because they bother us constantly.
100%. You know, and like I keep going back to that thing that Ali said about the CSAM. You know, like if you're looking at the baseline of all the laws that are in place and how heavily CSAM is investigated, you know, you get everything that law enforcement does in terms of their you know, surreptitious stuff where they're doing sting operations and they're posing in, you know, chat rooms and all the shit that they do. And the baseline of that is to protect children. And when you see the failure of them in terms of, especially like in an area like this, where, you know, down south in particular, pedos, that's a big thing.
Oh yeah, no, they're unwelcome.
Big thing everywhere, but man,
Yeah.
down south, like, because we're covering that Aaron Spencer thing, and that's in Arkansas.
Yeah.
And he put down a guy that was essaying his kid, and everybody's like, fuck yeah.
We joke all the time, man. That's one of them cases where you probably ain't gonna get convicted for shooting the abuser. Like,
Right.
man, I'll just stand up there and be like, hey, would you kill some? I'll sit down now. Because guess what? I got a couple of jurors like, you get medals for that.
Yeah.
Like, that. I know people are going to say that's cruel and all. No, listen, personal justice, that's a touchy issue.
It is, you know, but the bigger point here is if we're concerned about protecting our children, which I think all of us are, or we should be, there shouldn't be the hesitation because of the gun culture to investigate this thoroughly, man.
It's a chilling effect, man. It's the chilling effect. Oh, hold on. This involves second. I gotta be, you know, kid glove. Like Ali said with the CSAM, imagine if the kid had been accused of pushing a schoolmate. How many times have we seen simple battery, simple assault result in arrests, searches, whole mountains, kids getting dragged off to jail, parents getting in for a push?
Yeah.
Now, we don't have physical contact. No, we have multiple reports of pretty scary stuff and confirmation he's got a gun. What more do you need before you're like, oh, there's actual flames under that smoke?
Yeah, and you know, in terms of Colin, because at this point in time, I was saying I don't believe that the shrine to Nicholas Cruz is up in his bedroom at this point in time in May of 2023. But if you've had this conversation with law enforcement, however many months prior, and it's not sending a red flag up in your mind, you got some problems, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's just in terms of like the liability side, the criminal liability side of this, in terms of this jury, is going to be like, I don't give a shit if you bought what your kid was saying about the
You're responsible.
It's on you. You go and then you buy in the AR-15, and it's like, man.
Well, and so here, let's just twist the facts around, and it gets that personal responsibility that you talk about, Bob. It's what if it was a knife? Like what? Hey, your kid's saying and doing these unregulated, concerning things.
Yep.
And happens to have a collection of 50 knives. Man.
Yep.
Is the treatment different? What should the justification be? Where's the line going to get drawn before we require, not allow, require some additional action from a state authority? Like there's got to be some line drawn where officers and the public know this is where you don't cross. The problem with these kinds of crimes is that it's ill-defined. There's not a clear, oh, that's against the law. That's against the, no. The state admits that in this case. They're using a novel for the first time, but logical pathway for the conviction, but it hasn't been tested before. And it's not called the, you got to make sure your kid doesn't have access to guns and shoots people law.
Right. Exactly.
Where I know a lot of people are concerned that have a challenging view of law enforcement cooperation and go, hold on, this is another attempt for the state to insert themselves in how I raise my kids. And man, that's a strong belief in a lot of parts of this nation. Keep the government out. at the same time, you've got lots of moms going, you damn well better send some police in if one of my kids' classmates gets called by multiple authorities because he's got a gun and saying crazy crap. School, do something to protect my kid. Your failure to act is something that we would sue you of. Oh, you can't sue the schools.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. All right, let's jump back into it. And for the record, Faust is not, the sentencing isn't for another hour.
Yeah, and just so you know, Faust, I'm very pleased people are gathering their resources. I'm hoping that one of a few of the better appellate lawyers in Georgia, of which there are several, are going to get involved, because that one, it's laying bad with a lot of people.
Yep.
I've gotten enormous commentary from people who are like, man, that wasn't the way that was supposed to be.
Well, I texted you last night. You were already sleeping. I'm like, dude, because like as soon as I saw the fundraiser, I'm like, I got to hit Josh up and find out who the people are.
There's a couple real good lawyers that I'm sure the names will come up. Brian Steele being one of them.
Yep.
But his appellate people, Leanne Webster and Sydney Strickland, I guarantee they would want to be involved. Or Andy Fleischman. There's several, because that case, not a good look for Georgia.
Nope. All right, let's roll.
Yes.
Babe, you got to flip it back.
All right.
Flip it back.
I was trying
I know
to
you were
figure
working
out.
diligently, but just flip it back.
He knows how serious it is. He'll, like I said, we'll have a long conversation here in just a little bit. So, it's a pretty traumatic thing that him and I both went through now. He was at school, I was at work, come home, and I mean, every ounce of what we had was under tarps and sitting in that yard. So, we saw the clientele, the neighbors that lived there. It's like totally embarrassing. So, it's very traumatic for both of us, and living here, just us, is like, dust is finally settled, he's making good grades, so.
That's good. We'll keep that up. That's important.
We'll start talking about traditions in West Jackson and just see if something jogs in there like that. But certainly we'd like to know if something, if you do find.
Well, my thing is this, so more than likely they track the IP address. Right. And that's why I went to that address. Okay. Because the IP address is usually location specific. Yeah. In the area, so. If it came from that house, then either somebody there's lying, or the information's just so old.
Yeah.
And, maybe it was something you heard or did on Discord months ago. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. But he's telling me he didn't. He can't remember anything like that. I take extra work. But if you look me in the eye and tell me that's what you're telling me, I got no choice but to take extra work right now. But like I was telling your dad, find out otherwise, man, it's a different story.
It's a really different story. Okay.
And got any questions?
No, sir.
You have any questions? Yes, sir. All right. I'm going to rush you down. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, sir.
You have a second.
So there was a part there where you stepped away from with Colin. Where did y'all go?
I think we went to my car to grab a card.
Okay.
Like one of my business cards.
And did you have any further conversation with him there?
I did. I honestly couldn't tell you what was said.
Okay.
Unless it's in the report somewhere.
Okay. Did you write a report about that also?
I did.
Okay. Did you write your report in close in time to when it happened?
It was that. I think it was that Monday.
So you either wrote it that day or the Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it was an ongoing report. Wasn't all done at one time.
Okay. I'm going to show you as Mark states that it's number 138. You have a copy of your report?
I do.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going to show you. And I'll keep this copy. You have your copy. These reports that you wrote it contemporaneously, you said either that day or the next day?
Correct.
Okay. And the purpose of writing the report, what is that?
Document everything that went on. Everything you can remember, whether it be something you're thinking at the time or something, maybe you smell something weird at the time.
In case you have to testify about it 3 years later?
Correct.
Okay. Is it reflected in your report what you talked with Colin about?
Honestly, I'd have to go through it. I believe There are some instances where it is, yes.
Yes. All right. Specifically, I'm looking at top of page 2.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So at this point, had you been able to view the tip?
No, only it was an attachment in an email. That was as far as I could get with it.
Did you give any instructions to Colin before you left?
As a matter of protocol, whenever something like this comes up, I typically tell people, especially when there's some kind of threat of a shooting, I tell them if you have any guns in the house, make sure the kids can't get to them. Obviously, you know, people have a right to their Second Amendment. I can't tell him, I can't force him to lock guns in a safe or do anything like that without some specific court order telling me to enforce that. But just as a matter of protocol, whenever there's a threat involving guns, we tell parents, probably put your guns away, lock them up where your kids can't get at them. That's just good common sense, I think.
And does it reflect in your report that you did that with Colin?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also advise him about Colt in school? Any things that should be done with that?
I advised him to keep Colt out of school until we could resolve the matter.
And how did he respond?
Fortunately, school had already been excused for the year.
Okay.
So there wasn't really any concern of him going back to school that year.
Okay. So school had already ended?
Correct.
Okay. On May 23rd, so 2 days.
The fact that they weren't aware of that, you're going to the house about a potential school shooter and they have no idea whether or not school's still in session, man. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
The lack of just connection and, well, isn't that, man, if you want to be a critic of government, this case makes it really easy.
Dude, before you came on, one of the first things this cop says on the stand is he asks him about computers and internet shit. This guy's like, I don't know anything.
Yeah.
It's like everything about this dude, the defense is going to live in this guy right here. Because this guy, if you're Barry, you're like, look, did you ever, what was the rest of the investigation like here? Well, okay, you didn't do jack shit. Did you ever get back to Colin Gray and let him know?
Nope.
You know, I mean, it's going to, like, if you're Barry, you're living on this guy and he's everything.
We were talking about this last night on Court of Year Summit, where the investigations and the police initial response is more important than ever before because the public now is aware exactly how bullshit the beginnings of half these things are. Look at Nancy Guthrie. I'm willing to bet the first cops that showed up were kind of like, oh, whatever, man, this is a pain in the ass, and clearly didn't do their damn job.
Right.
And we're seeing it in so many other, man, it goes back to Karen Reed. It goes back to so many of these other cases where the police treating this as bullshit from the start.
Yep.
There's your problem.
Yep.
There's your problem.
100%.
Like
100%.
either do the job or don't show up. Like you can't half-ass this because, oh man, it's some white kid. He's like 13. He's going through stuff. He likes hunting deer. His dad gives him a gun. It's just probably people just freaking out because he's some angry 13-year-old. Give him a slap and tickle and walk away. Man, I could see that conversation happening with these officers in a heartbeat. I've seen those conversations.
100%. 100%. All right, let's roll.
Later, were you able to open the tip?
Yes.
And did you review it at that time?
I did.
Okay. And where was the source of information in the tip coming from?
It's a very good question. There was several different sources, it appeared. Palmdale, California, city of Cockburn in Western Australia, and Los Angeles, California.
And what was the Discord user's name associated with?
Let's see. I remember seeing it on here somewhere. So I know I have the email. I don't know that
There wasn't like a username?
I don't know that I recorded it or not. And if I did,
do you have a copy of the tip with you?
It's probably in this case file, yes. So I'd have to dig there and find it. Actually, you know what? I think it's on this disc. I don't think I ever printed it out.
Okay. I'll show you what I'm marking exhibit number 208 for reference purposes. See if you recognize what that is.
This appears to be the tip that I'd received.
Okay, and on page 7 of that tip, does it refresh your recollection as to what the Discord username was?
You may have to point it out to me.
Jeez.
It's a little dense, isn't it?
Oh, there it is right there.
Okay.
I was looking through this highlighted part.
Okay.
Exclamation, you want me to read it out?
Sure.
Exclamation point, FBOM, pound or hashtag, depending on your generation, 0703.
Okay. And was that account tied to anyone?
I believe it was tied to Colt.
Okay. And was there a phone number on there that came back to someone?
Yes.
And where did that come back to?
It looked like it came out of LaGrange, Georgia.
Now, did you, after that initial interview or encounter on the 21st, did you then also have a follow-up phone call with Colin?
I did.
Okay. When was that?
I believe it was the next day.
Okay. And what did he tell you on that?
It may have even been the same day.
What did Colin tell you on that phone call?
I'd informed him of the email address that was associated with that account. And he said he didn't know who that was. The user who had actually made the threat, the name was written in Russian. And I asked him if Colt knew Russian, sort of taking a stab in the dark there. And he said he didn't know Russian. And said he doesn't know anybody in LaGrange. I had called LaGrange, I don't remember if it was like a police department or a sheriff's office. Anyways, I'd given them the phone number and asked them to track it down and see if they could figure out who this person was. They were able to make contact with somebody down there, and I think the phone number had since been reassigned to somebody else, and it was no longer the person that was living at that address.
Were you able to substantiate the case at all?
I was not.
Okay. Did Colin tell you anything about his conversation with Colt about on the phone?
He did. See if I can find it.
I believe it's on page 4 of your report.
Mm-hmm.
The last paragraph.
He spoke to Colt about his Discord account, and Colt told him that it had been hacked, so he stopped, or he deleted it. Because they didn't want anybody to use that account for nefarious purposes. is what I wrote. So I urge Colin to take necessary precautions to secure his son's personal information like social security numbers, things like that, because a lot of times kids are unwitting and will offer information to people. So I just told him, you can go on and put a freeze on somebody's social security number so nobody can open an account or anything like that.
And is that all the involvement you had with the case?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it Deputy Miller? Is that right?
You can refer to me as Danny. I'm not a stickler for decorum.
Okay. You
come on.
Indicated to us, and I think we saw the movie, that you and another officer went over specifically to ask Colt if he were the one that was involved in this apparent email or text or something that had come through on the internet. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with the dark web? You know what that is?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. Did you ask Colt if he was involved in the dark web, if he got on it, knew what it was?
It didn't really occur to me.
Okay. But you knew that this Discord was a part, could be a part of that dark web network.
I wouldn't say I knew that, no.
Okay. Were you given any information about how this threat was communicated, other than the fact that it came up over the internet?
Can you be more specific?
I mean, how was it communicated? Was just something put out on the internet, or was it directed to a particular person?
I believe it was like a chat room.
Chat room.
My understanding of Discord is it's like a group chat. There's often many people that are within this chat room.
Okay.
And they just have conversations. And initially, I think it was supposed to start out as a gaming platform where people could talk about their video games and how to build strategies or whatever.
Okay. And Mr. Colin Gray, when he came to the door, he indicated to you that certainly he would cooperate with you.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he went and got his son immediately.
Correct.
Brought his son out. Gave you the opportunity to talk with him about whatever you wanted to talk with him about. Did he ever tell you, I don't want you to talk to him anymore?
Not that I recall, no.
Did he ever tell you, you can't come back and talk with him at any time?
No, sir.
So when you began to talk with Colt, you asked him about whether he had made this threat, and he said, no, I swear I didn't. Right? And you talked to him a little while longer. And at the end, you indicated that you didn't believe he was the one that made the threat. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And his father, from what we saw on the video, indicated to you, if you believe this, all the guns in the house are gone. Isn't that what he said to you?
Maybe I don't remember him saying that. Is that what was in the video?
Okay. If it's in the video, then
That's fair. That's a fair assumption. Yeah.
And he also said, I'd like for you to follow up with me and let me know if there's anything else I need to know about this situation. He wanted you to follow up with him. Correct. After the conversation that you had with him the next day, did you ever follow up with him again?
I don't believe so. Honestly, I don't remember.
There you go.
All right. But you don't have any records, any information that you talk with him again?
No.
And the conversation that you had with him the next day, was it recorded?
I believe so. I usually recorded my phone calls.
Okay. And I think you indicated that it's protocol that you normally say you need to watch your guns if there's a threat, especially now if school's going on, and you need to keep him out of school until we figure out whether this is true or not. Correct? But then you found out school was over.
Correct.
And you didn't find out that actually the threat was going on because you never got back with him, right?
I'm not
You
sure.
never got back with Mr. Colin Gray and told him that we found out anything else.
After
other
the
than-
phone call?
After that second phone call, you know.
I believe I told him that I wasn't able to substantiate the case at that point.
Okay.
And that it wouldn't go any further.
So at that point.
Wasn't any need to follow up after that.
Sure. At that point, you were not able to substantiate anything. At that point, the case went away.
Correct.
And nobody ever called him again.
Correct.
And you saw in the video, I don't think you were there, but Colt was talking with the other officer about deer hunting, about shooting his first deer. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that Colin or Colt had indicated you that they bonded by hunting together? Do you know?
He had indicated that he was trying to get him interested in outdoors and involved with some sort of outdoor sports. Whether or not that was a bonding moment, I can't speak to what their relationship was like, but one could assume as much, yes.
Okay. Well, when you had a conversation with him outside of the view and sound of the camera, did he indicate to you, and that's Colin Gray, that they bonded that way, that they went hunting together?
Honestly, without hearing a recording, that conversation was 2.5 years ago.
Been a day or two.
I can't recall.
All right.
I apologize.
No problem. And Colin Gray also indicated in that video that we saw that this is no joke. You know, I want to know. You remember him saying that?
I do.
You said that apparently this website, there's some indication that there was some Russian wording in it.
Yes.
And that came through the Discord.
Yes.
Did you ask Colin Gray if you could take the computer that Colt had and check it to see if there was anything in it?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Colin Gray indicate to you that he didn't know anything much about computers?
Maybe I don't recall.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ask you about, have you ever met Colt before?
No, sir.
Did you ever spend any time with him? Did you know anything about his history?
I did not.
Okay. When you were talking to Colin Gray, did he mention anything to you about 2 years before the police coming to his house?
No.
Okay. Did he mention anything about Colt searching how to kill your dad on the computer?
No.
Okay. Did he say anything about his time at West Jackson Middle School, where Colt got in-school suspension 3 times in his first 3 months there?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did you say anything about when he was at Jefferson High School that school year that he had missed 25 days of unexcused absences?
No.
Did he talk about that at that school year at Jefferson Middle School that he had actually vandalized the bathroom in Jefferson?
No, he did not.
So he didn't tell you any of this history of Colt that you might be able to better understand?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor?
Because you were not there to interview him about truancy, right?
About truancy?
Right, about missing school.
No, sir.
You were not there to ask him about whether or not his son had ever done anything in school bad.
No, sir.
You were not there to find out whether Mr. Gray was divorced, not divorced, at what point Colt lived with his mother, not lived with his mother. These were not things that you wanted to find out at that point, was it?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, because you came there for one specific thing.
Yes, sir.
And if you wanted to ask Mr. Colin Gray, about any of these other things you could have asked. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You excused? All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Jerry.
So let's talk. What do you guys think?
Scored some good points on the defense by showing that the officer doesn't, he's just showing up doing a job. Like,
or is he?
Yeah. I get the theater. Like, I get it. I had a very conservative, sophisticated redneck friend reach out to me and scream bloody murder on how this was an inappropriate state beat up job where they are just covering them by going over this again and again and again, repetition, traumatic advocacy, by just forcing this jury to eat the same spoon time and time again. This is kind of a little part of that. I think that one of the few risks that the state has is over curating and playing their case, because what really came out of that?
So did he establish, because I was looking down at the overlays, but that they called him back and said, no, this was your son did this. It's on the Discord.
No.
We have the.
No. There was one follow-up phone call to the father, and then he never heard from them again. So here's the thing. There was clearly a failure by law enforcement here. That does not absolve Colin Gray from the fact that 7 months later he goes and buys his kid name.
But did he
knowing
there?
everything that he knew, but the one thing that wasn't established early on with respect to, because Barry does a good job, he asks 1 or 2 questions.
Josh, you're clanking.
Oh, sorry.
Josh is a clanker.
I'm a clanky type. It's this big fancy microphone and closed green.
I'll mute you while you're clanking.
Sorry.
All right. So, here's the thing, man. We learned early on from Barry's one question, and Allie, you were not on yet, wherein we had the abuse and the how to kill my dad messages that pop up on Chromebook and send up the red flags. Barry stood up and asked one question. Was Colin Gray ever made aware of that search?
I know I was there for that.
And the answer was I don't know.
Talk to mom.
I don't know. So when that comes up in terms of Marcy, when she testifies, we'll see what she says. If she ever tendered that information to her husband, I would think that she would.
I just don't know
what the state of their marriage is. I would like to think, babe, if we were on the outs, but one of our kids said, hey,
yeah,
I just want to let you know that one of the kids, Googled how to kill my dad. I just wanted to make you aware of that fact. I would hope that took place. You know what I mean?
Here's my concern. Did the state establish that this father actually knew that his son made that threat from that?
No, they did not.
Not in that witness.
Not with that witness. They did the opposite. So, but again, the fact that there's this massive failure by law enforcement does not absolve the fact that he then turns around knowing whether he got knowledge of it or not, is a prudent parent. And again, it's either going to build or it's not going to build. If we find out from Marcy,
for me, it's got to build.
Well, I think for everybody, it's got to build. But if I find out that Marcy did tell him about hey, how do I kill my dad? Google search, and then he's got this thing, whether he found out definitively or not that it was substantiated. The fact that he doesn't go, any prudent parent, going and grabbing their kid's computer and getting into it. I am doing the investigation myself. I'm not going to rely on the cop. If I give a shit, I'm going in and finding out whether or not my kid did that.
But there's your problem, giving a shit, man. You know that a lot of America, it doesn't, and most importantly, isn't required. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the society reflects the people that we went to elementary school with, and some of those people grew up to be not awesome people, unfortunately.
100%.
And that's where some of these gray areas in law enforcement, you, me, the people that we have in our community, man, cops come and tell you this stuff. We're, perked up there. Now, there are some other families, they can't even tell you where their kid is half the damn time.
Yep.
And then you've got the problem with jumping to conclusions where it may look like that parent is disengaged, but in reality, we know that parent is busting their butt 10 times more than the next parent because of whatever their struggle is and the whole walk a mile in their shoes. So it's, what are we going to require of law enforcement? And when bad things happen, where are we going to hold them responsible and accountable, and how?
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem for Colin Gray, notwithstanding all the things that you just said, is that after he buys his son the AR-15, that he walks into the room and the kid's got a shrine to a school shooter up on his wall. To me, that it's the same thing happened in Crumbley, which the thing that turned that entire case for me personally was the fact that those parents walked into that school the day of the shooting as they were called in and were handed the math test where he's begging for help, saying, I can't stop the thoughts. He's drawn pictures of, somebody shot and bleeding on the ground, a picture of a gun that he's drawn that morning. And they elected to leave their kid in the school instead of there's, and Josh, it goes to your point, man. I mean, there is no guidebook and there is no license required for becoming a parent in this country. However, it's not going to absolve you from not being criminally liable moving forward. I mean, when they got the convictions on those involuntary manslaughters, I told everybody, I'm like, look, this puts parents in this country on notice.
That's the cultural education and notice that these prosecutions bring. That moves. Because remember, we're true crime people. We love watching this stuff. You go poll 100 people walking out on the street, a couple may know about this case.
Yep.
But what happens is this case, when it's all wrapped and done, and all of us pundits and analysts have talked about it, and it's going down into conventional wisdom at large, this becomes you got to be more responsible with your guns. You saw what they did to that dad in Georgia.
Yep.
Which has the equal likelihood of getting cheers from some people. They're going to go, yay. Hopefully we get more discussion about the proper ownership of firearms and personal responsibility, and there people are going to support that. But at the same time, there's going to be a pushback on, see, government, you can't do anything these days. The government will find some way to convict you of something if they want to. And this is a bully state that wants to restrict your Second Amendment, and it's fascism. And man, both those positions have validity.
Yeah. And as these continue, as these prosecutions across the entire country, as they will continue, as they will, they will, and it becomes more common knowledge that no matter where you land on it, whether your opinion is the latter of what you just spoke or the former, it don't fucking matter because they're coming after you. You know what I mean? It's like you hope that it has that impact at some point, because it's not just the gun control aspect. It's the part of it where, look, like we all work hard. I'm tired when I get home from work. I'm like, all I want to do is sit on the couch and have a beer type shit. And, I don't necessarily want to dig into what my kids got going on. Too fucking bad. You're a parent, and you know what? If your kid's doing shit, you're so oblivious to it, and they go and shoot up a school, your obliviousness is going to, if there's foreseeability there, is going to amount to you being prosecuted if your kid does the unthinkable. I mean, at some point, as these things rack up all over the country, it's just big. It's going to be just a conclusion that people are going to have to come to that, look, I mean, I got to change the way I do shit.
And this will prompt a response from law enforcement. There'll be trainings on this. You don't think that this does not get included in next year's academy stuff and how to deal with You know, you've shown up at a kid with these kind of complaints. Here's best practices. Here's what we're going to do.
100%.
And that's where rules get made and proper procedures. And you know that just becomes more grist for the mill when it comes to litigation. And we haven't even gotten into the fact that so far, neither the Crumbley case nor the Gray case included a big civil insurance policy. And if you want to change the way justice works, put a whole bunch of insurance lawyers into the situation.
Yep.
That they will convince you that wrong is right, up is down, all in the quest to ensure shareholder value and fulfillment of their obligation as insurers. How that filters into reality, man, let me tell you, those sentiments change with pricing.
Money talks, baby.
Yeah. You do not want to be the group casualty guy who has to deal with, oh, here's a whole new class of exposures that's going to affect these rates. Here's more training. Here's more exclusions. Here's how we're not going to cover. Here's where your rates went up because now you are being exposed more because of these issues. We get a case of this nature that includes that perspective as well. Things are going to get even wackier. And I believe there are wrongful death suits filed in these cases. In Georgia, at least, they will let you hide every bit of civil litigation possible until there's a confidential payoff.
Yeah, and I can't remember in Crumbley if the civil litigation had predated the criminal acts, like the trials. I can't remember. I know there was civil litigation there, and I think they were dismissed. Like, I don't think they were able to recover.
Because everybody should realize how strong that argument is. Hey, school, I have to bring my kid to you. Yes. You're the only one who controls that campus, and you, in fact, kick everybody off that's not you, right? Yes. And parents aren't even allowed on that campus, right? Yeah. And you knew this kid was a danger. Yeah.
Yeah. And as far as the law enforcement piece of this, you would have to assume that law enforcement particularly, and I think it's going to be an area by area thing. It's like you gotta, it's that concept that you have to fail before you can win. And when they look at this and what wasn't done in terms of the investigation, shit's got to change procedurally. You know,
and it's reactive. It's a reactive legislative process rather than a proactive legislative process where ostensibly we should recognize potential problems and prevent them. Instead, like you just said, Bob, no, we wait till shit goes wrong. And then we're like, I got a Band-Aid for that. Let me pass this ill-informed, not thought out law immediately after something happened. It's not really going to fix it. But shit, it shows that we did something, because that's what people want, is we did something.
Right. Yep. All right, let's keep rolling.
Let's call Michaela Anderson in the stand. Raise your right hand, please. For the testimony you give, matter now pending for this court, be the truth, the whole
Go to
truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
1.25, babe.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself for the jury, please.
Hi, I'm Michaela Anderson.
And if you could spell your name for the court reporter.
Mykayla, Anderson, Anderson.
Miss Anderson, where do you work?
I did work at Jackson County DeFax.
Okay, so you're no longer with Jackson County DeFax?
I'm not.
Okay. When you were with Jackson County DeFax, what was your title there? What did you do?
I was the family preservation case manager. And in that unit, we would monitor the families, link them with resources, services, and provide overall support.
Okay. And how long did you work in that capacity at DeFax?
For 3 years.
Okay. And I want to take your attention back to the spring of 2023. Were you also working at DeFax in that capacity at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working a case involving Colt Gray?
I was,
Okay. And do you remember the case number for that case?
not off the top of my head.
Do you do a contact log, or just is it part of DeFax's policy to have a contact log so that whenever you do something with your work, that you would record it in this log for purposes of bringing it up later?
Yes,
Okay. Would that log have the case number on it?
it would.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 201. Let's see if you recognize that.
Yes.
Is that, would you
Oh,
recognize
yes,
that?
I'm sorry, yes.
And what is that?
This is our log of contacts that we can access through our system where we document our notes.
Okay. And is that the one that pertains to Colt Gray?
Yes.
And what is the case number for that?
1-853-1601.
Okay. And what was the background for this case? Why was DeFax involved?
To my knowledge, mom and dad had some issues going on, and mom had moved to another county, and so I kept up with dad since he was in my county.
Okay. So mom and some other kids are in one county, and dad and Colt are in Jackson County?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your job to monitor Colt?
Yes.
And what are you monitoring for?
Just, I guess, the well-being of the child, their safety, since the safety issues was with mom and dad, just making sure they're still safe since they had open case.
Okay.
Or
Is there,
still safe, sorry.
okay. And is there certain things you're specifically looking for?
Yes. Education, making sure there's no neglect there. Medical, family, stuff like that.
Okay. And did you go to, how often would you check on Colt?
Monthly, once a month.
Once a month. And by checking on Colt, what would you do?
Go to their home. I have to lay eyes on them. Just go to their home. Is that what you're asking? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And so when did you first do that? When was your first contact?
My first visit with them was March 9th, 2023.
Okay. And what I've given you, which is states 201, is that the contact narrative from that day?
It is.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what you were doing on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you meet with on that day?
I only was able to meet with Mr. Colin Gray
Okay. And was this, where was this?
at his house.
Okay. And did you speak with him face to face?
I did.
Okay. Was this an announced visit? Did he know you were coming?
No, it was unannounced, and typically every visit was unannounced. But for our first visit, I didn't have any working numbers, so I had to show up unannounced.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
I introduced myself, I explained that I was with DeFax, and that I had to see him and his son monthly. He told me that he already talked to another case manager and did not want to speak with me. So I just asked if we can just exchange numbers, which we did.
Okay. And was that the end of the contact on that day?
Yes.
And that, again, was what day?
March 9th, 2023.
When, this time I had Tender State Exhibit number 201 into evidence.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, that's what I showed you. Oh, that's fine.
No objection?
No objection.
201 submitted.
And when was your next? When was your next contact?
April 12th, 2023.
Okay. And again, where was this?
At his residence.
Okay. And who did you speak with?
At this visit, I was able to speak with Colin and Colt.
Okay. And what did Colin tell you about how things were going?
Mr. Collins said that his son was doing fine. He doesn't really get in trouble. He said that Colt is shy, and his behavior has been much better since his mom's been gone.
Well, let me do this. Show you State Exhibit 201.1. Is that a copy of your contact log?
Yes.
And does it accurately reflect your conversation with Mr. Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's Tender State Exhibit number 201.1 in evidence.
Okay. All right, 201.1.
And we'll go ahead and pull that up. No, yeah. Yeah, it should be 412. There we go. So is that what we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that on the left, there are certain, it's like subjects that are underlined.
Yes.
Okay.
Something you have to talk about each time.
Is this kind of like a checklist y'all have of topics you have to talk about?
Yes,
Okay. And you do this every time you do the visit?
I do.
Okay. And so on this one, did you ask about his well-being?
Yes, I did. Mhm.
And what did he say?
That was him saying his behavior was fine. He doesn't really give trouble. And that he started acting better when his mom left.
Okay. And under education, what did he say about how Colt was doing with school?
He said he was doing good in school and that he has a good relationship with his teachers, with Colt's teachers.
Okay. And at the end of this, did you, under the very bottom, it says case planning services, drug screens. Did you offer any services for Colt?
I did. I asked if he thinks Colt needs therapy to address the issues going on in the home with his mom, and he stated no.
Okay.
But we'll keep an open mind.
Okay. Is that on the second page?
Well, it's on the first page. Well, the end of the first one and the top of the second one.
Did he make any mention to you of any bullying Colt was getting at school?
No, not at this time.
Okay. So then I want to when was your next contact?
March 5th, 2023.
Okay.
I'm sorry, maybe I got dates wrong. I had first visit March 9th, second visit.
Oh, I'm sorry. May. I'm sorry.
So your next one is May 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Shows 1.2. Is that a copy of your contact log from
Yes.
that day?
Mm-hmm.
And does it accurately reflect your conversation with Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And like Young and Tender States give it number 201.2 in evidence.
No objection. All right, 201.2 is admitted.
And again, this contact, was it face-to-face?
Yes.
And was it at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was it unannounced?
Yes, and it was typically, well, every time it was unannounced because every time I would call, I could never reach him on the phone by text or voicemail, so I just had to show up.
He wouldn't answer phone calls?
No.
Okay. So what happened when you arrived?
Had to ring the doorbell a few times. When he did answer, he was in his towel, his chest was out, and he said that he had to go back and change his clothes. But before, he was confused why I kept coming back, and I told him, like I did the first visit, that I had to see them monthly.
Okay. And did you go through that checklist with him also?
I did.
And what did he say about Colt's behavior?
He said that Colt has been behaving good since his mother left and still hasn't caused any trouble or rarely caused any trouble.
Okay. And what does he say about school at this point?
He's doing great in school, says Colt is enjoying school.
Okay. Does he make any mentions of problems with bullying at school?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Did he tell you that the 2 weeks prior he sent an email to the school on April 17th about bullying?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you talk to him about further services?
Yes, I would ask if he, well, at this time, I told him that the other case manager that was working with Miss Marcy, that they want Colt to do counseling.
And when was your next monthly visit?
June 9th, 2023.
Okay. What's marked as 201.3? So you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
My log of contact for the month of June.
And that's the contact on June 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Okay. You're on that 2-6 exhibit number 201.3 in the evidence?
No objection. All right, 201.3 is admitted.
Okay. Now, this time, do you have a face-to-face with him again?
I do.
And was it announced or unannounced?
Unannounced still.
And why was it unannounced?
I could not reach him over the phone.
And did you ask about Colt's behavior?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said Colt's behavior has been okay and that Colt has just been staying to himself.
Did he say anything about if Colt caused trouble or not?
And says he does not cause any trouble.
Did you ask him about school?
Yes, so at this visit, he said that Colt was doing good in school academically, but has had trouble with, well, school was let out, so it's summertime. So he said that Colt was dealing with some bullying towards the end of the school year.
Okay. This is the first time he'd mentioned bullying to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything to you about law enforcement coming out to his house 19 days earlier?
No.
Okay. Doesn't mention any of that at all?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to him about Colt needing further counseling?
Yes. I did. And I told him this time, I said, Colt has told me some things about his mom and seems to have anger towards his mom. And I feel that Colt should be in therapy at this point. But he said since Colt hasn't been causing any trouble, he still doesn't feel like it's necessary.
Okay. So he did not think counseling was necessary for Colt?
Correct.
Okay. Then I want to take your attention now to when was your next contact?
After that, I was not able to contact him. I did go to the house 3 times in July.
Okay. Tell me about the first time you went to the house.
I didn't write the dates for that. But the first time I went, couldn't reach him on the phone, so I just went up to the home and no answer, no car in the driveway or anything.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart Stakes number 201.4. Actually, you recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
My log of contacts for the month of July, but we still have to write in our narrative.
So even if there's not a contact?
Yeah.
Okay. Does this actually reflect what you did during the month of July trying to contact Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. You're on Tuesday Stakes number 201.4 in evidence.
Yep. All right, 201.
So this is July 6th. What happened?
I went to their home unannounced, rang the doorbell and waited, and nobody answered.
Okay. And when did you go back?
On the 19th.
And what happened on the 19th?
I went to the home unannounced, rang the doorbell, waited. No one answered. This time I went up to like the front door that has windows on the sides and I peeked through and there was no furniture, but just a ladder.
Okay. And when did you go back?
And then I went back on the 21st. Same thing, I peeked through, no furniture. And I left like my contact information because I didn't know what was going on at that point, just in case he needed my number again or something.
Okay. Did he ever contact you ever?
Never.
Okay. At some point, did you find out where they had moved to?
I did.
And where did they move to?
Barrow County.
Okay. In which county do you cover?
Jackson County.
Okay. Did you have any further contact with Colin or Colt?
No.
Any further questions, Your Honor? Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson.
Hi.
All right, I have a few questions. I know this is from a ways ago, so if you need to look at some of these logs, just let me know, okay? All right, so you met with Mr. Gray on April 12th of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you go through this kind of a protocol you have where you make sure that you cover all the different topics you're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So when you got to the part where you asked about case planning services, things like that, you referred to talking about counseling and therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I just have to say yes or no for the court.
I'm sorry. Yes.
You're fine. Okay. And these are suggestions that you make based on information that you have received from other sources. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not your opinion from associating with these folks that you think they need counseling.
Well, that too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you had received word from someone, and I don't want you to tell me what they said because that would be hearsay, but you had received some word from someone in South Georgia or in another county that there may be some anger issues with Colt and his mom.
Yes.
Okay. And had you ever met his mother?
I have not.
Did you ever spend any time with her?
No.
Ever interviewed her?
No.
Okay. Now, it looks like you met with Mr. Gray again on May the 5th.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And if we look at that, there is a section where it says private F/F. Can you tell the jury just what the F/F stands for?
Face to face.
All right. So that means that would have been done outside the presence of his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you spoke to Colt Gray in this private meeting about the need for services, correct?
Yes.
And you let Colt know that his mother's case manager was recommending some kind of therapy for him or counseling.
I don't think I let Colt know that. I'm not sure.
Sure. Do you have page 57 in front of you or
Yes.
nearby?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see on page 57 where it says services/other, a little past halfway through?
For
See if
May
that-
5th.
See if that refreshes your memory at all. Under the section for private F/F with Colt Gray.
Okay,
Does that help refresh your memory at all?
it does.
So did you have a conversation with Colt about counseling and therapy in that private meeting?
Okay, you're talking about page 57/84?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that is blank.
I'm sorry?
This one?
Give me 1 second.
No, Your Honor, what it is the part we put into evidence is her conversations with Colin, because the conversations with Colt would have been hearsay. I do have a copy that has that, but it can't put the evidence because it was hearsay. So he wants to refresh her memory so he can use this.
This one. Well, I apologize.
I'm like, did I not
thought you
write
had
it?
something totally different than you did.
Okay.
All right. Just go ahead and look at that. And I'm going to ask you some questions about what you said, not about what Colt said.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. So you had that conversation with Colt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, that was in the private meeting with him, not with his dad present.
Yes.
And then you went back out, it looks like on June the 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at that time, you had another meeting with both Colin Gray, the father, and Colt, the son. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, you brought up the anger issues with the mother with Colin Gray, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge at that time, and every time you visit them, it sounds like mom was not living with them.
No.
Mom was not there.
No.
Okay. All right. Let me grab that back so I can give that to the DA.
Okay.
And he may have some other questions. Thank you.
Can you rewrite? Hang on. All right, thank you, Andrew. Here you go.
Thank you. Do you want these papers?
You can go.
Okay.
Was that helpful for the prosecution?
State calls for community condition.
I mean, I thought so.
As far as showing that he didn't get counseling, but as far as knowing that his child was a school shooter risk?
It's just, it seems cumulative and not really landed. Like, I get it, but. Oh boy, more break.
More break. All right. So
I'm gonna scoot just because it's 3 o'clock. I'm gonna do a couple things. I may pop back in. They're stopping this by 5 every day, right? They're
yeah,
4:30.
4:30 your time.
Let me see what I can get done the next little
Hey,
bit.
open door, baby.
Yeah,
Open door. Come and
probably
go, please.
tomorrow as well and next week. I thank you guys so much for covering this.
Yep.
We love the coverage of this. People need to see this stuff.
They do. They do. We're gonna switch over to Faust now, y'all.
Oh yeah, and you know what he's getting.
Yeah, we do.
I talked to somebody, and a member of the press who should know better was like, "Really? They have to?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what gives them all the power." Oh, I can't really negotiate with you, Mr. Schiffer. Law says, makes me sick. Makes me sick.
It's bad. All right, we love
You guys
it.
go. Talk to you
All
soon.
right. See ya. Bye. Josh Schiffer, everybody. All right, we are live. File sentencing. I've paused. We're on a break over on Colin Gray anyway. I think we were a little bit behind, so they're going to come back, but we won't miss one moment of that. We've got important things going on, and both will get equal time. So, but we won't miss 1 minute of the trial over on Colin Gray. What happened?
I thought you were going to Faust.
I did. It was up. That's it.
Oh, sorry.
Why do you keep messing with stuff, dude? It's like, just let it go. She wants me on top. Do you look better on the bottom, Bay?
No, I was trying to get us back to where we were before Josh got on tonight because I changed the layout.
I love Josh. I just adore him.
Yeah, he's good. So they're going right to sentencing.
Yep. I'm assuming we're going to get some victim impact statements from the Baker family. History, get your mind out of the gutter. Babe, I'm starving.
Me too.
Hungry. So hungry.
I mean, I just get really sidetracked. You got to put a post out there that we're covering the Faust sentencing so people know.
Yeah. I posted it. I didn't say that we're going to be covering it. We're losing people.
So that's why you got to say live Faust sentencing. Join us now. You know, I know it's an unpopular opinion, but if I don't hear more about knowledge of the shrine, you know, knowledge of the threat to the school, I don't know where I'm going to land, as much as I know this father let his kid down. I don't know. I got to hear more.
Oh, what? They're just getting started. Kidding me? They're literally, today's the first day. You are going to hear about the shrine. I promise you.
That the dad knew about the shrine.
It was in his house.
Well, yeah, that's true.
If he didn't, it's pretty telling. Well, yeah, I never went to my kid's room ever. Wow. Okay. Well, bye.
You don't have an Italian beef in the refrigerator, do you?
What? How dare you, madam?
Well, I hear people talking about an Italian
How dare
beef.
you insinuate the Italian beef? No, we ate house those yesterday.
I didn't know if you got yourself two or something.
No. What? I do even Steven, baby. I do even Steven. I would never get two for me and leave you with one beef.
We are going to cover Corey Richard.
Anyone, why are you stressing me out? It's stressing me out so much. I'm trying to figure out, because I refuse to bail on Gray, but we're definitely doing Corey. We're gonna have to figure it out.
We talked about covering Gray with like a highlights, or
I might have to stream 16 hours a day. I don't really feel like I can short shift either one.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the sentencing portion regarding the state of Georgia versus Edric Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. The jury having returned a verdict of guilty on all counts in the indictment. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I want to take care of a few preliminary matters before we get started. The first is that no one in the audience, with the exception of media who have been granted a Rule 22 permission, can have their cell phones out and can have their cell phones out. So the first thing I want everybody to make sure is that if you have a cell phone and you are not the media who has been granted access, to put your cell phone away, please. And also, while you're doing that, to make sure that it is in the off position. I would appreciate everybody's cooperation on that. If there is anybody, of course, and I've mentioned this before during the course of all of our proceedings, if anyone does violate that portion of this court's order, having their cell phone out and certainly even using it, you will be escorted from the courtroom by the deputy and not allowed to return. The second thing I want to remind everyone, as I reminded everyone the other day who was here, is that this is a court of law, and certainly the court expects everyone to act accordingly. There will be no disruptions whatsoever, no outbursts of any kind, no yelling, no screaming, and no disruptions like that. If that does happen, I will stop the proceedings. The Sheriff's Department will escort that person or persons out of the courtroom. Everybody certainly was in full compliance the other day when the verdict was read when I gave this same instruction. And I certainly appreciate everyone's abiding by that order very much, and I'd ask you certainly to do the same today. Is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, Judge.
All right, Mr. Cruz, is the defense ready?
I have no other choice, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Faust, I'm going to address you now, sir. I want to tell you that, as you know, you have been convicted of all 12 charges as listed in the indictment by the jury returning the verdict. I want to tell you that you have the right to pursue an appeal. If you cannot afford an attorney, the court will appoint an attorney to represent you for an appeal. I want to make sure you understand that filing an appeal has time limitations. You have 30 days from the date of sentencing, which will be today, to file a notice of appeal. Filing a motion for new trial also falls under that category of 30 days after the conviction sentence is entered. You also have 4 years if you choose to file a habeas corpus petition. If you cannot afford an attorney to represent you, the court will appoint an attorney for you. I certainly know that you will speak with Mr. Cruz today and other days about your rights of appeal, but I wanted to make sure you understood them. Do you have any questions for the court about those things? Thank you, sir. All right, if the state is ready to proceed, you may do so, sir.
They asked
Your
if
Honor.
the defense was ready, and he said, I have no option, Your Honor. I think that's what I heard him say. I have no other choice, Your Honor.
Judge, what the state would intend to do as it relates to our presentation of evidence concerned with sentencing is to begin by discussing the ranges and the counts on which Mr. Faust is to be sentenced from the state's understanding. At that point, Your Honor, I would tender in certain certified convictions in aggravation of punishment. Mr. Cruz has been provided copies of those. We would then offer 4 victim impact statements, Judge, from Miss Virginia Baker, Mr. Adam Baker, Miss Meredith Schroeder, and Mr. Kevin Baker. And after the victim impact statements, the state would make its recommendation to the court. As it relates to count 1, malice murder, the sentence is mandated by law as of January 19th of 2001 would be a sentence of life imprisonment. Counts 2 through 5, the felony murder counts, as a matter of law, since Mr. Faust was found guilty of malice murder, would be vacated. Mr. Faust is thereafter still eligible to be sentenced for each of the felonies that underlied those felony murder counts. That would be the burglary, aggravated sodomy, 2 counts, and then the rape. As it relates to the sentencing range for burglary being count 6, that would be up to 20 years. Count 7, the aggravated sodomy as it existed on January 19th of 2001, the state's understanding of that is that that would be a serious violent felony subject to the provisions of 1710 6.1 at the time, which indicates that when an individual is convicted of a serious violent felony, if they are sentenced to anything other than a life sentence, they are not parole eligible for whatever that sentence is that is imposed by the court. And the range on aggravated sodomy at the time was 10 to 30 or life. As it relates to, and that would be the same for count 10, Your Honor. As it relates to count 8, the rape count, that would be 10 to 20 or life. As it relates to count 9, the aggravated assault, that would merge with count 1 for purposes of sentencing. We've already covered the range on count 10. Count 11 would be up to 20 years, and count 12, possession of a knife. I'm sorry, count 11 was the arson in the first degree. Count 12, the possession of knife during commission of a felony would be 5 years, Your Honor.
And Judge, would the court like us to continuing numbering exhibits from the exhibit number in the trial, or to start with one for purposes of sentencing?
That's a great question. I think we should continue with the numbers that we've been going on. Do you have the last number that was entered?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. We can do that. Sure.
Does anyone know if the
I think
defense
that
asked
sounds
for
fine.
more
Ms.
time?
Satterfield really is in charge of all of those numbers. That's important for her. So we'll start again with one. She thinks that would be best. So go ahead and label whatever document you have as State's Exhibit 1, and then follow with any other exhibits you have in numerical order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, I've labeled for purposes of sentencing States Exhibits 1 through 6. Exhibit 1 is a certified conviction from criminal action number 93 OR 36B, which was a sentence entered on an attempted robbery charge with a sentencing date, original sentencing date of June 7th of 1993. This document was for a first offender sentence. It was later adjudicated guilty. In States Exhibit 2 is 96 OR 165J.
Yes.
I would object to the state attempting to use prior convictions and aggravation of sentencing. If my recollection doesn't fail me, we didn't receive notice that the state intended to use Mr. Foss's prior record for sentencing either the last day of trial or the day before the last day of trial. The state provided us with documentation stating that they intended to use Mr. Foss's record of aggravation of sentencing. As the Honorable Court is aware, under OCGA Section 17-16-4, Section A5, the law states that the prosecuting attorney shall no later than 10 days prior to trial or at such time as the court orders, but in no event later than the beginning of the trial, provide the defendant with notice of any evidence in aggravation of punishment that the state intends to introduce in sentencing. And that is a shall statute. The state failed, unless they could show something, because from what they gave me 2 days ago, 2 days before the end of trial or the last day of trial, that was my first time seeing those documents. But the state hasn't met the notice requirement to introduce evidence in aggravation of sentencing under that statute, Your Honor. So I would ask that if the state wants the Honorable Court to proceed with sentencing, that's fine, but I would ask the Honorable Court not to consider the state's evidence in aggravation because they failed to follow the proper procedure for admission of same. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Any response, Mr. Yellow?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't have both of the dates in front of me, but the state provided its first notice of intent to use any convictions contained in Mr. Foss' criminal record in aggravation of punishment as part of its discovery certificate that was filed on, I believe, April 2nd of 2025. Subsequent to that, we provided a more specific notice that listed 3 convictions coming out of Clark County, and then we amended that notice with the second notice of intent to use prior convictions in aggravation for recidivism, which doesn't necessarily apply here for purposes of impeachment as well. But the original notice is from April 2nd of 2025.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I would ask the Honorable Court not to take Mr. Yalamachily's word for it. If the Honorable Court could review the record to make sure that is accurate. I disagree with that position, but I may be mistaken. I would just ask the Honorable Court to confirm.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. I actually have reviewed the record, and Mr. Yellow is correct. So I'm going to overrule your objection. I'm also holding in my hand the state's second notice of intent to use prior convictions in aggravation of sentencing, and that was filed on October the 2nd. So I have one of them actually in my hand, but I have reviewed the record, and Mr. Yellow is correct, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
And Judge, so State's Exhibit 1 was a conviction for attempted robbery, Your Honor, with the date that I noted. State's Exhibit 2 is a certified conviction regarding possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and other offenses from 96 OR 165J, again, out of the Superior Court of Oglethorpe County. Then we come to the 4 Clark County convictions that the state intends to admit for aggravation. State's Exhibit 3 is SU01CR0298. This was an aggravated assault committed on February 4th of 2001 involving cutting or another individual in the neck area, and the sentence date on that particular offense, I believe, was September 6th of 2001. Obviously, the offense date is within a couple of weeks of this murder. And then State's Exhibit 4 is SU11CR0744. This is a certified conviction, again, for Mr. Faust for a felony. And it is a conviction for possession of cocaine as well as driving while license suspended and misdemeanor obstruction of a law enforcement officer. State's Exhibit 5 is another certified conviction. This is SU13CR0203 out of the Superior Court of Clark County. And this is a conviction for possession of cocaine with intent to distribute, as well as misdemeanor obstruction of a law enforcement officer. And Your Honor, the sentence date on this particular case is November 6th of 2013. And then State's Exhibit 6 is SU14CR0774. And it's for a felony driving while license suspended, Your Honor. The conviction date of this case will be November 26th of 2014.
Yes, sir.
I just pulled up the notice that the Honorable Court mentioned
Thank
from October.
you.
It only mentions 3 offenses. That's the aggravated assault. That's the VGCSA, 2 counts. I don't, just wanted to let the Honorable Court
That
know.
was the
Yeah,
only one
Judge,
I had in my hand, but I have reviewed the record.
But
I
where
just
is
wanna
it?
make
There's an amended notice as well, Mr. Cruz, but the one that I was referring to is the one I have in my hand.
Correct.
No,
The
no, no.
amended notice, I only received that 2 days before the end of trial, Your Honor. So we're asking
Right.
that those convictions not be considered.
Exactly.
The 3 that's in the notice filed in October, obviously that meets the statutory timelines. The ones that they gave me 2 days before the verdict came down, that does not meet the statutory timeline. Your
I
Honor.
just
I'd ask
read
the
the
court to
statute.
reconsider
He's
its ruling.
right.
Thank you, sir. Any response to the objection again, Mr. Yelmichilli?
Before
Well,
trial.
Again, Your Honor, if we go back to, and I believe it's April 2nd of 2025, but the court has the record in front of it. As part of the state's discovery certificate, we provided notice of both impeachment, aggravation, and I believe also recidivism for any convictions that were contained in Mr. Faust's criminal history. There's no, to my knowledge, no subsequent requirement of the state to make a more specific notice, but we chose to do so.
Yes, sir.
The law requires a specific notice. So there is a requirement for that, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that's correct, Mr. Cruz, and I'm going to overrule your objection and
All
allow
right,
the state
pause
to
it.
continue.
All right. And so, Your Honor,
Pause
if I
it.
could approach, I have states
You may.
1 through 6.
Did you pause it? Because I'm going to read this.
I did. Yeah.
Okay, so this is now. I didn't pull up the actual statute, but this is a quote from the statute from the Justice Center in Georgia, and it says the prosecution shall no later than 10 days prior to trial, or as such time as the judge orders, but no event later than the beginning of trial, provide the defendant with notice of any evidence in aggravation of punishment the state intends to introduce at trial. The purpose of this notice requirement is to give the defendant a chance to examine his record to determine if the prior convictions are in fact his, if he was represented by counsel, and if there's any other defect that would render his conviction inadmissible. Defense counsel does not have an absolute duty to retrieve and review transcripts of prior plea proceedings. The burden is on the state to produce competent evidence of prior conviction for the purpose of sentencing. So if the hence, if the defense timely objects on the best evidence ground, the state must produce certified copies of the prior convictions in order to prove them up. There's no objection, but he can't say that I amended it after trial began. The statute is clear, and he just said that what he put in his disclosure is I'm going to use any conviction that he had. But if they didn't produce it, then that circumvents the entire rule. What is wrong with this judge? I just don't understand. Like if she does not need, she can do what she wants to do anyway. There's these other things in aggravation. Why would she risk letting him do something that violates the rules so that this, that this whole thing gets, undone anyway?
You're asking me to try to come up with an explanation why Lot does what she does?
Right. It's a rhetorical
question. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep rolling. Good job though, babe.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'd ask the court to hear victim impact statements, beginning first with Miss Virginia Baker.
Bloop until she's up there, so we're live, or eventually we'll get live.
Okay.
All right.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
I am Tara's mother. I will always be Tara's mother. And I'm afraid my emotions are about worn out after these 25 years of pain. And so if it is okay, I have asked my son-in-law to read my statement for me, if that would be all right.
Yes, ma'am. That is certainly all right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the court. There are no words to fully express the horror of what this monster did to my daughter, Tara. For weeks, I have sat in this courtroom, forced to look at evil, to hear details I never wanted to know. I have endured it only for her sake. January 19, 2001 was the collision of pure good and incomprehensible evil. Over these 25 years, the truth has emerged slowly, each new piece more terrible than the last. The question that never leaves me is why? I have asked God this question thousands of times. I still have no complete answer, and the pain remains. As a mother, I cannot bear the image of Tara dying alone, frightened, calling for help that never came. Night after night, I dream of carrying her burned and broken body, walking endless roads, trying desperately to find someone who could help, someone who could bring her back. I have begged God to trade my life for hers. She is gone. The emptiness she left is vast and unending. Tara was intelligent, kind, dutiful, and loving. She worked hard toward her dream of becoming a lawyer so she could help others. Yet she never lost her generosity or her caring nature. Her life was full of promise and light. The person who took her lived in complete opposition to everything she stood for. His actions were selfish, depraved, without compassion or regard for the lives he destroyed. He did not only end her life and her dreams, he tried to erase her completely by setting the fire. Our family had never known violent crime before that day. Her absence still wounds her siblings, her friends, and all who loved her. The pain is constant, even in moments that should be joyful. I will never forget sitting beside her closed casket, praying it was all a mistake, that we would open it and find it empty. Though I begged to open the casket to see my sweet girl one last time, my husband and the funeral director protected me from seeing the devastation that Edric Faust had caused. The impossible hope that somehow she was not in that casket was the last thread I clung to before accepting she was truly gone. After 25 years of living in the shadow of this loss, praying, waiting, and enduring, the final chapter has been written today. As the district attorney reminded us, it was the jury's solemn duty to hold the pen and write the correct ending to this tragic story. They have done so, bringing accountability at last and allowing light to pierce the darkness that has shadowed our family for so long. Tara's beautiful soul is now safe with our Lord. Her short life was filled with love, and that love endures in every heart she touched. I thank God for the grace that has carried me this far. I thank him for my remaining children, Tara's siblings. and I thank him for my grandchildren. We all thank him for the legacy of light that Tara left behind. Tara was and always will be deeply loved. Such a beautiful life, so full of promise. Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, anything from the defense with regard to this victim witness?
No, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Yalamanchili, you may call your next witness.
State would call Adam Baker.
On January 19th, 2001, my beloved sister, Tara Baker, was stabbed, beaten, strangled, raped, and finally set on fire. That horrific act was not where the tragedy ended. That is where it began. Tara was an extraordinary human being, beautiful, compassionate, driven, and hilariously funny. She was the best of us. I have never known anyone with a purer heart. Tara and I were more than siblings. We were best friends. From the day I was born until the day Edric Faust ripped her from us, we were inseparable. She cheered me on at every step. My decision to join the Air Force, my dreams of flying, it was her dream for me to become a pilot. I remember how she beamed with pride after I joined the Air Force. I remember coming home on leave and her giving me the biggest hug. We talked so much about my training and what things were like. I also remember the moment she saw my dog tags and truly understood what they meant. She grew quiet. She cried. It was the first time she ever considered that my life could be cut short. Neither of us ever imagined it could have been the other way around. Being far from home meant I was alone when I learned of her death. My father was desperately trying to contact a military chaplain to sit with me when the news came, but I called him first. The cries of anguish I made during that call haunted him until the day he died. I still have nightmares in which our roles are reversed, and I am the one making that call, hearing the pain, unable to hug my son or comfort him. I remember the fog of arranging a flight back to Georgia, the long journey home, watching people board planes and go about their day oblivious. The flight attendants offered pretzels or cookies. All I could think was, I want my sister back. The entire flight, I dreaded one moment above all, seeing my mother. When I finally reached my parents' house and I saw her face, the anguish there was something no one should ever have to witness on their own mother. In hysterical grief, she held me for what felt like days, weeping and wailing. That evening, through her tears, she begged me to achieve my dreams because Tara could no longer achieve hers. I focused as only Tara could have inspired me to do. I made every rank as early as military regulations allowed. Eventually, I was accepted to officer training school. My family attended my graduation. Tara was not there. I went on to flight school and earned my wings. At graduation, my family proudly pinned those wings on my chest, but Tara was not there. I met an amazing woman whom Tara would have adored. We married. At the wedding, we took family photos of the whole Baker family. Tara was not in them. Every Christmas, every family gathering, every milestone, Tara was absent. She never got to be a sister to my wife. She never held my infant daughter, beaming with pride as an aunt. She never cradled my twins when they were born. My oldest child has had to learn of her Aunt Tara through photographs and stories. She favors her. I mourn not only Tara, but everything that was stolen from us. Tara would have turned 49 last month. I have no doubt she would have pursued her dreams, achieved her goals. She would have married and had children. My beautiful nieces and nephews that I never got to meet. My mother's precious grandbabies who now would be old enough to chase their own dreams and start their own families. An entire branch of our family tree was severed irreparably on that one day to satisfy one man's depravity. The last 25 years should have been full of life, laughter, and generations. But the pain doesn't end here today. Despite this verdict, the pain will continue. This summer, I will retire from the career that Tara inspired me to pursue. My family will fly out. We will celebrate. There will be pictures. Tara won't be in them. She won't be there. Tara's children won't be there. Tara's grandchildren won't be there. In fact, our dad, who died at the age of 59, due to the stress and grief of losing a child, will not be there. And he is but one of a list of family members who I am certain would still be alive today had it not been for the stress, grief, depression, and utter devastation caused 25 years ago. For many years, I wrestled with God over what happened. That struggle eventually and ultimately led me to a place of forgiveness. Long before I ever heard the name Edric Faust, I chose to forgive him. Today, sitting in this courtroom face to face, I can honestly say, I have forgiven you. I harbor no hate in my heart. I've given that all to God. You will stand before him one day. I pray that before then, you will confess, you will repent, and you will seek for the forgiveness of Christ. He will grant it. Until then, I need nothing from you except this one thing, that you never hurt anyone else again. Your Honor, I leave that responsibility to the judicial system. Please ensure that Mr. Faust never has the opportunity to harm another person. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, anything from the defense?
In regards to this witness, no, ma'am.
All right.
It has to
Call your
be
next
clear,
witness, Mr.
just in
Yeoman-Chilly.
case the judge
Meredith
tries
Schroeder,
to
Your Honor.
bloop.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
During these last few weeks, we, Tara's family and friends, and all who loved her, were forced to relive this nightmare, to face the darkest time of our lives once more, to face things that we have avoided for 25 years. We sat and watched in horror the sight of her lifeless body, discarded like trash amongst the debris. We sat here in this courthouse and watched Tara be victimized once more, watched social media legal pundits co-opt our family photos as their own and opine on who they thought Tara was. I've watched as people came to spectate, like a morbid kid poking at her and us like dead animals on the side of the road. For all those interested parties, I will tell you who Tara was. She was our North Star, our champion. She was kind. She was determined. She wasn't perfect, but she was close to it. She spent her short life lifting people up and wanted to dedicate her life to making people happy. Happy law was her dream, and she had carved out her path to achieve it, and no one hated her. On January 19th, 2001, Tara woke and began her day like any other. While that day will remain the darkest of our lives, it was nothing compared to what Tara endured. I cannot imagine the fear and anger she felt, how she fought, telling herself this was not happening. While Tara was our everything, it wasn't enough for Faust. For the last 25 years, he has wreaked havoc on this community. Just 2 weeks after he ended Tara's life, he put a knife into a man's neck. He shattered another man's jaw over a parking space outside the 40 Watt. He savagely beat his wife on a cruise and then later pistol whipped her with her own gun. While we have sat here trying to maintain our composure, I've watched the defendant sleep through proceedings. I'm terribly sorry to have inconvenienced him, but you see, while he got to walk free for the last 25 years, he dealt Tara and all of us a life sentence. He stole from her, he stole from me, he stole from my children, and he stole from all of us. None of us are the same people who woke up on January 19th, 2001. Every day for the last 25 years, I have literally thought about my sister. I've wondered if her wild and tacky sister would have made her proud. I've mourned the friendship that we were building outside of sister. I've mourned the tone-deaf car karaoke sessions and the Friday night rom-coms. I've mourned the life lessons that she tried to teach me, but my dumb teenage brain couldn't understand. The guilt that I feel that I've lived an entire life that was denied her cannot be measured. I have prayed that I've been strong enough for her, that I've fought enough for her. I've prayed these last few weeks that I've done right by her. Today I stand here channeling her strength to face the man convicted by a jury of his peers to this nightmare, to let him know that after today, I will endeavor to forget his face and his name, to never allow him to cross my thoughts again. After today, I will live my life remembering how Tara lived. My final request is that this honorable court ensure that he is put somewhere where he finally ends his reign of mayhem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the defense, Mr. Cruz?
Only to make two corrections, Your Honor. In regards to pistol whipping his wife, that is nothing that occurred or was evidence in this case.
I'll let you say that when it's your turn, but in terms of any questions you have for the
No,
witness.
absolutely
All right.
not.
Thank you, sir. You may call your next witness.
Kevin Baker.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Of course, indulgence as I get my paperwork here. It's maybe one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do. Your Honor, my name is Kevin Baker. I'm Tara's youngest brother, who she affectionately called her baby darling. There's a 12-year age gap between the two of us, so I wouldn't see her as much as a big sister as I would see her as a motherly figure. Over the past several days, I have sat in this room and listened to people argue over semantics while thinking that my Tara, beloved sister, cuddle buddy, and protector is gone. We're arguing over a Super Bowl and a World Series. Well, I can't tell you who won that game, but I can tell you every detail that happened that day. My earliest memories of Tara and I were singing Beatles songs and Elvis songs and having a dance party in the living room. We watched old movies like Wizard of Oz and the Braves game on TV as we would cheer on her boys to victory. I even told her as a young boy I was going to play baseball and I was going to be just like Chipper Jones, who she adored so much. She would sit there as I would tell her that, and she would smile and say, "You could do whatever you wanted to do as long as you put enough effort into it." To help me sleep, she would tell me Bible stories and hold me close when I was scared of the dark or when things would go bump in the night. Everywhere Tara lived, she invited me to stay at her house. From her dorm at Georgia College to the 80 Pie house, I was always welcome, where most college girls would think having a 9 or 10-year-old little brother following them around a college campus would be annoying and maybe even a bit embarrassing. But she saw it as an opportunity to connect and show me how doing well in school can benefit you. I remember the last time I saw her. It was towards the end of Christmas holiday. Adam was home, and she thought how great it would be to have a siblings' day out. She took us out, myself, Adam, and Meredith, to Chick-fil-A for lunch. We laughed, we carried on, and had a great time as a family. It was probably my last true happy memory as a child. She said goodbye to me in the driveway. She bent down on one knee and gave me the warmest hug and a white turtleneck sweater and a brown leather jacket and a kiss on the cheek. She told me to do my best in school as a new school year would be starting. In a few weeks, she would be back to visit with just me. She planned to come home and visit with me and go to my baseball game. I started that next school year with just the focus on school and sports. Then came Friday, January 19th, 2001. I was taken out of school, oblivious to what was happening at the time. My parents were in a panic and dropped me off at my grandparents, who would soon drive me up to Athens. But before we made our way to Athens, I asked my grandparents if it would be okay to get something to give to Tara as a gift. My grandparents, already knowing what was happening in the situation, couldn't bear to be the ones to give me the news. So they took me to a Hobby Lobby. I got a dolphin figurine and I made it for her. not knowing that she would never receive it. I arrived at the Holiday Inn right down the road from here. As a child of only 11, I was given the news by my late father that there was a fire at Tara's house. My immediate response was, is she in the hospital? Tell me she's okay. My dad stood there, choking back tears, saying, no, buddy, she didn't make it. She's gone. At that moment, my childhood innocence was destroyed. It would be shadowed by grief and running around this college campus with flyers asking who killed my sister, asking questions, not knowing anything other than she was gone. Learning words that no elementary school kid should ever have to learn or know happened to his big sister. Words such as rape, stabbing, arson, and murder. Kids at school would say, we're sorry for your loss. I was only thinking to myself, I didn't lose her. She was stolen from me. Where most kids would come home to a warm house full of happiness, I came home to a house, despite my parents' best efforts to create the best environment possible. It felt more like a mausoleum than a warm home. Unlike my siblings, I went through the majority of my life from childhood, teenage, and adult phases without Tara. Unable to ask her, am I doing okay? Is this what I should be doing in school or in life? Would you be proud of the man your baby brother has become? I strived to be just like her throughout my childhood. When I received awards, graduated high school, and graduated college, Tara was not there. When my father died, which this murder took years off of his life due to stress, instead of Tara holding me while giving me the news of my father's passing, I fell to my knees in a hospital parking lot at midnight alone to collect myself and be strong for my mother, who was already in the ER room waiting for me to arrive. I found love and married, and instead of my family being in the front row, I had 2 empty chairs with 2 white roses for both my father and Tara, who would have been there if the situations had been different. As this trial goes on, I have read and seen the absolute best and the absolute worst of people in both this courtroom and outside who seek to turn a sensitive matter into a circus of calamity and pandemonium for their own entertainment, for likes on their social media pages, all the while seeing how this trial has opened up old wounds and exposed horrible memories. I have heard how this man is sitting here fighting for his life. Well, it makes me think about something about that morning. Did Tara have a chance to fight for her life? Who was there at the moment when she needed someone the most? No one, because she was scared and she died alone. Your Honor, I've listened to details for the first time that I've never been told about this case, not because the case was not thoroughly investigated, but because of the horrific and gruesome facts that my family tried to shield from me due to the age at the time. Your Honor, when that verdict was read, the person that's sitting here in that pew that day is not the 36-year-old man that stands before you right now. It was that 11-year-old boy who brought back all that pain and loneliness of being in that hotel room, knowing that his sister had just been killed. As a father of a young girl, I dread for the day that I will have to give the tale to my daughter of her Aunt Tara, not for being the loving aunt who would have loved her so much or strived for greatness, but as a cautionary story of safety, because someone thought that they could play God and decide who should live and who doesn't. I've taken my grief and I've used it as a career to help others during their time of loss and guide them through their grieving process. It gives me peace to know that none of these families that I will undoubtedly have to help in the future will not be caused by this man's reign of terror in this community. I pray that there will not be another family in this community that will have to deal with the same pain and sorrow and cruelty that we have had to deal with over these past 25 years. This is not the final chapter of Tara's story, because Once this case is concluded, and her story will live on in everyone who ever knew her and everyone who ever loved her, despite this man's best efforts to destroy her legacy and destroy her body, she will endure in our hearts forever. For those who are in this courtroom or maybe watching at home, I ask you this: will you remember her? Because she would remember you. Thank you, Your Honor, for your time.
Thank you. Anything from the defense, Mr. Cruz, of this witness?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we don't have any other witnesses. We're ready to make our recommendation at this time.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I cannot offer anything more important or more impactful than what Tara's family has already said, and I will not try. The court has heard the evidence in this case and all its brutality and depravity. It's horrific, even in the context of other murder cases. The state's recommendation in this case is as follows. On count 1, a sentence of life imprisonment. On counts 2 through 5, vacated. Count 7 would be 30 years confinement concurrent with count 1. Count 8 would be life consecutive to count 1. Count 9 would merge with count 1. Count 10 would be 30 years consecutive to counts 1 and 7 while being concurrent with count 8. Count 6 would be 20 years consecutive to counts 8 and 10. Count 11 would be 20 years consecutive to count 6. And count 12 would be 5 years consecutive to count 11. The total sentence would be 2 consecutive life sentences plus 45 years of confinement with 60 years of non-parolable concurrent confinement with those 2 life sentences. That's the state's recommendation, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yeoman, you went through that very quickly, so I'm actually going to ask you to go through it slowly so I take down what you say, and I will do the same, of course, for Mr. Cruz. If you'll do it a little bit slower for the court, I want to make sure I know what you are asking for, and then I'll do the same for Mr. Cruz.
Yes,
Let's
Judge.
start with count 1.
I will. And just for an overall, again, in total, we're getting to 2 consecutive life sentences plus 45 years of confinement with 60 years of non-parolable confinement concurrent with those 2 life sentences. And the way that we structured that was in count 1, life. Counts 2 through 5, vacated. Count 7, 30 years concurrent with count 1. Count 8 is life consecutive to count 1. Count 9, the aggravated assault, merges with count 1. Count 10 would be 30 years consecutive to counts 1 and 7 and concurrent with count 8. Count 6 would be 20 years consecutive to counts 8 and 10. Count 11 would be 20 years consecutive to count 6. And count 12 would be 5 years consecutive to count 11.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz.
Would you like us to start with mitigation before we get into sentencing?
Yes, certainly you can. If you are presenting witnesses, this would be the time to do so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I had a lot of inquiries, if I may. If you're here to testify on Mr. Foster's behalf, can you raise your hand for me? Have you all come up to the front row?
Mr. Terrell, can you help with the podium here? And then maybe we'll put a microphone, put it in between the tables. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Don't forget to correct the record. like
Your Honor,
you
the
tried
first
to
witness
do.
that we have is Miss Kinsey Faust.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
My name is Kizzy Faust, and I'm speaking on behalf of my cousin, brother, Edric Lamont Faust. And the picture that being painted as a monster, he's no monster. He's a human being. He has family that loves him and care for him. With all this, I want justice to be served, and justice to be served the correct and right way. And all has been said and presented throughout the court system. I've been here day one, ever since Mr. Faust got arrested back in 2023, whenever it was. Like I say to this day, I want the Baker family to get justice. And I feel that justice was not served. And I feel that they're painting a picture of Mr. Faust like he's a monster. He's no monster. He has family, grandkids, kids, and all. And he has lost people also. My father, which is his uncle, which helped raise him. And I know my father raised me, and my father did not raise no animal, nor monster. And I ask you, Lisa, today, as you get ready to sentence Mr. Faust, to really look at the justice and the way things should be laid out. Because Mr. Faust, my cousin, I love him. My brother, we raised in the same house, like I keep saying. He's no monster. He's a human being. And things that happen to Tara, I am a female too. And I hate all of that. But I would like for justice to be served, and to be served the correct and right way.
Thank you. Mr. Yelman-Chili, anything from the state?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, next we have Mr. Bryson Shields.
How you doing, Miss Lisa Lott?
Good afternoon.
You know, E, I used to walk car with him.
You'll pull that microphone
I'm
out.
sorry. I used to walk cars with E. And like in last witness, he's not no monster, man. And I'm sorry for what happened. But justice wasn't served here. So that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Yelman-Chili, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness, Mr. Cruz.
And I'd like to make a statement for on behalf of Mr. Faust. I know it's unique for the attorney to do so.
Go ahead, sir.
But Your Honor, you're aware that obviously our system is a system of laws. And once the jury renders a verdict, regardless if we agree with it or disagree with it, that's the law we follow. That's the procedure we follow. I would ask the Honorable Court to consider in its sentencing, and we know what the mandatory sentencing is in this case, but we would ask the Honorable Court to consider things that took place in this case. As the Honorable Court is aware, and obviously we don't relitigate issues, Mr. Faust didn't have opportunity to explain his DNA. Mr. Faust didn't have opportunity to argue consent. There were things, and throughout this trial, I spoke the truth this entire trial. Not one time did a dishonest statement come out of my mouth. But as I advised the Honorable Court, I've reviewed every piece of discovery in this case. And this case is a true tragedy. The very first time I stepped in this courtroom, Your Honor, I said in order to get justice for my client, I would have to get it for the Baker family. And obviously I failed at that. The jury decided otherwise. But Your Honor, I presented the evidence that I could present to the Honorable Court, to the jury as well. I am aware of the mandatory sentencing schemes, but I do know the Honorable Court at the end of this and upon sentencing typically gives its own proffer or statement to the defendant in regards to the Honorable Court's thoughts and the reason it's given the sentence that it is giving. I would ask the Honorable Court if it would consider this is a case of very unique circumstances. And obviously, the evidence that we presented again, the jury, as the finder of fact, found that our theory was not the truth. But I would just ask the Honorable Court when it renders its sentence to give the lesser on the lesser end, even though it's mandatory, but also in regards to the Honorable Court's statements to the defendant or Mr. Falls, which will come. I just asked the Honorable Court to keep everything in mind because Your Honor is aware of a lot more than I was able to present to the jury. And that's all I'd like to say to the Honorable Court. To the Baker family, this is a heartbreaking case. And as an advocate in this case, no one, the state and I would disagree completely, but no one would ever say that this wasn't a tragedy. And I give my heartfelt, and I mean my heartfelt from the bottom of my heart, my heart goes out to you all and what you've been through. But Your Honor, I just ask you to consider that when it comes to your statement to Mr. Foss at the time of sentencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Do you have any specifics with regard to counts 1 through 12 you'd like for the court to consider?
I do. My other two witnesses just arrived, Your Honor.
All right, you may present your witnesses, sir.
Hey, my name is Katrina Falls.
Good afternoon.
Edward Falls isn't a monster. He is a very lovely, funny, and hardworking person. Edward will always be my cousin, my brother, and I ask God to protect him. I pray to God to give him strength every day and to keep his smile together. And his family will keep fighting for justice for him. Edward Falls isn't the killer. He was accused as the killer, but he isn't the killer. And he also have a family that love him. And we're gonna keep fighting for justice for him as long as it takes. And I'm sorry for the Baker family. And I'm sorry for my family had to keep grieving over this. Because it's been very hard for the Falls family too.
Thank you. Anything from the state, Mr. Yelmichilli?
No, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness.
My name is Shonda Smith, and I would like to speak in reference to my cousin. I'm his first cousin, Edric Foss, and I would like to say, Your Honor, my name is Shonda Smith. I stand before you today on behalf of my cousin, Edric Foss. This is an incredible, difficult moment for our family. We are watching someone we love face sentences while firmly believing in our hearts that he is an innocent man and he has been wrongly convicted. Edric is more than what has been presented in this courtroom. He is a son, a father, a cousin, a brother, a man of faith who has always been a source of support in our family. This man, he knows he's kind, he's compassionate, and he's deeply valued by those who truly know him. As a family rooted faith, as our family rooted in faith, we believe in justice, but we also believe in mercy, grace, compassion, and the truth. God sees what we cannot see. God knows what we do not know. We humbly ask, as you determine the sentence, we consider his character, his strong support system that stands behind him. And I hope that this still remains in his future, if you could see his future as a loving, bright, intelligent man. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As I do love my cousin, I hope the Baker family finds justice because this is not it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the state, Mr. Yelmichilli?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, any other witnesses?
No, ma'am. Just discussion regarding sin.
All right.
One more, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Tijuana DeBose.
Good afternoon.
I stand here today heartbroken, not just for Edric, but for the Baker family. I have witnessed this for the last couple of years. and it's very heartbreaking. I'm sorry what has happened, but I just ask that you guys just look at my cousin as not being a murderer, because he's not. I understand that something did happen, but he wasn't the one that did it. I understand the Baker family would like to have peace and justice for what has happened to their daughter, but at the same time, you have the wrong guy. If I wasn't here myself, if someone told me what happened, I would say, this is not true. But I witnessed everything, and the things that I witnessed, I can say everything was wrong. Everything was done wrong here. I understand people had a job to do and they want to protect themselves and their job and their family. But at the same time, it's two families that did not get justice. Edric Foss' family did not get justice, and the Baker family still don't have justice. So I just ask that God continue to step in, to guide us and lead us and direct us to the right person that did do this. But as you guys do what you have to do, you have the wrong guy. And I stand here today and I firmly agree on what I say. I'm the first cousin of Edric Foss. We grew up together. I knew him. I'm 48 years old. We're just a couple of years of difference. But I've been here and I know the things that Edric done. Our grandmother has been in our lives, and Edric is a good person, but I'm not going to say everything he has done in his life has been good, because everything I've done has not been good. But at the same time, I don't feel like you should get punished for something that you didn't do. So I just ask you guys to just do what you have to do, but at the same time, know that God has the last word. I love you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Yelmichilli from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Cruz, in terms of witnesses?
No, ma'am.
All right. And anything else you'd like to tell the court with regard to counts 1 through 12, just
Yes,
as the
ma'am.
state did? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, I ask the honorable court to exercise its discretion. I understand in count 1, malice murder, the jury found Mr. Foss guilty of malice murder, and the honorable court, the only option the honorable court has is life with or life without parole. We would ask the honorable court to, in regards to count 1, for the lesser sentence, which is life, the lesser sentence, which is life with parole, in regards to count 1. Counts 2 through 5, those vacate as a matter of law. Count 6, our request is a 1-year sentence on the burglary, Your Honor. And as the honorable court is aware, and I stated before, our system is a system of laws, and we have to respect the jury's verdict. The reason I'm asking for 1 year on the burglary count, Your Honor, is based on evidence that the honorable court heard, which is the state providing to the jury that they couldn't show that Mr. Foss or how Mr. Foss got into the home. The honorable court could weigh the evidence in regards to the burglary charge. The honorable court is aware, and the honorable court can make a decision as to whether or not the evidence was overwhelming that Mr. Foss broke into Ms. Baker's home. So that's why we're asking for 1 year on the burglary count to be served concurrent. And that's count 6. Count 7, in regards to aggravated sodomy, and that was the oral sodomy. The honorable court's discretion is only from 25 years to life. If the honorable court issues a sentence of 25 years, I believe the statute requires that the remaining portion, if I'm not mistaken, is remainder of probation for life, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm asking the honorable court in regards to the aggravated sodomy oral for the lesser sentence, in regards to the court's discretion, which is 25 years, I would ask that that sentence is concurrent to count 1. And if I didn't state it with count 6, I'm also asking the 1 year is concurrent to count 1. In regards to count 8, Your Honor, I believe count 8 and count 10 merge based on the language of the indictment. The language of the indictment provides that the basis for the rape in court's indulgence the indictment specifically alleges that Mr. Foss had carnal knowledge of Ms. Baker. However, when it comes to aggravated sodomy, which is count 10, which is the anal charge of aggravated sodomy, carnal knowledge includes anal sex. His sexual organ entering Ms. Baker's sexual organ. So we would say that count 8 and count 10 merges. In regards to count 10 merging into count 8, Your Honor, the Honorable Court's discretion is only 25 years to life, similar to count 7. We would ask the Honorable Court to exercise its discretion and sentence on the lower end, the 25 years with probation for life. We would ask that that is concurrent to count 1. In regards to count 9, aggravated assault, the Honorable Court is aware that the sentencing range is 1 year to 20 years. We would again ask for the lower end of that range, which is the no, please forgive me. Aggravated assault merges into count 1 by law. So please forgive me. Count 9 merges into count 1 by law. As I mentioned in count 10 merges into count 8. Count 11, arson, 1 through 20 years. We're asking that the Honorable Court exercise its discretion and sentence Mr. Foss to 1 year concurrent with count 1. And in regards to count 12, I believe the statute does not give the Honorable Court discretion in regards to the sentence being consecutive. And I believe it's a 5-year consecutive sentence to count 1. So the total sentence that we're asking for is life with parole plus 5 years, which is the mandatory minimum that the Honorable Court could sentence Mr. Foss to. As a significant piece of the mitigation, as I mentioned, Your Honor, is that I hope the Honorable Court takes into account the evidence that came out in this case. I do believe when Mr. Foss was initially arrested, it caused an uproar in Athens because a lot of people assumed that, hey, we've got the right person. It's just based on this new technology that the GBI had. But once we came into the courtroom, Your Honor, the jury, the Honorable Court, and we respect the jury's verdict, I'm not relitigating that, but the Honorable Court, in regards to mitigation, heard significant evidence that was never stated before in regards to Mr. Melton's involvement in this case, in this crime, which was rejected by the jury, which I acknowledge. But the Honorable Court is also aware of the rulings that were adverse to the defense. And I'm sure the Honorable Court says, hey, it was 412, it was 412, it was 412. I respect the court's ruling. I disagreed on the record. But Your Honor, you could take everything that came into this case, all the information that came out in this courtroom, and you can make 2 choices. You can either say, hey, there were some questions in this case. By law, I'm required to sentence this way. I am going to use my discretion and sentence him to the lower end. It's still a life sentence, Your Honor. Or the Honorable Court could say, hey, I heard the information that came out in this case. I reject all of it, and I'm going to sentence him to what the state requested, which is the maximum sentence on everything. I am not from Athens. However, this case has caused a divide in Athens. Just like I witnessed, the Honorable Court had an opportunity to witness, this courtroom was split down, and I hate to even discuss it because it's a difficult topic to discuss, but the courtroom was split pretty much down racial lines. The Honorable Court made concerns and, had concerns and discussed social media with both counsel. I didn't look at social media until after a verdict was rendered in Mr. Foss's case. And the damage that this case has caused in the Athens community is mind-blowing. There's some people extremely upset. There's also some citizens that are extremely relieved. But Your Honor, in your position, you have the power to send a message, whether that's I'm going to give Mr. Foss the absolute worst sentence he could get, or I'm going to take into account everything that came out in this trial, and I'm going to sentence him within the guidelines as required by law, but I am going to sentence him to the minimums, and that's what we would ask, Your Honor. And I thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. Mr. Lomachelli, do you care to respond to the argument by counsel about merger of count 8 and count 10?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, count 8 and count 10 do not merge. The carnal knowledge is defined in the rape statute as penetration of the vagina by the penis, and it doesn't merge with aggravated sodomy. I know, I don't think any of the ranges that Mr. Cruz gave were based on statutes as they existed in 2001. I think he's going off the statutes as they exist currently. I think it's incumbent upon the state in our role in the process to point out that given that it's a murder from 2001 and no notice of intent to seek death was filed, it's not a death penalty case. Mr. Foss can't be sentenced to life without parole. I believe the maximum is life because the statute was changed subsequent to when the crime was committed in 2001. So I do want to point that out. Also, as far as the 25 to life range, again, by our review of the statutes, that's not correct. On the rape, I believe it's 10 to 20 or life. And on the sodomy, I believe it is 10 to 30 or life. So I do just want to clear up those factors. I think that's a misstatement of the law. And I'm not going to respond to some of the other things that Mr. Cruz said. Obviously, the court knows what it ruled and didn't rule, but I don't think those are accurate statements of the way the proceedings were conducted.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Cruz, about the issue of merger?
Sure. If I could have a second to look at the statement, the law, and it should take maybe a minute, 2 minutes at most to look at the law in regards to what statute applies at the time of sentencing or at the time of.
It's the statute that was in place when the crime was committed. That's what sentencing applies. So I don't know if he's looking at the statute as it was back then, or if he's trying to decide if it's back then or now. But it's back then. I should give him all the time he needs right now because she's about to do what she wants to do. Go ahead. Take all the time you need, Mr. Cruz. I mean, these little, this kind of mess up with the statute only helps Faust, I guess. Show that his counsel didn't make decisions based on proper understanding of the law, but I don't know how it would change anything with the sentencing though. So I was going to say the state didn't ask for life without parole, so I was confused.
The state is correct. The statute at the time of sentencing. If I could have a second, Your Honor, to look at the statutes, I looked at the current law and applying the sentencing ranges. The Honorable Court would allow me to look at the statutes at the time of in 2001, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to adjourn. I'm going to consider both parties' arguments to the court. That'll give you time, Mr. Cruz, to look at the statutes. I'll be back on the bench shortly. I do want everyone in the courtroom to know that the Sheriff's Department is in charge of the courtroom. And if they ask you to remain seated while they allow other persons to enter or exit, they are allowed to do that. I'd certainly ask for your cooperation. They are in charge, again, of the courtroom. I'm going to be adjourned for just a little while. I'll be back on the bench. And Mr. Cruz, if you have anything else you'd like to add with regard to looking at the statutes at that time, you may do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
All right, thank you.
I'm going to go figure out my sentence and what I want to say, and then I'm going to let you talk, and it's not going to matter. We have a couple bloop bloop times.
Yeah, that's it.
Scarlett's showing her braces.
Can't even see him from that far. Yeah, I mean, she's giving him, it's life. Life is life is life, you know. I mean, this thing's going to, it's going to get a new trial on the appeal, which, you know, the direct appeal, I'm not holding out much hope. You know, post-conviction, I think that's where this case is going. You know, I mean, he's in there, and then it's going to be years if there's going to be any movement on it. Did she ask him if he wanted to do a statement in elocution?
She did not.
And I'm talking about Edric. I'm assuming she will. I mean, he's got an absolute right to do that.
Well, she's deciding before she hears it. I don't think he will, because he, you know, like none of what the like arguments that, I mean, she can't even, I don't know. I can't even talk. I can't even make words.
All right. All right. So I think
So
we
you,
can pop that.
you blooped, right?
Yeah, we had very little blooping
I
time.
know.
Yeah, I'm live, and it's how long of a break did she say?
Couple minutes.
A couple minutes?
Yeah, why don't you see if are there any comments? We can go over some comments. Got some comments. No, most of these are. I think we thanked everybody. I'm assuming you gave hugs to Nate. J3.
I didn't. Aw, hugs. And to
Welcome.
Dispatch Debbie. Aw, hugs, Debbie. Welcome.
Thank you, Aaron, for gifting a membership.
Indeed.
I'm assuming you did this way back when dog grooming Danny asked Bob, could you pretty please
Yes.
repeat those? Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't answering a question from a super. I was commenting in general, but
Allie B from Tennessee says, Bob, how did they know his search if he wasn't at school? Was it on the school computer? Sorry if I missed that. You guys talked about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's on his Chromebook.
Yep.
Thanks for your generosity. Thanks, Nurse Mandy, for your generosity. I know Bob read this, and for your compliment. Appreciate that. Listen, you do it.
Yeah, I went through all of these.
All right. Thanks for your
I think
generosity.
It's Clissen in pink.
Mary Holt, thanks for your generosity. DD has the best chat ever, respectful towards each other. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you, Mary. All right, so I kind of answered the question like that Julie had asked about why can the judge bring up his previous record. Sentencing gives leeway for that. He had to file notice. I still think that it's not right based on what we said earlier, reading of the statute. People were commenting about the reaction it got when the family member said, made some incorrect assertions. As Granny Debbie pointed out, the lawyer tried to correct the record. Hey, when you're going through something like this, I almost didn't expect him to remember come the end, because there's just so much going through your mind. Your mind's sort of racing as the attorney at that point.
Yeah, we're talking about 2 days after the verdict. So it's like you come out of a trial like this, it takes you a month to readjust back to normal life. Like trial mode's just a whole different thing in terms of your brain operating in a normal way, in terms of the amount of just intellectual steam that you burn through, emotional, like everything. It's a tough gig. It's a tough gig. Trial work is a very, very tough endeavor.
Welcome, Christine Gen X. What does she get, babe?
Family hug. That's what she gets. A big old family hug.
Jen Jensen, thank you for your generosity. Thank you.
Julie.
Sorry. Thank you for all you both do. Well, thank you.
We got a couple. Our beautiful Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Every day, $25 Venmo. It's crazy. And then dog grooming Danny. Thank you for your $5 Venmo. And she said Iowa is currently trying to get through legislation to get the Bears too. Sounds like old Indiana's got the lead big time.
Iowa.
Everybody wants them Bears.
No one's going to Iowa for
That's a long drive.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's like a whole thing.
I mean, from Chicago.
The Davenport Bears. That would be just like my luck. Like the Bears move to where Chris lives. Like you got to be shitting me, man.
You'd have a place for some big parties.
Oh yeah,
lots of space for parties.
Yeah.
Any more before I move on?
No.
Well, don't fuck with justice says, what are the chances of a successful appeal? I think, Bob and I didn't watch the whole trial, so there might be some grounds for appeal in what she left out and some of the rulings she made, because at least even some of what I saw was problematic, but appeals are hard. and they could come down to a harmless error situation. I think this is a case that unfortunately, and maybe not, they could get an appeal that works on an issue that causes it makes it come back. But what you need, I think this case is going to end up coming down to post conviction
Me too.
because
And frankly, Allison and I have not, like, whatever her rulings were on the motions regarding the DNA, as you heard Cruz bring it up in his argument there, that like apparently they were contemplating consensual sex, that there was, so, like, I mean, they were
I don't know if it was whether was it. I wonder, I guess, whether it was. I don't know. I guess it would have to be. I mean, he didn't assert. Did he try to? Maybe they did try to assert a defense of consent.
Well,
I don't know if he was saying like
or so that he could
consensual
even raise
contact,
it, or so that he could, I don't like consensual contact.
like transfer DNA from. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, she barred them on certain aspects of being able to kind of rebut the, I guess, how the DNA ended up.
Right, which could
on an
that could
era.
be an appellate issue, but the reason I say it's also a post-conviction issue is because I don't know how much the record was developed in those pretrial proceedings, and I know that attorney Melanie Little has followed this from the beginning through pretrial proceedings, as has Kat Not Williams. So maybe they have some old lives that touch on that, but the record needs to be developed as to what how the science supports that theory. So about the possibilities of transfer, about any conditions of the DNA, or how much it had to be amplified, what the mixtures were. The science might have to be further developed, but we
Yeah,
can't
and I
say
mean,
for sure.
you stated yesterday or the day before, babe, like Kat Down Williams, in terms of her channel, is pretty thorough, and we were kind of grilling her because, as Allie said, we'd missed a fair amount. We didn't watch any of the pretrial stuff, which I don't know if they were televising it anyway or streaming it. We missed a fair amount of the beginning of the trial. So, we were kind of going at Kat, like, well, what, like, tell us what's up. Like, how did this and this happen? It seems like, and again, Kat's pretty diligent, and it seemed like that she was kind of at a loss for how shit went down too. So,
Well, no, she did say that he was prevented, like all the things that I was saying about transfer. What if they were in the same restaurant? What if they were here? She said the judge forbid them from saying that. That she did say. But when we were talking about like the cross-examination, she didn't end up with a very strong idea of how exactly the defense was kind of challenging it. And we went back, we're poking holes in the science, and we went back and rewatched it, and it's because there weren't many holes poked.
I don't think there were any holes poked.
And maybe that
and
is
it's like
because they were
you and I
arguing
on our channel in particular, and there's not a ton of straight up defense attorneys. There's certainly, like, Bruce. There's a few law tubers that are straight up defense attorneys. Ian, he's up in Canada. But there's a lot of lawyers that practice in different areas and who are all very knowledgeable. But in terms of, like, kind of Allison and I, we're not afraid to kind of call a spade a spade. I mean, if we think that, doesn't matter if they're the prosecutor or for the defense counsel, like, we're not going to blindly root for somebody because they're a defense lawyer. If I honestly think that, while I think that Ahmad Cruz is going to be a great lawyer someday, and I think that he put up a fight that was noteworthy. I think that it was clear that there were points in time where, maybe that lack of experience that Josh was talking about, because he said this was his first major trial that he had tried, and experience counts for things. And while his heart obviously is in the right place, and he fought diligently and, tried to make a really clear record for his client. There's, strategically, Allison and I were both of the mindset that you have to attack the DNA somehow. You have to challenge it. You have to make it a point, because when it boils down to it, and I warned everybody in Catnot Williams chat, I'm like, look, we've been doing this for a minute, and I'm telling you that DNA is a death knell for Edric Faust. It just is. And if you're not going to challenge it, and they took the approach, maybe it was based on some of the rulings, maybe it was based on other
That's
things.
what I was thinking. Maybe
We don't
thinks that
know. Maybe
the appellate issue.
there's situations where, maybe you don't get the DNA tested because you're going to get an answer you don't want.
Well, no, I was going to say if
that's what I'm saying. I don't know what you were going to say. I'm saying that exists in the world, where there are situations where if you're concerned about getting an answer that may not work in your favor, that you forego it entirely, because as well as I do, if you get a report produced, if you ask them to do that, and with DNA, there's going to be no way around the other side not knowing that you are testing it, because you have to go through the court in order to have your own expert tested independently.
Yeah, but you don't have to turn it over if you're not using the expert, not the defense.
Well, unless they prepare a report.
No, not if you're the defense and you're not calling them.
Okay.
That's the whole reason why in the federal system, it's all ex parte, that you ask for, that you ask for expert stuff, so they don't even know what you're looking into. Can't even talk about what you didn't test, but what you didn't, who you consulted and then didn't call.
What's wrong with your throat?
I don't know. I feel like there's something in this basement that we just keep ignoring it. We got to get it tested or something. All right, maybe we should go back.
Yeah, I'm going to go back, because we're it seems like there's quite a bit. And I'll keep an eye on this. So let's pop
I've got
back.
it too.
I got it up, and I'm right where we were. So, where did you clear it? Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
No, I'll keep this up. It'll play in my ears for real now.
Okay. All right. So this is right where we were.
Just raise your hand. There's nothing wrong with that. We'll
You raise your right hand, please. So, a testimony given matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat, please. If you could introduce yourself for the jury and then spell it for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Tamika Mitchell. It's spelled TAMEKAMITCHEM.
And what do you do, Ms. Mitchum?
I work for the Department of Family and Children Services as a supervisor for foster care.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to 2023. Where were you working then?
I worked in Ben Hill and Irving County DeFax office as a case manager.
Okay, so back then you were a case manager?
Correct.
What does a case manager do in general terms?
They would go out and see families in the home, work a case plan. In the program that I was in, which was family preservation, I helped families to prevent foster care, work with kids that are still in the home.
Okay. I want to take your attention back. Were you working in 2023 a case involving Colt Gray?
I was.
Okay. And was that case number 18531-601?
Yes.
Okay. What's the background of that case?
But I got the case. It was started in Jackson County, and they got transferred to Ben Hill County when the mom and the two younger children moved back to Ben Hill County.
Okay. And so your job was to do what?
To work with mom, to help her work her case plan. The perpetrator was the mom, so we were focused more on mom and helping her work her case plan through therapy, making sure the kids are taken care of, and things like that.
Okay.
Perpetrator was the mom.
In Hill County.
Jenny and Coley.
Okay. And what child was still up in Jackson County?
Colt.
Okay. And who was watching Colt?
I'm his father.
Okay. Who DeFax wise was watching Colt?
Jackson DeFax.
Okay. So was it a different caseworker?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Michaela Anderson?
I didn't know her, but we had conversation over email.
Okay.
And like that. So yes.
Okay. And she was the one following Colt?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your job with DeFax, do you keep a log of all the contacts you have with people?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it made at the time of the contact?
Yes,
And is it kept in the ordinary course of your business with DeFax?
correct.
And is it used to refresh your memory years later?
Yes,
Now, at some point, did Colt also come down to Ben Hill?
he did.
You remember about when that was?
It was during the summer.
During the summer?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take your attention to specifically September 29th of 2023. Did you meet with Marcy on that day?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have a copy of your contact log with you?
I do not.
Okay. Let me show you this. Is that a copy of your log?
It is.
Okay. So on the 29th, where did you meet with Marcy?
At the DeFax office.
Okay. And what was the purpose of meeting with her?
To talk about her case closing, we were wrapping up the case and have her to continue with therapy for the children.
Had therapy been scheduled for Colt?
She said yes, and it was at the Healing Connection, I want to say in Tifton, I believe,
Okay. And when was it scheduled for?
for that next Thursday.
The next Thursday. Okay. And when was the next time you met with Marcy?
That'll be in October.
Okay. And what date?
That'll be the 5th.
All right. And where was this meeting at?
This was at Marcy's residence.
Okay. And was Colt still living at Marcy's residence on October 5th?
No,
Where was he?
he had moved back with his father.
Okay. And was that before the Thursday he was supposed to have therapy?
I'm not quite sure because I don't have a calendar, and so I'm not sure.
Okay. So take your attention to October 13th of 2023.
Okay.
Did you have a phone call with Colin Gray?
I did.
Is that reflected in your contact narrative log? Would it be in your
Yes,
contact
it would be.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit 202.1, and actually recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a contact narrative log of my conversation I had with Mr. Colin Gray.
On what day?
It's October 13th.
Okay. And does that accurately reflect your conversation with Mr. Gray that day?
Yes.
Around this time, I attended State Exhibit number 202.1 in the evidence.
No objection. All right.
So this conversation you had with, was this a face-to-face, phone call, email, text message? What was it?
A phone call.
Phone call. What was the purpose of this phone call?
We wanted him to come and pick up Jenny and Coley from their mom's house.
And why was that?
Because mom at the time, she had tested positive and we had just got her drug screen back and it was unsafe for the kid to continue to stay in her care.
Okay. Just a week before you were talking to her about closing her case.
Correct.
Okay. And did she test positive?
Yes, we did a last drug screen just to make sure that she was still clean. And then when we got the results back, that's when it came back positive.
Okay. And so did y'all decide at that point to remove the children from her?
Yes,
Okay. And did Mr. Colin Gray agree to come down and get the kids?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And so the next day would have been the 14th?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume you had contact with him again on that day?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure it's marked 202.2. Actually, if you recognize that.
I did.
And what is that?
This is my contact with the family the next day on October the 14th.
Okay. And does it actually reflect your conversations with Colin Gray and around Colin Gray?
Yes.
Now, this time I attended exhibit number 202.2 in evidence.
No objection. All right. 202.2.
Okay. So what's happening on this day?
This day, Mr. Gray and Colt had came down and we had met at Marcy's parents' house, Miss Gray's parents' house, where Marcy and the two younger children were at.
Were the parents there? Marcy's parents, were they present?
Not that I saw, so no.
Okay.
I didn't see them if they were.
So it's just Marcy, Colin, and the three kids?
Correct.
Okay. And what was going on this day?
On that day, we told Marcy about her drug screen and how we are going to have Mr. Gray take the kids with him back to his home.
Okay. Was there what's called a safety plan put in place?
There was.
And what's a safety plan?
A safety plan is where a piece of paper that is written up to minimize a safety risk. And so with that, they agree that the children will go back to with Mr. Gray, and mom will be supervised around the children. And then Mr. Gray will determine what kind of supervision that she would have if there was any.
Okay, so she can't have contact on her own.
Correct.
It'd have to be through Mr. Gray.
Correct.
And he decides.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have a specific private, first of all, how did Marcy take this?
She was upset about it.
Okay. Did you have a private conversation with Colin?
I did.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that conversation?
Well, per DeFax policy, all children, when we interview them, will have to be in private. And since this is my first time seeing him since he left, I had a conversation with him in private to see how things were going with his dad.
No, Colin.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I might not have been clear.
To talk to him if he had any questions, any concerns, anything that I can answer, and to talk to him about moving forward with the kids in his home.
Okay. Did you talk to him at all about the kids and their schooling?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
To get the kids in school, and let's see. I knew that Colt and Jenny wanted to go homeschooling, but just to make sure that they get the education and get in school as soon as possible, as soon as they get up there.
Okay. And did you talk to him about any sort of therapy or counseling for the children?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
That the kids need to go to therapy, and that as soon as he can, and that he has said that it would be good for them to go to therapy.
Okay. Did he say to you whether or not he would put the kids in therapy?
I'm sorry?
Did he say whether or not he would agree to that, putting kids in therapy?
Yes.
What did he say?
That the whole family will be going to therapy.
Okay. So that was on the 14th?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow up with a phone call on October 18th?
Yes.
Mr. Gray? Now, at this point, you're back up here in Barrow County?
Yes.
The sheriff's mark stakes have been over 202.3. And actually, if you can recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
This is October 18th, the write-up on the phone call I had with Mr. Gray.
Okay. And does it accurately, not yet, I haven't got evidence. Does it accurately reflect your phone call that you had with Mr. Gray on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I intend to this into evidence.
No objection. All right, 202.3.
All right. So in this conversation, do y'all talk about schooling for the children?
Yes.
And where are the kids doing for schooling?
Coley had gotten into Austin Road Elementary. And even though Jenny and Colt wanted to do homeschooling, but the school district didn't have the space for them. So they were going to attend school physically.
Okay. Did you ask anything about getting the kids in therapy?
Yes.
And what did Colin say about that?
He said, well, I encouraged him to get the kids in therapy, and that he said that he looked into different therapists already.
Okay. And did he agree that he and the kids would both be going to therapy?
Yes.
Okay. On the next day, October 19th, what did you do? What I'm specifically referring to, did Barrow County DeFax assist you in any way?
Yes.
In this case? And what was their assistance?
We asked them to go and to assess the home, to check on the kids, to talk to the kids about school, about therapy, and then we'll close our case afterwards.
Okay. And did you ask them to do this on the 19th, the day after that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And did someone from Barrow County DeFax go out to the home and talk with Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Did that person write a report?
They did.
Okay. And was that report sent to you?
Yes.
When did you receive that report?
On the 30th.
Okay. And when DeFax does a home check like that, a safety, what would you call it, a safety assessment?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there like a checklist they're going down of topics they're supposed to be covering, looking for?
They are. Normally it's a walkthrough of the home, make sure there is no safety issues, things are put up, make sure that the other kids have beds, there's food in the home, things like that.
Things
There's
are
no
put up.
wiring, exposed wires, infestation, stuff like that in the home.
Do they also talk about education for the kids and counseling and therapy and other services for the kids?
Yes.
Okay.
bleeding.
Tell me about weapons. Do you ask about that sort of thing, weapons in the home?
We do.
Okay. And was that done in the safety plan that you got back from the person from Barrow County?
Yes.
Were all of those issues addressed?
Yes.
Okay. And based on that safety plan that you got back, what did you do with the case?
We closed the case.
Okay. And when did you close the case?
Let's say October 30th or 31st was the last day. I sent it to my supervisor to close when he shipped.
Okay. And was it closed based on the information you received in that home assessment?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I know this is all quite a while in the past. So if you need to refresh your memory or look at anything, let me know and I'll see what I can do to help you with that. Okay. All right. So when did you first become involved in this case personally?
January of 2023.
And so your total exposure was almost, it sounds like almost a year, 10 months?
Correct.
Okay. And you were down in Ben Hill County?
Correct.
So the majority of your contact was with Marcy Gray?
Correct.
And I think you said that the case was against Marcy Gray?
Correct.
Now, to fast forward to October of 2023, you said that you had to call Mr. Colin Gray to come down to pick up the kids.
That's correct.
That was due to a positive drug screen
Correct.
on Miss Marcy Gray.
Correct.
So at that point, you were taking the kids from her because it was no longer safe and giving them to the father.
Correct.
And the understanding he was going to take all of the kids. Well, I guess at that point, Colt had already gone back to live with him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So he was coming down to get the two younger kids.
That's correct.
And then all three kids would be living with him up in Barrow County.
Correct.
All right. And you said that at some point in October, you met with Marcy Gray and informed her that the kids would be staying with Dad.
Correct.
And she was not happy about that.
No.
And she made that known to you?
Yes.
Okay. However, based on the circumstances, you felt that that was in the best interest of the children.
That's correct.
And then you put a safety plan in place that basically allowed Mr. Gray to determine whether or not the kids would be allowed to see Marcy Gray.
Correct.
Whether it's supervised or unsupervised, that obligation would fall on him.
Correct.
Okay. Did you inform her that if she was unhappy with the access she had to the kids through Mr. Gray, that she would have to work that out with Mr. Gray?
Correct.
That wasn't going to be your job?
Correct.
Okay. Did she seem upset about that?
Yes.
I imagine she was. All right. And to go back to the meeting in September of 2023, I believe you indicated that, so September 29th, 2023, at that point, Colt Gray was in Ben Hill County with his mom?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you ask about schooling at that time to see if the kids were in school?
Yes.
And I assume the answer you got was from Marcy?
Yes.
Okay. Did it indicate if there was any homeschooling?
Yes.
Was that for all the kids or just some of the kids?
Just Colt.
Just Colt. Okay. You also testified that there was some therapy scheduled for shortly after September 29th, 2023.
Correct.
And that information came from Marcy?
Yes.
Was that something that you had scheduled for them?
No, Marcy was looking at her own therapy.
Okay.
For her and the children.
Okay, gotcha. And when you recommended therapy for the kids, Coley Jr. and Jenny had been staying with their mom.
Correct.
And mom had tested positive.
Yes.
For a controlled substance.
Yes.
And were you concerned that they might need therapy for what it was they were seeing while living with mom?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, we have just. I'm just showing you calendars from back 2023, September. I think you testified that you met with Marcy on the 29th. And she said that Colt was getting therapy the next Thursday. And then what would be the next Thursday?
The 5th.
October 5th?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the day you went out there and Colt wasn't there anymore?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, man.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Pause it real quick.
For the testimony given matter.
Look, I'm just going to say the therapy they're talking about for this is the therapy from the relationship with his mom, the moving. None of this is dealing with violent tendencies or tied to, you know, anything about this. Does dad even know whether he made that threat? I'm assuming we'll get to it. I'm just saying up until this point, you know, the therapy that they're talking about isn't related to this. Would it have helped? Sure. You know, you got your parent hat and then your defense attorney hat, and they're two different things.
Yeah, sorry, I was hearing a little movement over at Faust. Yeah, no question about it. You know, I mean, look, from the parent hat, obviously, when you have this much contact with what we call DCFS here, what they call DeFax there, and it's always related to the same kid. I'm sorry.
It was related to all the kids.
Nah, it was really related to Colt, though. Like, most of the contacts were related to Colt in terms of, you know, I mean, unless it was on mom, you know, if it was.
That's
like,
what we're hearing about now is on mom.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, it's coming.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna switch over real
Click
quick.
switch tab. Yeah. Hurry up.
Okay.
Switch tab. That's all you have to click.
I am.
Aggravated sodomy and rape. We withdraw the merger from that count. Count 1 was correct. You have the option of life or life without parole. Count 6 is correct. It's still 1 through 20 years. But we would change our request to count 7. The minimum is 10 years, so we'd ask for 10 years. And that's in regards to the aggravated sodomy. Count 8, rape, is 10 to 20 or life. We would ask that the honorable court exercise its discretion. Sentence Mr. Foss to the 10 years, and count 10 as well as the 10 through 30. We would ask the honorable court to exercise its discretion and sentence Mr. Foss to the 10 years. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, counsel. I'm actually going to give you both, all three of you, 15 minutes to do some homework. And here's why. The state has asked the court to sentence this defendant to the maximums, and the defense has asked the court not to do that. And of course, the 2001 law is not something that is readily accessible and readily available, and it is a little bit different than the law now. The question I have for both counsel is, pursuant to the rape statute and also to 1710 what your position is on whether the rape charge carries the possibility of life without the possibility of parole. I'm doing some research based on the state's request and the defense's request as to whether in 2001 that was a possibility. 1710 is the violent felony, the statute that applies to violent felonies. And I think there is an understanding among cases that happened back then that the count of rape could carry with it the possibility of life without the possibility of parole. I'm going to ask the three of you to look at that. I'll give you 15 minutes. I'm going to go finish my research. I'm asking you to do that because both parties have asked for opposite ends of the sentencing structure. State has asked for the maximum, which they are contending is life on that charge, on the rape charge. The defense is asking, of course,
How
for that not to be considered. And so because of that, I'm going to ask you all to look at that. Yes, sir. Anything before I leave the bench? All right, I'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm looking this up, the 2001 version. So let's just be clear. The state specifically asked for life and didn't say without the possibility of parole. and the defense asked for life with the possibility of parole, and for some reason came back and said that it could be with or without. But the prosecution said we did not give notice of the death penalty. So we are not seeking life without the possibility of parole. Now the judge is saying, I think the state's doing that based on a misbelief, a possible misconception that they can't ask for it. And i.e., I want you to ask for it right now, please. Go look and make sure that I can do this because it's what I want to do. I want to give him life without parole. So go tell me that I can do that.
So is that essentially what she was doing when she like tried to like pigeonhole it into the rape count because they had already made a record in terms of the homicide, the murder counts? Is that what it was?
But
I mean,
think
she specifically focused on the rape statute itself. So maybe because the state didn't give proper notice as to that and also didn't ask for it, she's trying to cram it in through the rape statute. All right, well, you look that up, and I want to keep us moving over on the other one because we got 15 minutes.
Now pending for this court be the truth, the whole truth, and not the truth, so help you God. Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, I'm Corinne Pierre-Charles.
Okay. And now if you could please spell your name for the court reporter.
Karinepierre -CHARLES.
Pierre Charles.
And what do you do, Ms. Pierre Charles?
I am a CPS investigator,
Okay. And what is a CPS investigator?
Child Protective Services investigator with Barrow County DeFax.
Is that the same? Child DeFax is
Yes.
CPS DeFax?
Yes.
Are they kind of interchangeable? Did y'all change names or?
No, we're just CPS investigators, case managers.
Oh, okay. So that's the title of your thing. Okay.
Yes.
But you work for DeFax?
Yes.
Okay. I was confused. Sometimes agencies change their names and don't tell anybody. So were you working in that capacity back in October of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get asked to do an agency assist for the Ben Hill County DeFax?
Yes.
And what is an agency assist?
Okay.
Didn't exist in 2001.
A county will ask to do a home visit and ask questions and then report back to the county that requested the home visit.
Okay. And did you do a home assessment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that a routine thing for you to have done for your job duties back then?
Yes.
Okay. And is it something where you're generally doing a list of things for every single one and then you add a few things if it's something specific?
Yes.
Okay. So there are certain categories you're always looking for?
Depending on the case, but we do ask questions.
And what general categories of things are you looking for?
Who lives in the home, find out if there's anything in the home, like any safety concerns in the home. We ask questions about the children, like school, if they're on medication, safety assessments.
Okay. And what was the residence that you were asked to do this for?
The residence was at on Harrison Mill.
Ma'am?
You said the residence?
The residence. Do you remember the address?
Harrison Mill, I think it was 895 or 894 Harrison Mill.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you write up a report?
I did.
Okay. Is that normal part of your duties as DeFax to write up a report?
Yes, we have to do that.
And did you write up that report contemporaneously to when the things are happening?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect the things that have happened?
Yes.
Okay. And is that so that you can refresh your knowledge and learn about it for later, testifying a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 139. And ask you can identify that.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is a documentation on the home visit.
Okay. And is that what you typed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, some of that's been blacked out. So has it been redacted that way?
Yes, it depends on if guess with court.
No, we redacted it. I
Okay.
just wanted you to
Okay.
point that out. I'm not telling you.
Okay.
They needed it. Can you tell in there what is redacted out?
A conversation with children.
Okay. Is what's left in there your conversation, what you saw in your conversation with Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Other than blacking out your conversations with the children, is it a true and accurate copy of your assessment?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I tender state exhibit number 139, the evidence is a redacted version.
No objection. All right, 139.
Okay. So with your conversation, can we, what's that? Sure. So what date was this?
On the 30th.
Okay, of 2023?
Of 2023.
Okay, and that shows the address there, 894 Harrison Mill Road?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in Barrow County?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next section. So this is your conversation with Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you about counseling services that he was going to get for children?
He stated that he was arranging counseling services for the children and for himself.
Did he say he was arranging or arranged?
Arranged.
Okay, so it already happened.
Yes.
Okay. And where did he say that those counseling services were at?
Barrow Village Ministry.
Are you familiar with that place?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that that's a real place that exists?
Yes.
Okay. And did he also talk about the education for the children?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say about that?
He stated that the children has started at Austin Elementary,
Mm-hmm.
and the other two children will be transferred to a middle school.
And which middle school is that?
Heyman Morris Middle School.
Is that middle school in Barrow County?
Yes.
Okay. Going down to the next paragraph. Did you discuss a safety plan with the children?
He stated that he was given a safety plan.
Okay. And who has supervision over their children according to the safety plan?
He stated that the safety plan stated that he was able to let the children see mom with or without supervision.
Did you ask him about weapons in the home?
I did.
Okay. And is that something that is important for your safety assessment?
We will usually, that's a question that we would ask.
Okay. And what did he say about weapons in the home?
He stated that he has a weapon and that it was secure and locked up.
Okay. And, yeah, sorry. In the third paragraph, did he talk about DeFax involvement with his case?
He did.
What did he say on that last?
He
paragraph?
said that he had never been involved with DeFax.
Okay. Did he say anything about Shonda Goolsby talking to him in his carport in Fitzgerald, a DeFax worker?
No.
Okay. Did he make any mention of Michaela Anderson, also a DeFax worker, coming to his house 4 times earlier that same year?
No.
Okay. So he tells you this is his first dealing with DeFax ever?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, and so you wrote up this synopsis, did you send that to Tamika Mitchum?
I did.
Okay. And did you have any further involvement with this case?
No.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. So on October 30th, 2023, you are dispatched to this address to do a safety check.
Yes.
And the safety check, you go into the home, you speak to everybody, is that correct?
Yes.
You do a walkthrough of the home, presumably?
Yes.
So you're able to observe the condition of the home?
Yes.
I assume you're looking to make sure there's food in the home,
Yes.
house is clean?
Yes.
Things are put up?
Yes.
You asked Mr. Gray about guns,
I asked about weapons.
about weapons?
Yes.
Okay. He told you he had some?
He said he had weapons. Yes.
Okay. And did he show you the weapons?
He did not.
Did you see the weapons in the house anywhere?
No, there were no weapons.
Okay. And you were told the weapons were stored away,
Yes.
that they were out of the reach of the kids?
Yes.
And locked away?
Yes.
Okay. And The conclusion of your assessment was that the home was safe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that there were no observable hazards or concerns that you were able to see.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Can you rewrite?
No, Your Honor, excuse me.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Take false next witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and go ahead and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Scott Dakin, D-A-K-I-N.
And what do you do currently?
Currently, I am the executive director of the Ministry Village here in Winder, which is a Christian counseling nonprofit and a resiliency center.
Okay. So prior to working for Barrow Ministry Village, what did you do?
I spent almost 30 years in fire and EMS here in Barrow County.
Okay. We've had some teachers testify about training regarding like Stop the Bleed, that kind of thing at school. Were you involved in that?
Yes, ma'am. In the summer of 2017, I met with the school administration about the Stop the Bleed program to try to get help set up. In 2017, we actually taught every staff member of Barrow County schools and have continued to teach staff members since then. We also started implementing it in the high schools as well, teaching students, some of the students.
And when did you retire from fire EMS?
January 6th of 2024.
And when did you take over as executive director of the Barrow Ministry Village?
Towards the end of February of that year.
Okay. So February of 2024, you took over. What do you do as executive director of Barrow Ministry Village?
I'm responsible for the overall management of the organization.
And you indicated that it's counseling services. Can you just tell us a little bit about who you offer counseling to?
So we have numerous programs and numerous counselors. We offer a lot to victims of crime. We do a lot of teenage anxiety and depression. We offer it depending on how we have sliding scale fees and everything else to help as much as we can. We want to make it accessible to everybody.
So that would include adults, teenagers, and children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As part of your duties as executive director of Barrow Ministry Village, do you have access to their records?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do y'all keep records for each individual person that y'all treat, or that has been referred for treatment or has filled out a referral to get treatment?
Yes, ma'am. We are required to keep, especially if they come in as clients, we are required to keep their information for many years.
Okay. And as far as someone who wants to get treatment through Barrow Ministry Village, how do they go about contacting y'all?
So whether they call or what, we prefer people to go online. There's a referral form. And even if they call, we have them fill out that referral form. That referral form goes into our system at that point.
Okay. And then does that create a record of a patient or potential patient for y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how far do those records of yours go back for referral forms and also for patients?
So at different times, but both of them date back to about 2019.
Okay. So if someone had been a patient at Barrow Ministry Village in 2023, specifically sometime after October of 2023, would you have a record of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review your records in preparation for testifying today?
Yes, I did.
And did you specifically look to see whether or not Colin Gray, Colt Gray, Jenny Gray, and Colin Gray had ever been a patient at Barrow Ministry Village?
Yes, I did.
And did any of those individuals ever receive treatment at Barrow Ministry Village?
There is no mention of any of them individuals in any of our systems.
So would that include also them never having filled out a referral form for Barrow Ministry Village?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any records that suggest anyone on that list ever contacted Barrow Ministry Village for any reason?
No, ma'am. The way we search, it should have shown up if any of them even just filled out a referral form.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions, and I'll do it from here. Your records would not reflect if somebody called in and got asked questions. It would only be when somebody filled out a form. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You need excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. State calls next witness.
State calls Dawn Crook.
In 2006 with in the mental health.
Please help you God?
I do.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes. My name is Dawn Crook. My first name is spelled D-A-W-N. The last name is C-R-O-O-K.
And what do you do, Ms. Crook?
I'm a therapist in the mental health field.
And can you tell us a little bit about your qualifications that allow you to do that?
Yes, I graduated from RBC University Atlanta in 2006 with my bachelor's degree in psychology. And I also have graduated with my master's degree in 2009 in community counseling from RBC University Atlanta as well.
And do you have your own practice?
Yes, I do.
And what is it called?
Enlightenment Counseling.
How long have you had your own practice?
It's been a little over 2 years now.
And can you tell me a little bit about who you see and what you do at your practice?
Yes, I tend to work with children, families, couples, providing counseling to them for a variety of issues, depression, anxiety, anger, a little bit of everything really.
And where are you located?
My office is in Winder, Georgia.
Okay. How would someone find you if they wanted to get counseling in the Barrow County area?
So I have a website for my practice, and then I have a Psychology Today profile as well.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 140.1 and 140.2.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
That is my business website and the means in which to reach out for services.
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence Exhibit 140.1 and 140.2.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't know that there's correct advertisement, so we're going to talk about that later.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're going to go ahead and pull up 140.1. And you indicated this was your website?
That's correct.
And you don't have to read it specifically, but just kind of tell us exactly what this purpose of this part of your website is.
It's just letting people know that, my experience in the field and what kind of therapy modalities I use, certification, the population that I work with, and also my degrees as well.
And does that include teenagers, your population?
Wait, that's a different woman, right? The picture of that woman on the website was not this Dawn Crook. That was just like some kind of stock photo.
That's correct.
Then I'll pull up 140.2. All right, and tell us what this is.
That is the form to fill out in order to reach out for services through my website as well.
And how are you notified if someone fills out that form?
I get an email in regards to those messages, and I can either access it through my email or the Wix site that hosts my email account, or hosts my business website rather.
Okay. And if someone contacts you through this form and that you get an email, how do you respond?
I typically respond by acknowledging their email and letting them know I'll reach out, or sometimes people would just fill out the information and what kind of services they're looking for, and they may not necessarily provide me with a phone number, so sometimes I will respond asking them for a phone number to reach out and talk with them by phone.
And before you meet with someone, do you generally want to talk with them by phone?
Correct, I do.
And why is that?
Just to make sure that we're a good fit in what type of services they're looking for, that I have experience working with that population, to make sure that our schedules align as well, because sometimes with children, teenagers, families, they have busy lives and busy schedules, and they need evening appointments, and I may not always have those available. So.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 141.1, 141.2, and 141.3. Will you look through those and tell me if you recognize them?
Did you say 141.1?
Yes.
Yes, I do recognize these.
And what do you recognize those as?
Those were emails sent to my private practice regarding services for Colt.
And are they, I guess, a fair and accurate copy of those emails that you provided to the state?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 141.1 through 141.3.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, I think they are continuing testimony, so I'll object to them on that.
No objections for admissibility?
No objection to questioning this witness about them.
All right, good.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're going to go ahead and pull up 141.1. All right, so I want to kind of just, before we read what the emails are, that first message up there, is that from the initial contact submission?
That is correct.
Okay. And so how do you know who it's from?
I can see his father's name at the beginning of the message.
Is this how it shows up? You indicated on the Wix website. Is that correct? Is this how it shows up when you are reviewing referrals?
Yes.
Okay. So what did the defendant write to you initially when he filled out the contact form?
It says, I'm a working dad of 3. Colt is my oldest 14-year-old. We've had a very volatile, difficult past couple of years, and he needs help. Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. I don't know what to do. I have United Healthcare. Can you help? Thanks.
And do you accept United Healthcare insurance?
Yes, I do.
Also at the bottom, it says message via email, and it provides an email address. Can you tell us that email address?
That is my practice web, or I'm sorry, you're talking about
Yes.
the email address in which it was sent from?
Yes.
cgray@kpgc.net.
And so that is how Colin Gray was able to get in touch with you through that email address.
Correct.
And did you then respond to the defendant after that contact?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say?
I said, hi, Coley, thank you so much for reaching out. Would you mind sending me your number and I can give you a call to discuss services and see if I would be a good fit for Colt? I've definitely worked with teenagers before that have gone through the things that he's experiencing. If this sounds good, I can go ahead and send up paperwork and get services started for him.
And you indicated sometimes people don't initially send you a phone number. Was that true in this case?
Correct, it was.
Okay. And then we'll go to 141.2. Okay. And did he respond to your initial email about, hey, send me a number?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said, oh, wow, thank you so much. Yes, please send me the paperwork. I build commercial buildings for a living, so it's loud on these job sites, but my number is 706-410-8447. If I miss it, please leave a message and I will call ASAP. I can't thank you enough and pray this is what he needs.
And did you respond to that email where he gave you his phone number?
I did not, but I did call him.
Okay. And did you make that call at approximately 4:30 on August 16th?
Don't remember the exact time, but that I'm guessing is accurate.
And that would have been, you would have called the same day that he contacted you, correct?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, we have State's Exhibit 150, which is a voicemail that Ms. Crook left for the defendant. Have you had an opportunity to review that voicemail?
Yes.
And when you indicated that you called him, did he answer the phone?
No, he did not.
And you left him a voicemail?
I did.
Was that voicemail a fair and accurate recording of the voicemail that you left for the defendant on August 16th?
That is correct.
We'd like to introduce an evidence, Your Honor.
You said that's August 16th?
Yes.
Any objection to 150?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. And that would have been August 16th of 2024, just for the record. All right, so at this time, we're going to play that voicemail.
Hey, Mr. Gray, this is Dawn with Enrollment Counseling. I was just giving you a call to touch base. You can give me a call and get back. My number is 389-0448. If for some reason we don't get to touch base today, maybe we can call on Monday if that works better. I do appreciate it and look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you so much.
Did he ever call you back after you left that voicemail?
No, he did not.
Did he respond by email after you left that voicemail?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And did you, again, follow up with another phone call to him?
I did.
Okay. And was that phone call on August 21st?
That is correct.
And again, I think the call, does it sound around 4:30 sound about right?
That is probably accurate.
When you called him again, I guess 5 days later on August 21st, did he answer that day?
No, he did not.
Did you leave him another voicemail?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review that voicemail as well?
Yes, I have.
And was it a fair and accurate recording of the voicemail that you left for Colin Gray on August 21st of 2024?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 151, which is a second email that Dawn Crook left for the defendant on August 21st of 2024. Sorry, voicemail. Did I say email? I apologize. Voicemail.
Any objection? No, no. All right, 151 submitted.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 143. I apologize.
All right. Stage 143.
Hey, Mr. Gray, this is Dawn Crook with Enlightenment Counseling. You left a message last week in regards to services for Colt, and I was just trying to give you a call and touch base with you real quick. You got to call me back at 786-389-0448. I look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you.
And did the defendant ever return that phone call?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you also send him another email after that voicemail?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and we're going to go back to State Exhibit 141 and pull up 141.3. Okay. Is this the email that you sent after that voicemail?
Yes, it is.
And what is the date and time of that email?
It's dated August 21st at 6:10 p.m.
Okay. Is this generally when you follow up with people kind of after work hours?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you send to the defendant on August 21st?
The email said, "Hi, Mr. Gray. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to follow up and let you know that I tried to call you to touch base on Friday and left a message for you today as well. If you would please call me back when you have a moment to discuss details and get services started for Colt."
Okay. And did you leave your phone number again?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever respond to that email with an email or a phone call?
No, he did not.
Did he ever come by your office?
No, he did not.
At any point, did you ever see Colt for any sort of counseling services?
No, I did not.
Cross. No question, Governor. All right. Thank you, Major.
Anything but the truth to help you guys?
That's right.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and also spell both your names for the court reporter?
My name is Mackenzie McCorkle, Mackenzie. Last name Mccorkle. I'm an investigator with the Sheriff's Office. I investigate crimes against persons, internet crimes against children, and I do digital forensics.
So you indicated that you work with the Sheriff's Office. How long have you worked with the Sheriff's Office?
13 years.
Okay. When did you become a member of the investigations unit?
In July of 2021.
And when did you start doing the digital forensics?
Around 2022.
All right, it's back.
Tell us that part of your job. What does that entail?
Babe, they're back.
I do cell phone extractions. I do computer evidence.
Guys getting life about the possibility.
About what is now the statute 1710
Man.
Yes, Your Honor. And I looked at two cases during the time period the court gave us. The first is Velasquez v. State. It is a 2007 Court of Appeals case out of Georgia. Citation is 283, Georgia Appeals 863. There's no negative treatment for that case noted on Westlaw. And also Henry v. State, which is a Court of Appeals case from October 13th of 2017. And the citation on that is 343 Georgia Appeals 157. In Velasquez, the court states that, let's see, our Supreme Court held in State v. Ingram, 260
Yes, Ingram.
Georgia 324, that a life sentence without parole was authorized only in cases in which the state first sought the death penalty, and we are bound to follow that precedent. And then in Henry, which is a case in which a life without parole sentence was imposed, but due to a 1710(7)(c) recidivist situation, the court, again discussing Velasquez, states that Henry is correct that under normal sentencing, a trial court may not impose a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole unless the state sought the death penalty in the case. I did see some of the cases which I think the court is making reference to. In the way that they read in the time period that we had, it seemed to be a situation in which the jury had found or not found, or the court had found or not found, aggravating sentencing circumstances that refer back to the death penalty statute's definition of aggravating circumstances. So, there's always the possibility that I'm wrong, but it is my belief, although if the court were authorized to impose a life without parole sentence, I wholly think it would be appropriate under the circumstances of this case. However, I do believe that I have a responsibility to represent to the court what I believe the law to be, which is that we are limited to a sentence of life on both the murder, but also the rape. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cruz, anything else that you would like to say? This is a legal issue, but we need to make sure we are certainly.
I hope the judge didn't find what you're putting down there in the chat.
Right.
Following all the requirements of the law, particularly as it relates to what the legislature intended in 2001. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think I have a position here because we're not asking for a life sentence when it comes to the rape charge, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. The reason that the court wanted to ask counsel to look at the law on that is because both sides are, of course, diametrically opposed, really with regard to count 8, which is the rape count. And the court had a memory of some of the law from 2001 as it related to sentencing. 1710 6.1 was a different statute in 2001, but the idea of 1710 6.1 was the same back then in 2001. And that particular charge, rape, falls under that statute as a serious violent felony. There are orders, particularly one out of the Superior Court of Clark County, that, which was not overturned, supports the notion that under the recidivism notice and statute, that a maximum sentence for a rape charge back in 2001 supports the possibility of life without the possibility of parole. The question then becomes, if that is correct, is whether the recidivism relates back to anything prior to 2001, or does it relate to something after 2001?
It has to be.
And so
I researched
that
this.
certainly can be up for debate, and we're not
Must
going to
be
debate that
before.
now based on the state's
Okay, so she's given in.
not seeking that maximum sentence. The maximum that they are seeking in count 8 is
Okay.
life. And so we will leave it at that. But that is the reason I wanted to ask both of you to look at the law and see really what was applicable in 2001, because both parties, of course, are diametrically opposed in terms of the maximum and minimum amount the court can allow. All right. With that being said, Mr. Yellman-Shilley, anything else from you?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, anything else, sir?
There you go. They're not
No,
seeking
ma'am, we just
without
note for
parole.
our record, the recidivist notice objection that we made prior.
I understand, Mr. Cruz, and I want to respond to that very quickly. Looking online to make sure that my notes comport with what I saw online, the notice that the state referred to in their discovery, which was filed with the court, was from April the 2nd of 2025. It was entitled the State's Notice and Recidivism Notice in Discovery. That was from April 2nd of 2025. The notice that the state is relying on now, that the defense has responded to, of course, the 3 felonies that they have enumerated in their notice, is from October 2nd of 2025. And so anything further, Mr. Cruz, you'd like to say about that? All right.
Wait, so she's admitting it was only those 3?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. All right. Very good. All right.
Record clear. So from October 2nd, 2025 is aggravated assault, BGCSA, 2 counts of violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act offenses. Looking at the recidivism statute, I'm just saying these are the offenses that we have notice of. The state has asked the court to take to consider other offenses that there was no notice given. The state's argument when we brought this up initially was that, hey, in discovery, we just filed a general notice and whatever could be used as
Cannot do that.
as for purposes of recidivism. Our argument, it does not. It has to be specific. So we are on notice of these 3 specifics.
Thank you. All right. So I just want to respond to that very briefly.
He's right.
The law allows the state to provide notice in the manner in which it did.
No.
From April the 2nd of 2025, their general notice in their discovery that they filed with the court. And of course, the actual notice that they provided the defense on October the 2nd. I will say, however, that the court is going to take into account in sentencing Mr. Faust the notice that was filed October 2nd that the defense has no objection to, and that is the one that I will certainly take into account in sentencing.
We're going to talk about this afterwards, because she's just
With
like,
regard to this case and sentencing and taking into account the notice that was filed on October 2nd of 2025, the state's argument about sentencing and the defense's argument about sentencing, the court finds as follows. Mr. Faust, please stand. This court finds, based upon the evidence presented at trial and the jury's verdict, that a sentence involving rehabilitation is not appropriate in this case. And I'm going to sentence you, Mr. Faust, as follows. With regard to count 1, life. Counts 2 through 5 are what we call in the legal world vacated. That means no sentence, and that is imposed as a matter of law. Those are the felony murder counts. With regard to count 6, which is the burglary charge, 20 years consecutive to counts 8 and 10, which I will get to in a moment. With regard to count 7, which is the first aggravated sodomy charge, 30 years, and 20 years is 20 years confinement. Count 7 is 30 years in confinement. That is concurrent with count 1. Count 8, the rape charge, is life. That is consecutive to count 1, which is the other life sentence. With regard to count 9, the court agrees that count 9 does merge with count 1 as a matter of law, and that's the aggravated assault charge. With regard to count 10, which is the other aggravated sodomy charge, the court imposes 30 years in confinement. That is consecutive to count 1 and 7. That is also concurrent with count 8. Count 11, which is the arson and the first degree charge, the court imposes 20 years of confinement consecutive to count 6. And count 12, which is possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, the court imposes 5 years in confinement. That is consecutive to count 11. The order of the court are 2 consecutive life sentences to be imposed, plus an additional 45 years to be served in confinement. That'll be the order of the court. You are in custody. Thank you. Court is adjourned. And everyone, please remain seated until the Sheriff's Department determines who can leave and when they can leave. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
So that was the exact statute, the exact sentence the state asked for.
Yeah. I mean, are you
And this is what I was saying earlier. If she wants to be safe, she's going to give what she wants to give. Now, if she wanted to give the life without the possibility of parole, which she wanted to do, she would need a violent felony to have been included in that recidivist notice. And I don't think it was based on what he just said. But she wanted to. She was begging to.
Yeah.
And the state sort of was like, hey, we don't think you can. But what she did there was say, all right, I'm not going to give the appellate court something to appeal me on. I'm just going to say I'm only considering this. And that was, from a legal perspective, the right thing to do for her to accomplish her goals, which is she wanted to give that sentence and she didn't want to give a reason for it to get reversed, because it would have, I believe, would have gotten reversed had she relied on that. Because at least the case law I looked at, you need to specifically identify the convictions, not just say any convictions. So
Yeah, I mean,
and somebody asked what the difference between post-conviction and an appeal is. An appeal, your direct appeal deals with just the record. What happened on the record in the trial? What was allowed in? What objections were made? Things like that. For a post-conviction petition, that's the first opportunity you have to go outside of the record and say, here's evidence that should have been admitted that never was. Here's a challenge to the DNA that was never tendered. My lawyer, was ineffective for not presenting it, if that's one of the arguments. So that's the difference between post-conviction. You cannot get to, at least in Illinois, although different in Indiana, that I'm hearing from the Richard Allen case, you can't get to post-conviction until you do your direct appeal, and then you get to make a post-conviction petition.
I'm trying to figure out why
Mirage.
she didn't ask if he wanted to make a statement in elocution.
Maybe he had told her ahead of time that they weren't going to.
Man, I don't know. All right, it's fucked up.
I still have a Mackenzie here, so you're gonna have to update
Anything that stores data.
Let's see what's in.
And can you just sort of tell us a little bit about
this guy's Mackenzie?
Mackenzie McCorkle, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was
what you
thinking
mean by
of
self
Michaela.
extraction?
Yeah, it's also called a phone dump is the more common term, but it just takes all the evidence, everything on a device and puts it into a readable format.
And back on September 4th of 2024, were you in that same role at the Barrow County Sheriff's Office doing digital forensics and investigations?
Yes, I was.
Did you perform any phone extractions related to the Colt and Colin Gray case?
I did.
Okay. And before we get into the specific phone extractions, I want to get into a little bit about your training that you have related to conducting phone extractions. First off, are you certified in phone extractions?
Yes.
And what device do you generally use to extract phones?
It's called Cellbrite.
And can you tell us what that is?
It's a program that is in software and hardware, and it extracts the data from
Is that a
task force
and what does that entail?
or other
As part through the secret digital forensics.
somewhere between 400 and 500.
He's done a lot.
Talking about Cellbrite, you mentioned that it data.
Media file.
Okay. Does Cellbrite alter the data in any way when it pulls it from the cell phone?
No.
And you mentioned that once Cellbrite, it will pull the data from the phone, put it in a readable format. Kind of tell me what you mean by readable format.
So Cellbrite has two different programs. One is to extract the data from the phone, and the other one is to build the report. And you can do it in either a standalone viewer made by Cellbrite or put it in a PDF format.
Okay. In PDF format, is that just where you can just kind of scroll through everything?
Yes.
Okay. And the other format, what is the benefit of that format?
It's a little more user friendly. You can navigate a little bit easier using their standalone viewer.
How many cell phones did you extract related to the Colin and Colt Gray case?
4.
And whose phones were they?
Colin, Colt, Jenny, and Marcy Gray.
And were you able to successfully perform extractions on those 4 phones?
Yes.
Did you perform all those extractions consistent with your training and using Cellbrite?
Yes,
And were those extractions put in a readable format?
they were.
And was it put in both readable formats that you mentioned, the PDF and then the other user-friendly one as well?
Yes.
When you are reviewing a phone extraction in the user-friendly format, are you able to view specific parts of the cell phone extraction?
Yes.
So you can just view, say, text messages from this date to this date.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Fly Butter.
Are cell phone extractions large?
Yes.
So in this case, can you tell us kind of generally how large the phone extractions were?
They were a couple of them. 2 of them were 30 to 60,000 pages on the PDF format, and 2 of them were between 10 and 20,000.
So given that that would be unwieldy to be able to print 60,000 pages, are you able to just select a portion of the relevant part of the phone extraction and print that?
Yes.
Okay. And would that include being able to print off just text messages from a certain date or phone calls from a certain date?
Yes.
Can you also print off sort of a timeline for a certain date?
Yes.
And what would that include?
It would include anything that you selected. So that could be internet search history, call logs, text messages, any app installations during that time frame.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155. Do you recognize? And is that the phone that you extracted for Gray?
It is.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence case exhibit 155, Colin Gray's cell phone.
I'm not sure which ones they're going to use, but what he took off certainly, you don't have any good.
And this one's just the phone.
This is just the phone, yes.
Phone itself, okay. Okay. All right, 155 is good.
And I'm going to give you this for reference. Do you know what day you did the phone extraction on Colin Gray's phone?
On September 5th of 2024.
And what kind of phone was it?
It was a iPhone 14.
And were you able to do what you would consider a complete extraction of his phone?
Yes, it was a full file system.
And you indicated that at least 2 of the phones had about 60,000 pages. Did his phone have about 60,000 pages?
It did, yes.
Okay.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. You're at least 1.5 to 1.25, right?
And there are 3 notebooks for 156.
Yep.
It's like the last 5 minutes.
Put them in order. Have you had an opportunity to review these?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just kind of briefly tell us what the time frame, it should be on the front of it, for each notebook is, and is it related to the cell phone extraction for Colin Gray?
Yes, this first one is Colin Gray's phone extraction from May 2024 through July 2024. The second one is Colin Gray's phone extraction from August of 2024. And the last one is Colin Gray's phone extraction from September 1st of 2024 through September 4th of 2024.
And are those notebooks organized by date?
Yes.
And then within each date, are there certain sections of the extraction that have been printed out that are relevant?
Yes.
Okay. And would that include, I know we mentioned timeline extractions, text message, internet history, and then images. Is that essentially how each date is laid out?
Yes.
Okay. And having reviewed those previously, are those portions of Colin Gray's extraction that have been printed are all of those in that notebook that were, let me say that better. Is everything in that notebook from Colin Gray's extraction?
Yes.
Okay. You're right. This time I'd like to introduce an evidence case exhibit 156.
Under the rules we talked about, we don't have any problem with that, but we may have individual objections to some of the items that they pull out. I find that a foundation's been laid for stage 156, really into evidence, but some portions are admissible.
Yes, sir. And just for the record, the state will be going through those notebooks with a different witness. We're just laying the foundation through Investigator McCorkle. I'm going to show you state exhibit 157. Can you tell us for state exhibit 157 whose phone that is?
This is Colt Gray's phone.
And is that also a phone that you extracted?
It is, yes.
You're right. This time I'd like to introduce into evidence states exhibit 157.
Can you get into the phone now? Same objections. All right, 157, phone of Colt Gray.
Just for reference, if you need it. When did you perform the extraction for Colt Gray's phone?
I was on September 4th of 2024.
Right. I'm going to go grab exhibit 158. What kind of phone was Colt Gray's phone?
It was an Android.
And approximately how long was that report?
That was somewhere between 10 and 20,000 pages.
Okay. And for state exhibit 158, again, are you able to print out smaller portions of relevant records as opposed to the entire 10,000 pages?
Yes.
And is that what is in this notebook? Is it smaller portions of Colt Gray's cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Is it organized in a similar way to Colin's phone by date and by type of information?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I'm going to show it to you. Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
And again, does that notebook only contain information from Colt Gray's extraction?
Yes, it does.
All right. This time I'd like to introduce into evidence states exhibit 158.
Same objection. All right, foundation from the.
Okay. And you mentioned you also did an extraction for Marcy Gray's phone. Is that phone still in evidence?
No.
Was it returned to Marcy?
It was, yes.
And when did you perform an extraction on that phone?
September 12th of 2024.
Extractions in with this guy. I can see.
What kind of
it.
phone was it?
It was also an Android.
And approximately how long was her report?
Somewhere between 30 and 40,000 pages.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 159. It is two
You can
folders.
just loop it a
one
little
folder.
bit. They don't actually discuss what's in these. They just get them into evidence.
Can you tell us the time frame for that? 159 from
not
Marcy
much
Gray's
longer.
extraction.
Yes.
And again, is it the smaller snippets that are organized by date and by type of information?
Yes.
You're right. This time I'd like to introduce into evidence states exhibit 159. And did you, you mentioned you also did a phone extraction on Jenny Gray's phone, an extraction on that phone.
How old was Jenny Gray?
September 5th of
Couldn't have been
2024.
too old, right?
And what kind of phone was it?
It was an iPhone.
I don't remember if she's older or
Approximately
younger.
how long was her
Oh,
report?
younger.
She was younger.
Somewhere between 10 and 20,000 pages again.
I'm going to show you say exhibit 160. Can you tell me what the time frame for the extraction for Jenny's phone was?
March 29th through September 4th.
And would that be 2024?
Yes.
And for State's Exhibit 160, again, is everything in that notebook from Jenny Gray's extraction?
It is.
And is it, again, organized by date and type of information?
Yes.
You're at this time, I'll let introduce an evidence, State's Exhibit 160.
Thank you. All right, nomination's been made for 160.
Now, for this case, was your role specifically to do the phone extractions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you analyze the phone extraction reports at all?
No.
And once you created those phone extractions, did you turn them over or put them in a place where additional investigators could retrieve them?
They were put on our phone dump server, and the other investigators could later retrieve those extractions.
That's all she's doing with him.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Investigator McCorkle.
There's some cross, though. Must be short.
Yeah.
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Oh, you went right past it.
Not that I recall.
Were you ever told that there was a second phone that Colt Gray had?
Not that I recall.
Okay. As I understand, you didn't do anything with the computer. You didn't attempt to take anything off of the computer that was there at the home?
No.
And who would have done that?
I don't know. Maybe the GBO.
Do you know if anybody did?
I don't.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor, may he be excused?
Yes, you're good.
Bloop. Last
That's
witness. No, there's one more.
What?
Yeah.
There
Must be
is?
quick.
Super quick.
We got Duke. Okay, have a seat, please. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Luke Pyatt, spelled Lukepyott.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do for us?
I'm a sworn investigator.
Okay. And what did you do before you came to the district attorney's office?
I work for the Winder Police Department.
Okay. And are you what's referred to as post-certified?
Yes.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I started with Winder PD in 2019. I was certified in June of that year.
Okay. And what are your duties with the district attorney's office?
I wear a lot of hats. I work major felony cases, post-arrest or post-charges, things like sexual assault, murder, aggravated assault, child abuse, things like that. I also consult with local agencies and provide assistance on pre-arrest cases or cases where individuals have not been identified as suspects yet. That involves taking out search warrants, issuing legal process, things like subpoenas or court orders, sometimes going out and conducting interviews. I also focus very heavily on digital forensic examination and analysis.
Okay. And have you had specific additional trainings based on this?
Yes.
And what were those?
So most of my specialized training has been in the field of crime scene investigation and forensic science, but I have also attended training at the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, on a wide variety of topics from mobile device examination to advanced mobile device examination, Linux, basic network investigations, and digital evidence investigations.
I want to take your attention to September 4th, 2024. Where were you working on that day?
I was working for the DA's office.
Okay. And where were you physically present that morning?
So that morning I had gone to Gainesville. I was in the process of getting medical records for a case.
Okay. And did you get a call about a shooting at Apalachee High School?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
The first call I had received was not from an official source. They were asking me if I knew anything about a shooting, which I didn't. So I hung up with them and I contacted our Barrow office, and they confirmed to me that the shooting was real.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
So I went and got my gear, my vest, all that, and I went straight to Barrow County. I started calling all of my law enforcement contacts with various agencies to see if they needed coverage anywhere. All of the schools were locked down. It was a all hands on deck situation, and we were trying to make sure that all the kids were evacuated and that the schools were swept properly. And I was trying to make sure that they had enough hands at each school. Those that had time to pick up the phone told me that they had full coverage, so I went straight to our Barrow office to start on the investigation.
Is that here located in this building?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do? How did you help?
So our very first priority was to identify and preserve evidence, in this case, digital evidence. When law enforcement responds to a scene, the first priority is to get rid of the threat, stop the danger, and then render aid to anyone who needs it. The third step is to secure evidence, to preserve it for processing and gathering. And so we were kind of already past those first two steps when I got involved and when I got here. So my priority was to find what evidence was out there. And in this case, my crime scene was the internet. So we were looking for a lot of different things that could be out there related to this suspect, their associates, any accomplices, any family members. And so we were trying to identify anything that might be linked to them in particular before their name was released and there might be phony or dummy accounts created.
Okay. So what's the first step in preserving that kind of evidence?
So first, we have to identify what that evidence might be. In this case, I was looking for things like phone numbers tied to the individuals related to the investigation, email addresses, usernames. We typically gather that information through both public records and law enforcement restricted databases. And from that, we are able to cast a wider net. We use a process called OSINT, or open source intelligence, which allows us to take something like an identifier, a phone number, or an email address, and to query hundreds of different places all across the internet to see if there's associated info. So for example, if I had a suspect's phone number, I might be able to find that they also had a Snapchat account. And that Snapchat account linked to that phone number might contain valuable evidence. So we would want to know about that quickly.
Okay. So if you do find out that the phone number is related to a certain Snapchat, Instagram, Amazon, things of that nature, these companies, what do you do at that point?
So the very first step is preserving that evidence. Some digital evidence can last minutes, days, weeks, sometimes more than a year. Our priority is to make sure that what's there at the moment is not lost. And so we send out preservation requests to the various companies that may host this information.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you do that?
It was on the day of the shooting.
Okay. And what companies did you send out preservation requests to?
I believe on the date of the incident, it was various cellular and phone carriers. There was AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Comcast, Windstream, Intelliquent. We also sent off a few for social media. I believe it was Facebook and TikTok.
Okay. And what else did you do on that day?
So I was kind of acting as a liaison with various different agencies. In particular, I was communicating heavily with the Department of Family and Children's Services to try to get the records for the suspect's family as quickly as possible.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take your attention to the next day, September 5th, and actually September 6th also. What did you do on those days?
So we were still looking for what evidence we needed to preserve. I found additional phone numbers that we also sent off preservation requests for. I also sent off preservation requests for Apple and Google accounts associated with the suspect.
Okay. Did you also subpoena records from Advantage Behavioral Health System?
Yes.
Call logs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive those?
Yes.
Okay. Show us Mark's exhibit number 161.
Maybe he's just putting the evidence into.
Somebody's going to be going through the dirt
Right.
at some point. Not today. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's dirt day.
All right, so this just ends.
No, Tennis exhibit number 161 is the business records exceptions. They're the Advantage Healthcare call logs.
But
Thank you. On September 11th, what did you do?
I sent off another preservation request specifically for Amazon records.
And for what account in Amazon?
It was the Amazon account that we knew was being utilized by Colin Gray based on some data that we found in a mobile device extraction.
Okay. And then what did you do on September 12th?
So on that day, I did a few things. I issued a subpoena to the Department of Natural Resources trying to get some records for range. I also issued a subpoena to Mike's Gun Room because they were the gun dealer that we had information had sold the gun involved in this incident. And I also procured a search warrant for some school records for the Colt Gray from West Jackson Middle School.
Okay. The business record to the Mike's Gun Room, did you receive those back, those records?
Yes.
All right, 164 submitted.
On September 13th, what did you do?
I had heard back from the Department of Natural Resources at this point, and they had communicated to me that they may have additional records relating to the defendant and his family for two other ranges, Big Laser Creek and Wilson Shoals shooting range. And so I issued them another subpoena for those records specifically.
The records from Wilson Shoals Gun Range.
All right, 165 submitted.
On September 16th, what did you do?
I sent a subpoena to Amazon for the records I previously preserved.
Okay. And then on September 18th, what did you do?
I took quite a few search warrants out for various identifiers we had previously preserved. Those were T-Mobile, Verizon, Apple, TextNow, and to TikTok.
Okay. And on September 19th, what happened?
I received the Amazon records back.
bloop bloop.
Nah.
Wow.
I'm not sure whether some of the photos there.
What you received with the business record?
And I think there were specific, are those the Amazon records you got back from Amazon?
Partially, the images in the back were not included with the Amazon disclosure.
Okay.
Just the spreadsheet portion.
Just the spreadsheet portion? Was.
Yes.
Okay. So we would tender the other part, Your Honor.
So removing the photographs, is that, again, I haven't seen it, so, all right. If you remove the photographs, the balance of stage 162 is good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Iceman.
All right, moving on in the next few days, did you receive any records from T-Mobile?
Yes, I did.
Okay. This is
168 specifically to
Pink. Did you do a search warrant for Georgia Cyber Academy school records?
Yes, I did.
And what is Georgia Cyber Academy?
It is an online homeschool option. Essentially, it allows students in Georgia to attend school over the internet.
And what were you asking for?
Any enrollment, attendance, any information whatsoever about Colt Gray.
Did you receive a response from them?
Yes.
What was that response?
They had no records whatsoever.
Nope. Tender states the number and
Just didn't go to school for a year.
Yeah.
11 under business records is the Verizon case that is also digital and is on the hard drive, but we have the other digital stuff on.
All right, 167 is good.
Are you familiar with the app Discord?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
It's a third-party communication service. It allows messaging between two users. It allows video streaming, video chatting, voice calling. It is different from a lot of other messaging services in that it is designed for groups to be able to interact in what they call servers. So multiple individuals can drop in or out of a voice channel, a video channel, or a text channel anytime they like.
Okay. And did you ask for records from Discord related to this case?
I did.
A little late.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to.
Quick question, right?
I have, yes.
And who did the extraction of the computer there from home? Mr. Gray, you know?
I don't know offhand, no.
Wait, go back, because he said, did you do the extraction of the computer?
Extraction of the computer.
I have, yes.
Mr. Gray, you know?
I don't know offhand.
Familiar with dark web, have you dealt with that before?
I have, yes.
And who did the extraction of the computer there from home? Mr. Gray, you know?
I don't know offhand, no.
Any excuse?
Too very, Discord is not the best web, my friend.
So apparently they're going to be showing evidence this kid was using the dark web.
Dark web. That doesn't help convict Colin Gray.
It's showing how, that's what the defense is saying. Showing how secretive he was.
I haven't received any complaints, so keep it up. Don't do any research, don't discuss the case.
All right.
But leave it in there for an hour and a half while we go through various objections. Yes, sir. All right, see y'all at 9.
9 o'clock. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, where's my girl? Oh, there she is. All right, y'all. We love you. Long day.
Good afternoon, everybody. What better way?
There's Brother Consul popping up on my shit. All right, you guys are amazing. Thank you for your generosity. Mods, thank you for your incredible generosity with your time and keeping our community super awesome in the chat. We appreciate that so much. Tracy, Mandy, wherever you may be.
Dark.
Thank you so much. It is. That's a sign. It's
nighttime.
It's time for us to go eat foods. All right, guys, we love you so much. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe. It's all free. It's all super free. If you're willing to kick in a few bucks, become a member. We love our members so much.
Yes.
But we will see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Because if you guys don't come, you know what happens? I'm just an old man.
Sitting around talking to his wife.
Ah!
outside.